Chapter 1. In the dim underground chamber. Sheng Mingzhu, do you know why I find such comfort during the apocalypse? I owe it all to you. The woman, with an exquisite countenance, continually caressed the jade bracelet adorning her wrist. Once on the brink of death, Sheng Mingzhu, upon hearing these words, felt an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through her body. She widened her eyes in astonishment, gazing intently at Su Baozhu, eager to uncover the truth. Su Baozhu, brandishing her jade bracelet, declared with an air of superiority, "Surprised, aren't you? After the apocalypse descended, I discovered that your bracelet harbored a hidden space. If it weren't for that, how could Yin Gu so highly regard me? And why would your father favor me, his stepdaughter, so dearly?" Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart swelling with unbridled hatred. At that moment, propelled by an inexplicable strength, Sheng Mingzhu lunged at Su Baozhu. With fierce determination, she grasped Su Baozhu's throat tightly. Yet, having gone without food for an extended period, she soon shifted her focus towards the space that rightfully belonged to her. Seizing Su Baozhu's hand adorned with the bracelet, Sheng Mingzhu slammed it forcefully against the ground. Crack! In that instant, the bracelet shattered into countless pieces. Whether it was mere illusion or reality, Sheng Mingzhu felt as though the bracelet lost all its luster the moment it broke, becoming dull and lifeless. My space. Su Baozhu's eyes widened in fury upon witnessing the destruction of her prized jade bracelet, her rage palpable. In that moment, Su Baozhu had no time to dwell on Sheng Mingzhu. She hastily gathered the shattered fragments, desperately attempting to reassemble them. Meanwhile, the weakened Sheng Mingzhu observed Su Baozhu's frantic reaction, a reluctant smile creeping onto her lips, her heart brimming with a rare sense of satisfaction. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that on the brink of death, she could still exact such revenge on Su Baozhu? But then, her gaze inadvertently fell upon something. A thought flickered in her mind. Wasn't Su Baozhu most concerned about her appearance? Then she would ensure that Su Baozhu lost it. Thus, while Su Baozhu was entirely preoccupied with the remnants of her bracelet, Sheng Mingzhu seized the opportunity to strike again, pinning Su Baozhu's hands down with one hand while clawing at one of her eyes with the other. With a fierce tug, Su Baozhu's eye was violently gouged out by Sheng Mingzhu. In truth, Sheng Mingzhu had intended to extract the other eye as well. However, having been starved for so long and subjected to inhumane treatment, Sheng Mingzhu found her strength waning against Su Baozhu's resistance. You wretched creature! My eye! Su Baozhu screamed, frantically striking at Sheng Mingzhu with all her might, revealing a ferocity that belied her former appearance of weakness. Despite the blows raining down upon her, Sheng Mingzhu felt as though she were impervious to pain, a smile still playing on her lips, her heart filled with exhilaration. Su Baozhu, fueled by rage, no longer afforded Sheng Mingzhu a moment's respite this time. She was intent on ending Sheng Mingzhu's life. As her consciousness began to fade, a pang of regret lingered in Sheng Mingzhu's heart. What a pity! She had unwittingly left Su Baozhu with one eye. With a sudden scream, Sheng Mingzhu jolted awake, sitting up at her bed. She surveyed her surroundings, bewildered. Hadn't she been killed by that treacherous Su Baozhu? How was she now back in the place she inhabited before the apocalypse? It was the height of summer, the cool air from the air conditioner enveloping her, an indescribable comfort. Ever since that sudden torrential rain, everyone had hoped it would alleviate the stifling summer heat. Little did they know, it heralded an unending calamity. The harsh conditions rendered production impossible, compelling humanity to rely solely on previously acquired resources for survival. Yet those supplies had long since deteriorated amidst the relentless disasters, making them exceedingly precious. The extent of one's resources and ability to survive hinged solely on oneself, as an endless darkness loomed over the apocalypse. The chaotic apocalypse had arrived. As someone who had survived for 10 years in this bleak reality, Sheng Mingzhu possessed a keen understanding of the trials that lay ahead. In the apocalypse, humanity's compassion evaporated, leaving only raw strength to prevail. In this unforgiving world, No one could serve as a reliable ally. Trust could only be placed in oneself. With that thought, Sheng Mingzhu's gaze darkened. She had long recognized that Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu harbored ulterior motives towards her. After all, self-interest resides in every heart, and she cared little for their machinations. However, she never anticipated that this pair of scoundrels would dare to drug her and sell her to Su Baozhu and Chen Yan. Chen Yan was her fiancé from the time before the apocalypse struck. Though he bore the title of fiancé, she felt no affection for him. Thus, while he continued to engage in their sordid affair, she paid them no mind. Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu, siblings who became her companions after the apocalypse, had no prior connection with her. Their paths crossed fortuitously after the calamity, leading to their alliance. While she felt indifferent to their presence, humans are inherently social creatures. Having someone nearby proved somewhat advantageous, especially since the siblings possessed some utility, prompting her to keep them around. Reflecting on the betrayal she suffered in her previous life, Sheng Mingzhu's animosity towards these scoundrels boiled over. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie a red ribbon. May kind-hearted souls enjoy good fortune every day. Hearing this melody, which had eluded her for years, Sheng Mingzhu felt a momentary daze. After all, in the wake of the cataclysm, nearly everyone had succumbed to despair. Who could possibly remain so optimistic, hoping for the apocalypse to end? Sheng Mingzhu reached for her phone on the bedside table, and upon seeing the caller ID, her hatred deepened. Su Baozhu. With an awkward fumbling, she answered the call. Were it not for the fact that her jade bracelet still resided with Su Baozhu, she would have had no inclination to engage with that wretched creature. Sister, when are you coming home? Father's birthday is approaching. Will you be able to attend? Su Baozhu's voice on the other end was sweet, yet laced with a hidden malice, reveling in her misfortunes. Sheng Mingzhu understood that Su Baozhu's call was not a genuine invitation to the celebration of their detestable father's birthday. The family merely sought to persuade her to relinquish her shares. After all, she was nearing 20, and according to her grandfather's will, the shares would soon transfer from Su Cheng to her. In her previous life, she had outright refused this invitation. But this time, she had no intention of doing so. She was determined to reclaim her rightful jade bracelet and, in the process, sell her shares to her despicable father, which would soon become worthless scraps of paper. I accept, Sheng Mingzhu replied coolly, her tone devoid of any emotion. Su Baozhu had initially prepared a speech for this moment, but to her shock, Sheng Mingzhu had actually agreed. You accepted? Su Baozhu asked, her voice tinged with disbelief. Sheng Mingzhu casually toyed with her freshly manicured nails, nonchalantly stating, I accepted. Also, my mother had only me as her child. I have no half-sisters or such. Don't go around claiming kinship. Sheng Mingzhu's words darkened Su Baozhu's expression. She detested being labeled a burden. When her mother first married Sheng Mingzhu's father, she had endured countless whispers from high society ladies and young misses. It wasn't until she changed her surname to Su that such remarks ceased. Thus, when Sheng Mingzhu rudely reopened that wound, Su Baozhu felt her temples throb with anger. Yet, having navigated the upper echelons for so long, Su Baozhu quickly regained her composure. Just remember to inform us ahead of time when you return, sister. We must prepare to welcome you. Hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but chuckle. Did she really need to announce her return to her own home? With her irritation bubbling forth, Sheng Mingzhu retorted, You lot, having taken over someone else's nest, dare to speak like that. You want my shares? Then have Su Cheng prepare 50 billion, along with my mother's inheritance, and transfer it to my account within 3 days. With that, Sheng Mingzhu had no desire to continue the conversation. She promptly hung up, leaving Su Baozhu on the other end, bewildered and holding the phone, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. Did she hear correctly? Sheng Mingzhu, that wretched girl, was willing to hand over shares of the Sheng Corporation, but 50 billion and her mother's inheritance? Su Baozhu, who thrived on Sheng Mingzhu's misfortunes, seethed with resentment. This wretched girl was asking for an outrageous sum. Although reluctant to part with her money, the indecisive Su Baozhu promptly notified Su Cheng. At last, the uninterrupted Sheng Mingzhu could contemplate her immediate plans in peace. It It was now August 1st, 2049, and the impending disaster loomed just around the corner, set to strike on the last day of the month, while she still had numerous tasks left unfinished. Retrieving her space, selling shares, stockpiling supplies. In truth, selling shares, regardless of the buyer, was merely a means of depleting others. After all, those shares were soon to become worthless, rendering tangible supplies far more valuable. Yet, there was no choice. Her unscrupulous father, half-sister, and that scheming stepmother were not to be trusted, and she was determined to exploit them. Sheng Mingzhu surveyed her assets. Being under 20, many of her possessions remained unattainable. Currently, she possessed merely 40 million and several properties under her name, which, if sold according to the prevailing market conditions, could yield 3 to 400 million after a brief wait. However, with the disaster approaching, time was of the essence, and she needed to act swiftly. Thus, she immediately contacted an agency, instructing them to expedite the sale of her properties, with the stipulation that the funds must be transferred promptly, leaving her with only her current residence. Fold 1,000 paper cranes and tie them with a red ribbon, wishing good fortune to kind-hearted people every day. The phone rang again, and upon glancing at her device, she discovered it was Su Cheng calling. Reminded of the 50 billion, Sheng Mingzhu graciously answered the call. "Mingzhu, I hear you intend to sell your shares?" Su Cheng's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. Witnessing her father's insufferable demeanor made Sheng Mingzhu feel nauseous. Su Cheng was nothing but a phoenix man. Had he not ascended through his connection to her affluent mother, he would not be enjoying his current status. Since her mother passed away a few years ago, and her grandfather followed soon after, the vast Sheng family estate had fallen into Su Cheng's hands as she was still a minor. Otherwise, he would lack the audacity to marry a stepmother who brought along a burden. "Are you prepared for the 50 billion and the inheritance my mother left me?" With little else to discuss, Sheng Mingzhu got straight to the point. Su Cheng faltered at her blunt demand for money. "Mingzhu, you can't be serious. 50 billion? Even if I sold myself, I wouldn't have that amount." Hearing Su Cheng attempt to bargain, Sheng Mingzhu had no intention of wasting time. She interrupted, "Enough. If you can gather that 50 billion, make sure to do so within the next 3 days. If not, I shall sell the shares to Uncle Qian. I am confident he will be interested." The Uncle Qian she mentioned was Su Cheng's rival, with whom he had always maintained a poor relationship. Thus, her words left Su Cheng utterly humiliated. As expected, upon hearing this, Su Cheng became frantic. "Mingzhu, I am your father. How can you assist my rival? I want those shares." With that, Su Cheng attempted to negotiate further. "But I truly cannot provide 50 billion. Would 30 billion suffice?" At the mention of 30 billion, Sheng Mingzhu could not help but laugh. "All right, if you cannot produce what I asked, I shall not press you further. I will simply sell to Uncle Qian instead." With this declaration, Sheng Mingzhu hung up the phone. She was confident that Su Cheng would not let this opportunity to acquire shares slip away. After all, how could the shares of the Sheng Group, which she held, possibly be worth merely 50 billion? Even if she were to price them at 100 billion, there would surely be buyers. The 50 billion she had calculated was precisely all the money Su Cheng had at his disposal, fitting neatly within his acceptable range, allowing her to drain him while leaving him a sliver of escape. An escape, albeit a scant one. After all, in this protracted apocalypse, how could those scoundrels like Su Cheng truly appreciate the depths of their predicament? Having resolved this matter, Sheng Mingzhu intended to stockpile supplies. Although her current funds were limited, she believed in spending what she had. It needed to be utilized now, lest it become worthless paper in the aftermath of the apocalypse. After hastily drafting a list, she set out. The residence she occupied was the most upscale community in City A, boasting top-tier greenery and security, though its current state was merely passable. The inhabitants appeared polished and affluent, yet the darkness that would arise post-apocalypse was not to be underestimated. Even more troubling was the clandestine strife simmering beneath this fade. Chaos reigned, marked by arson, robbery, and petty theft. Had it not been for her previous strength, she would have been reduced to nothing in such an environment. Nonetheless, Sheng Mingzhu had no intention of relocating. After all, where else would be free from darkness? It was better to remain in a familiar setting. She chose one of her beloved vehicles from the garage and set off for procurement. Each car was a treasure, and during her previous life, they had been lost in the cataclysm that ensued from the sudden downpour. Thus, she resolved that upon reclaiming her jade bracelet, she would, if space permitted, store them away. Although she was uncertain of the true size of that space, she surmised it must be considerable, given Su Baozhu's audacity. Before proceeding, Sheng Mingzhu aimed to secure a warehouse, one that was spacious and devoid of surveillance cameras. The presence of cameras would mean her every action could be scrutinized by prying eyes, placing her in considerable danger. With preliminary arrangements for the warehouse in place, she first visited the largest agricultural market in city, focusing her efforts on the grain and oil section to stock up on staples. During the disaster, nearly all sources of energy had ceased to function, making the luxury of cooking impossible. Survivors relied on instant noodles and bread to sustain themselves, and there had been a time when she could find no other food. Surviving solely on bread that had long expired, she could not afford to indulge, as eating more today meant eating less tomorrow. Thus, she procured 50,000 bags of rice, 10,000 pounds of noodles, 1,000 bags of various flours, 10,000 instant buns, and 5,000 pounds of dumplings. Given that steamed buns were less frequently consumed and required to be freshly made, she only stockpiled 1,000. She also gathered 1,000 pounds each of brown rice, millet, and glutinous rice. Sheng Mingzhu had no idea how many years her allocation of staples would last, but she was certain that buying in excess was prudent, especially since she had ample funds. With these essentials secured, she knew that oils and seasonings were indispensable for enhancing the flavor of her meals. Thus, she acquired 1,000 barrels each of 5-liter containers of various oils: rapeseed, corn, olive, peanut, sunflower, and sesame. Additionally, she purchased 1,000 liters each of vinegar, oyster sauce, cooking wine, soy sauce, and chicken essence, along with 10,000 pounds of salt. Various sugars, including brown and white, were acquired at 1,000 pounds each, while sauces for hot pot and marinated meats were stocked at 100 pounds each. Sheng Mingzhu arranged for the vendor to deliver these goods to her rented warehouse in the outskirts while she continued her shopping at the market. Time flew by, and had her stomach not reminded her, she might have forgotten to eat. Nearby, there was a bustling food street, and she planned to indulge in her lunch there. In her previous life, prior to the apocalypse, she would have never dared to eat out, fearing the high oil and salt content. However, after enduring a disaster with scarce food, she learned to cherish every bite. Dieting? Maintaining her figure? Such notions were trivial. If she did not eat now, would she wait until the apocalypse left her with nothing? In the post-apocalyptic world, there would be no room for the overweight. Should one encounter a plump individual along the way, envy would abound, leaving no time for derision. The food street flourished with an array of eateries: hot pot, roasted duck, barbecue, fried chicken, milk tea, Cantonese, and Sichuan cuisine. Sheng Mingzhu randomly entered a hot pot restaurant, eager to awaken her dormant taste buds after 10 years of blandness. She ordered a variety of ingredients: tripe, shrimp paste, beef, lamb rolls, beef balls, potatoes, and duck blood, neglecting the thought of whether she could finish it all. "Excuse me, how many people are you?" the surprised server inquired, astonished by her order. Initially, she had stated she was dining alone, but now, the server was incredulous. Though she contemplated repeating her earlier response, she anticipated that doing so would lead to further conversation. Thus, eager to eat, she declared, "I am taking some home for my family. They're waiting for me to bring them food." Her implication was clear. Her family awaited her return for their meal, so the dishes should be expedited. Given the nature of hot pot, she would only need to wait for the water to boil before adding her ingredients. Half an hour later, satisfied, Sheng Mingzhu patted her stomach and set down her chopsticks. The feast had left her lips reddened and slightly swollen from the spicy broth, complementing her vibrant visage splendidly. Despite not having worn makeup, her beauty was undeniable, her every movement exuding charm. "Please pack this up for me," she instructed the server, having already placed the uncooked items into the pot, so only packaging was needed now. In her previous life, the discerning young lady would have simply discarded the leftovers. However, After enduring a decade of hardship in the post-apocalyptic world, Sheng Mingzhu has become particularly averse to waste. Every grain of food is hard-earned and must be cherished. Sated, she took the packed hot pot and left, placing it in her car before continuing her shopping. Upon returning to the agricultural market, Sheng Mingzhu headed straight for the meat section. She ordered 10,000 pounds of pork, 8,000 pounds each of beef and lamb, and 5,000 each of chickens, ducks, and geese. She specifically instructed that the poultry be thoroughly cleaned, as during the scorching heat, water would be scarce, making the preparation of ingredients nearly impossible. She procured 10,000 chicken eggs and 5,000 each of duck and goose eggs, while quail eggs and other varieties numbered 3,000. Then, she made her way to the cooked food section, ordering 1,000 pounds each of duck necks, wings, tongues, heads, chicken feet, and wings. These items had already been designated for a specific purpose. She planned to charge her tablet and phone in advance, downloading dramas to enjoy while indulging in these delicacies. Later, Sheng Mingzhu ventured to the convenience food aisle. In her previous life, she had consumed these items excessively, as natural disasters had deprived her of the means to prepare hot meals, leaving her with no choice but to eat them raw. Thus, she had long since lost interest in such food, even feeling a twinge of disgust at the mere sight of it. Yet, she realized that should she find herself outside one day, she could not be conspicuously feasting on gourmet meals while others settled for instant food. Resigned, she ordered various types of instant noodles, 1,000 buckets, and bags each. She was more accepting of self-heating hot pots, so she ordered 10,000 boxes of different flavors. After completing her instant food procurement, she proceeded to the seafood section. Fish was less favored by her palate, so she ordered 10,000 fish of assorted types. However, she enjoyed shrimp, shellfish, clams, and crabs, thus ordering 10,000 pounds of each. In the fruit section, she selected 5,000 pounds of her favorite fruits, including apples, bananas, pears, longan, yellow peaches, cherries, and strawberries, while limiting her less favored fruits to 500 pounds. After all, her current disinterest did not guarantee future aversion, as women are known for their capricious tastes. In the vegetable section, one must consider the harsh climate of the apocalypse, where extreme heat resulted in water scarcity, while torrential rains left insufficient light for cultivation. Consequently, vegetables became a luxury, unaffordable during the calamity, leaving her with only wilted vegetable scraps. On one occasion, shortly after the disasters began, she stumbled upon a cold storage facility where she found some remaining greens, preserved due to the cold and slow evaporation of moisture from the relentless rain. Though not entirely fresh, those greens provided a delightful, sweet, and refreshing taste that lingered in her memory. For Sheng Mingzhu, who had subsisted on meager rations, such a simple meal was a source of profound happiness. Thus, she developed an obsession with vegetables, purchasing 1,000 pounds of leafy greens like lettuce, bok choy, spinach, and asparagus, along with 500 pounds of essential ingredients like peppers, scallions, ginger, garlic, and onions. With an eye towards the future, she aimed to stockpile more vegetable seeds, ensuring a long-term supply of produce. With her shopping nearly concluded, Sheng Mingzhu made her way to the payment counter, where she placed a 30 deposit, promising to settle the remaining 70 only upon confirming the receipt and quality of the goods. After all, her 40 million in unsold properties were barely sufficient. As the day drew to a close, she resolved to return home for some rest, intending to continue her endeavors the following day. That night, she folded a paper crane and tied a red ribbon, wishing for good fortune for kind-hearted individuals. Just then, the phone rang again. Without even glancing at the caller ID, she answered, knowing that only a few people would reach out: her irresponsible father, her stepsister, the manipulative stepmother, or perhaps some inconsequential friends. "Are you resting, Mingzhu?" came Su Cheng's sycophantic voice from the other end. Upon realizing it was Su Cheng, Sheng Mingzhu offered no pleasantries, retorting, "What do you think? If not for your call, I would have been asleep long ago." Her words effectively silenced Su Cheng, who paused before continuing, "I have the money ready, and it will be transferred to your account tomorrow." However, You need to come to my house to confirm your mother's belongings. Surprised by Su Cheng's straightforwardness regarding the funds, Sheng Mingzhu felt a flicker of apprehension. Was he plotting something? Despite her reservations, she resolved to visit the old residence, for her jade bracelet was still with Su Baozhu. After her mother and grandfather passed away, Su Baozhu moved into the ancestral home. During that tumultuous time, she had been in such poor spirits that she didn't even realize her bracelet was missing until much later. Had it not been for Su Baozhu's mention of it in her previous life, she might have remained oblivious to the fact that the heirloom jade bracelet passed down from her mother had been stolen by Su Baozhu. All right, I will come by tomorrow morning, Sheng Mingzhu agreed. Just as Su Cheng attempted to engage her in further conversation to feign a father-daughter bond, she abruptly hung up. With a distaste for the family she would face the next day, she made no plans for the evening, opting instead to wash up and sleep. The next day, her alarm roused her from a long-overdue, restful slumber. She had forgotten the last time she had slept so soundly, as she had either gone to bed hungry or awoken drenched in sweat from the heat. After a quick tidy-up, Sheng Mingzhu grabbed her bag and stepped outside. Due to having retired early yesterday, I find myself in an exceptionally good state today. At the age of 20, one is in the prime of youth. Even without makeup, the fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged Sheng Mingzhu can effortlessly attract the attention of passers-by, even on her way to the garage. The community I reside in is quite close to my old home. It takes barely 20 minutes by car to reach it. The old residence is under Sheng Mingzhu's name, and there have been several occasions when she wished to evict that repugnant family. However, due to Su Cheng's constant evasions, she has been unable to do so. Now that Sheng Mingzhu has returned to life, she finds herself less concerned about such matters. After all, the meager familial bond she shared with Su Cheng was thoroughly extinguished in her previous life. Furthermore, when disaster strikes, who will care about such trivialities? Sister, you have arrived. Su Baozhu's voice floated in softly. In an effort to demonstrate her obedience, she had been waiting outside the old residence. Since it was still midsummer, the sun blazed mercilessly outside, capable of scorching and burning one in mere moments. It remains unclear how long Su Baozhu stood outside, but upon Sheng Mingzhu's arrival, she found Su Baozhu's face flushed red, her carefully applied makeup now slightly smudged. Witnessing Su Baozhu in such a state brought a sense of satisfaction to Sheng Mingzhu. You enjoy putting on an act, do you? Allow me to indulge you. Last night, Sheng Mingzhu had intended to arrive at the old residence by 9 o'clock to resolve matters swiftly and procure funds for shopping. However, plans changed when she decided to sleep in a little longer, cherishing the rare comfort of rest. Consequently, she postponed her alarm from 8 to 11 o'clock, resulting in Su Baozhu's prolonged wait. Su Baozhu had heard from Su Cheng that Sheng Mingzhu would arrive in the morning, and based on her understanding of Sheng Mingzhu, she meticulously timed her arrival for 9 o'clock. Little did she know that Sheng Mingzhu would not appear until nearly noon. Oh, I have arrived, Sheng Mingzhu responded nonchalantly, inciting Su Baozhu's ire. After waiting outside for so long, this was Sheng Mingzhu's reaction. Observing Su Baozhu's frustration brought immense joy to Sheng Mingzhu. Upon entering, she was met with the sight of her scoundrel father and his white lotus stepmother, both smiling at her with feigned warmth. Yet, such a scene sent a shiver down Sheng Mingzhu's spine. Come, Mingzhu, sit down. Why do you choose to live outside? Is it not better to live together as a family? The white lotus stepmother beckoned, her tone dripping with false gentleness. Were it not for Sheng Mingzhu's awareness of her true nature, she might have been deceived. Ignoring her, Sheng Mingzhu sauntered to the farthest sofa from that loathsome family. The ignored white lotus awkwardly lowered her hand, casting a resentful glance at Su Cheng. Su Cheng, catching the hint in her eyes, felt a stir of longing, wishing for nightfall when he could teach this alluring little minx a lesson. He sent a reassuring glance toward the white lotus, calming her down. Witnessing the interaction between her scoundrel father and the white lotus, Sheng Mingzhu felt her stomach churn. Truly, a match made in heaven. Even in such a setting, they could flirt so unabashedly. This was not their bedroom. Whatever they wished to do could wait until she was gone. With her arms crossed, Sheng Mingzhu brazenly observed the unfolding drama. As Sheng Mingzhu bluntly articulated the unsavory relationship between the two, the color drained from their faces, not only shocking them, but also causing Su Baozhu, an unmarried girl, to lower her head, leaving one to wonder if she was genuinely embarrassed or merely pretending. Amused by Su Baozhu's reaction, Sheng Mingzhu chuckled. This wretched girl was shy? Little did she know that Su Baozhu had lost her virginity at 16, cavorting with various wealthy heirs, reveling in debauchery. Did she truly consider herself a pure lotus, untouched by the muck? Observing the silence from this family, Sheng Mingzhu, unwilling to waste time, directly shattered the stillness. All right, I checked my account, and the 50 billion has arrived. What about the inheritance my mother left me? The cunning Su Cheng, recognizing the shift in topic, opted for directness to mask his prior discomfort. Look at this list. Your mother's bequests are detailed here. Check if anything is missing. Taking the list from Su Cheng, Sheng Mingzhu glanced over it. Aside from the bracelet stolen by Su Baozhu, everything else was accounted for, leading to a peak of suspicion within her. Had Su Cheng truly returned everything so easily? Your father has entrusted these to you, so take good care of them. They are your mother's legacy. Su Cheng's tone was grave. Seeing the old fox feigning seriousness in front of her, Sheng Mingzhu could hardly contain herself. Fine. I will certainly take care of my mother's belongings. You need not concern yourself with that. Now, where's the ancestral jade bracelet my mother left me? She pointed at the list, her gaze piercing as it fixed upon Su Cheng. Under her scrutinizing stare, Su Cheng felt a tremor of unease. When had this girl become so assertive? Glancing at the white lotus, he fell silent. When Zhu Ling had asked him for the jade bracelet left to Sheng Mingzhu by her mother, he had initially been reluctant to part with it. After all, Sheng Chang had insisted he return it to Sheng Mingzhu, a promise he had made. However, he had eventually succumbed to the persistent pleas of the mother and daughter. Thus, in the end, I thought to myself, it is merely a jade bracelet. What value could it possibly hold? I can always add more items to Sheng Mingzhu's dowry as compensation. Consequently, Su Cheng presented the jade bracelet to Su Baozhu. Sheng Mingzhu followed Su Cheng's gaze towards the white lotus, awaiting her response. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Zhu Ling's expression shifted, and she fell silent. The atmosphere became tense, with glances exchanged all around. Eventually, Sheng Mingzhu could no longer contain herself, and spoke up, regardless of who currently possesses the item. You must return it to me at once. With a sweeping glance at this repugnant family, her gaze settled on Su Baozhu. If I recall correctly, the jade bracelet should be with you, Su Baozhu. The name Su Baozhu's complexion paled. This jade bracelet was indeed extraordinary. The moment I laid eyes on it, an overwhelming impulse surged within me, compelling me to possess it. It was this very impulse that kept Su Baozhu preoccupied with the bracelet. Initially, my reaction was merely intense upon seeing it. However, as time passed, I found myself dreaming of that bracelet. Yet despite this, I was aware that the bracelet was a treasured heirloom of the Sheng family, and acquiring it would be a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, it seemed to possess a peculiar enchantment over me, haunting my dreams unrelentingly. As the days wore on, the dream grew ever more potent. Eventually, I could no longer endure it, and my mother and I beseeched Su Cheng for it, pleading for a long time until we finally obtained the bracelet from the old man. Heaven knows how fast my heart raced the moment I received the bracelet, as if it might leap from my chest. Yet, after extensive examination, I found nothing particularly remarkable about it, apart from its aesthetic appeal and considerable value. It was simply an ordinary object. Thus, after my initial fervor subsided, I carelessly placed the bracelet in a jewelry box. Had Sheng Mingzhu not mentioned it today, I would have almost forgotten that I had received a jade bracelet from her. Sister, are you mistaken? How could I possibly have taken your bracelet? Perhaps you should search again. It might be somewhere in the house. Despite feeling that the bracelet was of little use, Su Baozhu was resolute in her refusal to return it to Sheng Mingzhu. Upon hearing Su Baozhu's words, a sardonic smile curled at the corners of Sheng Mingzhu's lips. I never expected you to not only steal others' names, but also become accustomed to thievery, boldly spinning lies. Before Zhu Ling married Su Cheng, her original name was Zhu Yan. After joining the Sheng family with Zhu Ling, she sought to compete with Sheng Mingzhu in every aspect. Envious of Sheng Mingzhu's melodious name, She adopted the name Baozhu for herself. Now exposed as a thief by Sheng Mingzhu, Su Baozhu's face turned pale. And in a feeble tone, she implored, "Sister, how can you say such things about me? I truly did not take your jade bracelet." Tears welled up in Su Baozhu's eyes, and she gently wiped them away, presenting a pitiful visage reminiscent of a grand white lotus. With no time to indulge Su Baozhu's theatrics, Sheng Mingzhu interrupted her script. "Enough. If you refuse to return the bracelet, you can forget about the shares of the Sheng group. I might as well sell them to Uncle Qian." With that, Sheng Mingzhu grabbed her bag and turned to leave. "Wait." Su Cheng, seeing Sheng Mingzhu's intent to depart, felt a surge of urgency. He had remained silent thus far, believing the matter of the bracelet to be trivial. It was not his place to intervene. However, he could not allow Sheng Mingzhu to sell the shares to that old scoundrel simply because of this disagreement. "Baozhu, give the bracelet to Mingzhu. It rightfully belongs to her as it was left to her by her mother. If you desire it, ask your mother to take you to buy one." As he spoke, impatience seeped into Su Cheng's tone. His willingness to relinquish 50 billion and the inheritance left to Sheng Mingzhu stemmed from ulterior motives. He intended for her to hold onto these assets for the time being, as he was certain that eventually she would need to come to him for assistance. Su Baozhu, feeling deeply wronged for the first time by Su Cheng, felt a swell of resentment. She had played the obedient daughter for so long, managing to manipulate him into accommodating her whims, even changing her surname to align with his. Yet, she realized she could not compete with Sheng Mingzhu, his biological daughter. This ignited a simmering hatred within Su Baozhu towards Su Cheng. Just you wait, she thought. However, at that moment, Su Baozhu lacked the means to retaliate, so she lowered her head in submission. "Sister, I apologize. When I first saw that bracelet, it was so beautiful that I borrowed it to admire. Now, I cannot recall where I placed it. Please allow me to search for it." Seeing Su Baozhu's demeanor, Sheng Mingzhu felt a twinge of admiration. Even when all her lies were laid bare, Su Baozhu could still weave another tale to cloak her misdeeds. Yet, Sheng Mingzhu lacked the inclination to be benevolent. She could not bear to see Su Baozhu thrive. Thus, she stripped away Su Baozhu's veil of deceit. "Whether you borrowed it or stole it, I cannot say. Enough of this. If you return the bracelet to me, I shall overlook this trivial matter. However, if you truly desire it, plead with your sister. Perhaps she might consider granting it to you." Gazing at Sheng Mingzhu's lofty demeanor, Su Baozhu seethed with jealousy. How could this wretched girl maintain such an air of superiority at all times? She vowed to one day pull her down and make her realize her true worth. Though her heart brimmed with resentment, Su Baozhu maintained a composed facade, nodding in agreement before ascending the stairs to search for the bracelet. After what felt like an eternity, Sheng Mingzhu grew increasingly impatient. Finally, Su Baozhu descended, cradling a black velvet box in her hands. Without waiting for Su Baozhu to present it, Sheng Mingzhu snatched the box from her grasp. Upon opening it, the bracelet gleamed with a vibrant emerald hue. Though it was inanimate, it emanated a sense of vitality and vigor. After carefully examining the jade bracelet and confirming it was indeed the one left to her by her mother, Sheng Mingzhu slowly closed the box. "Very well. I shall take my leave now." As the conversation concluded, Sheng Mingzhu was about to turn away. At that moment, Su Cheng and the others exhaled deeply, relieved that they were finally getting rid of this formidable figure. However, Sheng Mingzhu unexpectedly pivoted back, declaring, "This old residence belongs to the Sheng family. If you wish to continue residing here, you must transfer an additional 2 billion to my account. Otherwise, vacate immediately." Faced with her ruthless ultimatum, Su Cheng felt a surge of anger, contemplating the urge to strangle her. Reflecting on the past, he regretted not eliminating her when she was still a child. When Sheng Mingzhu's mother passed away, Sheng's grandfather, fearing Su Cheng's ulterior motives, established a rule stipulating that if Sheng Mingzhu were to meet with an untimely demise before turning 20, all family assets would be donated to charity, leaving Su Cheng with nothing. Conversely, should Sheng Mingzhu reach her 20th birthday unscathed, Su Cheng would inherit a 10% stake in the Sheng Corporation, in addition to whatever was bequeathed to her. This testament filled Su Cheng with resentment, yet he dared not act. for any misfortune befalling Sheng Mingzhu would mean the loss of his hard-earned gains. Thus, he allowed her to thrive until now. Yet, to his astonishment, Sheng Mingzhu had now turned against him so mercilessly. Not only did she demand 50 billion and the inheritance left by her mother, but she was also insisting on relinquishing the home he had occupied for years. After painstakingly amassing 50 billion, he had thought that securing those shares would signal the dawn of better days. Yet now, Sheng Mingzhu was audaciously requesting an additional 2 billion. This demand felt like a gaping wound tearing through his already depleted finances. Interestingly, Sheng Mingzhu had not initially intended to extract more from Su Cheng regarding the old residence. The family's ancestral home had fallen into disrepair after the onset of calamities, beginning with torrential rains that inundated the property shortly before the apocalypse truly began. In her previous life, they had managed to survive for a time, likely thanks to the jade bracelet that Su Baizhu had acquired. However, now without the bracelet, she was eager to see how long they could continue to struggle in the face of adversity. Initially, she had not sought to reclaim the old residence, thinking that perhaps this detestable family had already moved to greener pastures, inadvertently harming her own interests. Yet upon encountering them, Sheng Mingzhu realized she had been far too lenient, leaving them too much leeway. She resolved to empty their pockets entirely. After all, with fewer resources at their disposal, she would have more to hoard. Dear Mingzhu, it is not that your father is unwilling, but after giving you that 50 billion, I truly have no funds left. Su Cheng lamented pitifully before her. However, Sheng Mingzhu, unable to bear his pretentiousness, retorted, I recall you owning a manor in the United States. Why not sell it for funds? Her large, innocent eyes gazed at Su Cheng, who was now genuinely panicked. How did Sheng Mingzhu know about the manor? It was astonishing that Zhu Ling and Su Baizhu, who had been close to him for so long, were unaware of his possession. In her previous life, Sheng Mingzhu had been aware of Su Cheng's vast estate in the U.S., where he kept numerous mistresses funded by embezzled money from Sheng Corporation. Upon discovering this, she had begun strategizing against him. However, just as she was preparing to strike, calamity struck, and she found herself unable to confront him. Hearing Sheng Mingzhu's words, Zhu Ling and Su Baizhu exchanged incredulous glances, astonished by Su Cheng's hidden life. The audacity! After years of servitude, they learned that Su Cheng had secretly acquired a manor and maintained mistresses. It was unnecessary to think deeply. One could easily deduce the purpose behind his purchase. Zhu Ling, having clandestinely thwarted Su Cheng's affairs domestically, had ensured that none of his mistresses bore him a son. For years, she had succeeded in this endeavor, as Su Cheng had fathered daughters but no sons. Thus, even with knowledge of his infidelities, Zhu Ling remained unperturbed, as long as the heir came from her own womb. After attempting various methods without success, Zhu Ling had recently begun exploring technological avenues, such as in vitro fertilization. Su Baizhu shared her mother's sentiments, convinced that without a son born from Su Cheng's extramarital affairs, their inheritance would surely belong to the two of them. However, the revelation of the manor and potential hidden offspring rattled their expectations. Fine, I shall transfer the 2 billion to your account tomorrow. Su Cheng's face darkened as he retreated upstairs, leaving Sheng Mingzhu, Su Baizhu, and Zhu Ling exchanging glances filled with unspoken thoughts. Yet, Sheng Mingzhu had no time to dwell on Su Cheng's affairs, as she was preoccupied with acquiring the jade bracelet and securing her finances. She intended to retrieve her mother's legacy from the institution that very afternoon. While the items were safe there, such security was only assured until disaster struck. Once calamity descended, would those treasures remain secure? Ascending to the upper floor, Sheng Mingzhu gathered all belongings left by her mother and grandfather, instructing the maid to load them into her vehicle. After collecting everything, she cast a final glance at the old Sheng residence, feeling her last vestige of attachment dissipate. This might be her final farewell to a home steeped in memories, now unrecognizably altered by their hands. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for the important memories resided within her heart. Singing a light-hearted tune, Sheng Mingzhu departed the Sheng residence, leaving Su Baizhu and Zhu Ling in a state of bewilderment. Driving back to her own house, Sheng Mingzhu felt a buoyant sense of joy throughout the journey. She could hardly contain her eagerness to explore how to unlock the space within the jade bracelet. The originally 20-minute drive was reduced to a mere 15 minutes in her excitement. Upon reaching home, she swiftly closed the door behind her, cradling the jewelry box containing the jade bracelet, cautiously drawing the curtains. Although she resided on the 13th floor, making it unlikely for anyone to observe her activities within her room, she nonetheless took precautions. However, there was no way around it. She possessed an irresistible allure, a desire to unveil her enchanting bracelet in a clandestine space. Having meticulously prepared for this moment, Sheng Mingzhu solemnly opened the black velvet gift box. Inside lay a jade bracelet of a vibrant green hue, and for reasons unbeknownst to her, it seemed even more vivid than when she had previously glimpsed it. The jade, while beautiful before, now radiated a breathtaking brilliance, as if it could drip with the essence of life itself, sparkling and translucent, gleaming with an exquisite luster. Though curiosity flickered within her, Sheng Mingzhu pondered that perhaps extraordinary items possessed an inherent mystique. She was uncertain how Su Baozhu had activated the space within the bracelet, but she resolved to employ a method often found in novels: blood sacrifice. She retrieved a small, sharp knife, glistening with potential. Resolutely, she drew it across her fingertip. In an instant, crimson droplets cascaded from a wound. She smeared the blood upon the surface of the jade bracelet. One drop, then two. As anticipation brewed, she began to wonder if her approach was misguided, when suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the bracelet, enveloping her in its brilliance. When the luminescence dissipated, she found herself in a vast expanse of lush grass. Cautiously, she surveyed her surroundings: a grand warehouse, a quaint wooden cabin, a sprawling meadow with discernible borders, and an expansive pond. The rest of the area faded into a misty oblivion. This space was far larger than she had envisioned. The warehouse appeared capable of housing a considerable amount of belongings, while the modest cabin held promise for substantial renovations. Though it was merely a wooden structure now, who knew? It might one day transform into a splendid villa. As for the meadow, she felt indifferent. Lacking experience in livestock management, she was uncertain of its utility. The pond, although grand, seemed devoid of life, raising her skepticism regarding its water quality. After a thorough exploration, as she contemplated preparing a meal in this newfound realm, a sudden flash of white light propelled her back. Dazed, Sheng Mingzhu found herself in her room, bewildered by the abrupt transition. Hadn't she just been in that space? Glancing at the clock, a realization dawned upon her. She had entered at 2:00 p.m., and now it was precisely 3:00 p.m. Could it be that the space allowed only an hour of access each day? Panic began to seep into her thoughts. If that were the case, it implied any items she wished to store or retrieve must be managed within that limited time frame. To test her hypothesis, she casually grasped an object and envisioned placing it within the space. In the blink of an eye, it vanished from her hand. With cautious optimism, she attempted to retrieve an item from the space, confirming her suspicions. Relieved, she realized the constraints weren't as severe as she'd feared. To further assess the space's preservation capabilities, she filled a cup with steaming water and placed it inside. After approximately 30 minutes, she retrieved it, finding the water as scalding as before. Content. She nodded in approval. She need not worry about items deteriorating within. Then, a stray thought emerged from her past, her previous mishap with Su Baozhu's bracelet. Concerned that she might inadvertently damage this new piece, anxiety crept back in. She was uncertain if this bracelet shared the same vulnerabilities. To her surprise, as her apprehension peaked, the bracelet she wore vanished from her wrist. However, she remained unperturbed, for she sensed the connection to it still lingered. Tentatively, she reached to where the bracelet had been, and indeed, it had not simply become invisible. It had completely disappeared. "Come forth," she silently commanded. In an instant, the bracelet reappeared before her eyes. With her worries alleviated, Sheng Mingzhu could finally indulge herself, recognizing that opportunities for such enjoyment might dwindle after the impending calamity. Thus, she meticulously curated a list of 100 culinary delights on her phone and placed an order. This establishment was her favored choice from her previous life. renowned for its quality and cleanliness. She ordered a plethora of dishes: sour soup with beef, boiled meat slices, stewed pork with vermicelli, ginger duck. Buddha jumps over the wall. Each dish, she requested, in 100 portions. The sheer volume of her order astonished the restaurant, prompting them to inquire if a child had mistakenly placed the order. Absolutely not, Sheng Mingzhu replied. I desire exactly this amount. And could you possibly prepare 1,000 of each dish? The restaurant's ordering limit of 100 items could not accommodate her insatiable demand. After confirming her intentions, she promptly paid for the order, convincing the restaurant that her request was earnest, not a prank. Naturally, they acquiesced to her request for additional servings, as the magnitude of her order warranted no refusal. Consequently, the restaurant closed its doors for the day to fulfill her order. To demonstrate their goodwill, they upgraded her to a VIP status, granting her a 10% discount on her extensive order. Though this discount may not seem substantial, Sheng Mingzhu recognized the sincerity of the gesture. The restaurant had never offered discounts before, even during economically challenging times. Yet, despite this, the shop's business remained unaffected. Observing her status transition from VVIP to VIP, Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of satisfaction. Given the substantial quantity of your order, we may need to deliver it in batches. Would this arrangement be satisfactory for you? The shopkeeper inquired. Naturally, as Sheng Mingzhu did not intend to consume the food immediately, she acquiesced. Every hour, the shopkeeper delivered a batch of takeout to her. As a top-tier client, her meals were meticulously cared for, with dedicated vehicles ensuring they arrived piping hot at her residence. After resolving her lunch, Sheng Mingzhu comfortably closed her eyes, caressing her satiated belly with contentment. Earlier that day, upon visiting the old residence, she had provoked Su Cheng and the others to such an extent that they were unwilling to feign hospitality, as they typically did. Indeed, Sheng Mingzhu was not particularly inclined to remain for a meal, for the sight of that family was nauseating, rendering the prospect of eating utterly unappealing. Over the course of 3 hours, she meticulously stowed away the takeout into her storage space, during which time she also indulged in online shopping, acquiring a plethora of items. From winter coats and intimate apparel to cosmetics and pharmaceuticals, she procured everything, even large solar generators and small essentials like sanitary pads and tissues. Although she recognized that these online purchases were merely paltry contributions to her needs, her restless spirit could not resist the urge to stockpile provisions. By the time she had stored all her acquisitions, the clock struck 5 in the afternoon. Ordinarily, this would coincide with the conclusion of the workday for the institution. However, as a VIP client, Sheng Mingzhu had previously informed them of her intent to retrieve her late mother's belongings. Naturally, the institution obliged her request, ensuring their doors remained open for her. Madam, here is a comprehensive list of your mother's possessions that we have stored. Please verify if everything is in order. Upon reviewing the list presented before her, she found it congruent with the inventory Su Cheng had provided. Nodding in affirmation, she instructed the institution to dispatch a dedicated team to deliver the items to her home. Within the confines of the institution lay her mother's jewelry and antiques, valuables that had once held significant worth before the calamities transformed them into mere relics. Regardless, with the opportunity at hand, Sheng Mingzhu wished to cherish her mother's final tokens of affection. Upon returning home, she promptly contacted her secretary to expedite the sale of her recently reclaimed properties, insisting on swift transactions. Witnessing his employer's sudden maneuvers, the secretary was struck with alarm. Was the Sheng family facing bankruptcy? Otherwise, why did Ms. Sheng appear as if she were preparing to flee? Though unaware of the full circumstances, his instincts warned him that significant events were imminent. In his customary superstitious manner, the secretary hastily sold off a substantial portion of his shares in the Sheng Group, retaining only a minimal stake for observation. After all, the Sheng Group was a century-old enterprise with deep roots, which deterred him from liquidating everything. Unbeknownst to him, a day would come when he would be grateful to Sheng Mingzhu, as he subsequently assisted her with various supply matters. During these dealings, he pondered whether Ms. Sheng had become overly influenced by apocalyptic narratives. The world seemed stable, yet she was already preparing for calamity. Despite his skepticism regarding impending doom, The secretary found himself stockpiling supplies at home, enough to sustain his family for years in the face of potential disaster. Ding dong. Miss Sheng, we are from the institution. The sound from outside jolted Sheng Mingzhu awake. She hurriedly opened the door, allowing the staff to carefully transport her treasures into her abode. As each precious item was brought inside, an extraordinary sense of fulfillment washed over her. Perhaps the exhaustion and chaos of her previous life had left her yearning for stability. For the sight of these possessions filled her with an indescribable joy. Soon, the living room brimmed with her newly acquired treasures. While others might have succumbed to overwhelming excitement, the professionals remained focused, diligently managing the items without so much as glancing at the room's decor. After half an hour, they completed the task and departed. Once they were gone, Sheng Mingzhu waved her hand, and all her treasures vanished into her storage space, leaving the once crowded living room empty. Unbeknownst to her, significant changes were unfolding within that space. As night fell, Sheng Mingzhu opted not to venture out for further shopping. Instead, she resumed her online purchases from the afternoon. Given the sheer volume of her orders, marked for expedited shipping, she received a steady stream of packages throughout the day. Fortunately, her residence was a single unit, minimizing disruption to neighbors and enhancing her privacy. Nevertheless, her actions inevitably attracted the attention of some onlookers, who whispered about her peculiar behavior. The incessant vibrations of her phone roused Sheng Mingzhu from her slumber. Since her rebirth, she had unwittingly grown lazier. The comfort of her surroundings had spoiled her. In the aftermath of the disaster, she would have been out scouring for supplies by now, rather than indulging in a leisurely sleep. Stretching luxuriously, she glanced at the time, 7 in the morning. After a brief wash-up, she prepared for another day of shopping. This time, she headed to the wholesale clothing market, anticipating a relatively light workload, as her wardrobe was already well-stocked, and she had little need for more. In the face of a post-apocalyptic world, one finds little motivation to adorn oneself daily. The primary reason for this apathy rests with Sheng Mingzhu's inherent laziness. Many items can be procured online, and just the previous night, she had indulged in a considerable shopping spree, acquiring numerous garments from her preferred brands. Additionally, in response to the various catastrophic events, she had selected appropriate attire. Her visit to the wholesale market was primarily to stock up on everyday necessities: toothpaste, toothbrushes, shampoo, shower gel, laundry detergent, disinfectant, mouthwash, and dish soap. Despite the bleakness of the world, Sheng Mingzhu aspired to maintain a quality of life rather than simply existing. Thus, she amassed supplies as if preparing for centuries, even though her own lifespan would likely not exceed a century. However, with the prospect of future generations, she felt compelled to prepare as much as her means would allow. During times of calamity, much of humanity's creations have been obliterated, leading to a regression to conditions worse than those of ancient times. In those early epochs, humanity engaged in hunting and agriculture, opportunities that the current cataclysm has denied them. The restoration of their previous existence seems a daunting task. Hence, Sheng Mingzhu was determined to ready herself for the life ahead. She cleared nearly half the stock of tissues, sanitary pads, wet wipes, and cotton swabs from the market. Essentials like tissues are perpetually in demand, be it for cleaning tables, drying hands, or attending to nature's calls. In the absence of storage, she might have only focused on survival, but now, with space at her disposal, she aspired to uphold her current standard of living. As for sanitary pads, their necessity for women is undeniable. Many females in their 20s had ceased to menstruate, a consequence of malnutrition and harsh living conditions, with some unable to bathe throughout their lives, leaving their safety precarious. Reflecting on the need for water, Sheng Mingzhu noted in her notebook that she must purchase water and suitable containers for storage. Contemplating the extreme weather ahead, she recognized the necessity for additional supplies. The scorching heat would be a harrowing ordeal for most, yet a paradise for mosquitoes, especially after the preceding heavy rains that fostered their growth. Therefore, she procured several trucks of mosquito repellent, incense, pesticides, and other deterrents. A sudden insight struck her, prompting her to jot down a list of medications. Despite the substantial purchase she had made the previous night, it was merely a drop in the ocean, and the gap remained vast. For acquiring medicines, She resolved to delegate this task to her secretary, who would seek specialized channels for procurement. After all, purchasing such items under her name would attract undue scrutiny from authorities or ill-intentioned individuals. Her secretary, entrusted to her by her grandfather, was a person she held in high regard, possessing both capability and loyalty. Upon exiting the wholesale market, her gaze was drawn to a vibrant store nestled in a corner, its colorful display starkly contrasting with the other plain establishments. Intrigued, she ventured inside, only to be astonished by the array of peculiar items she had never encountered before, various strange toys with unknown purposes. Among them, the only familiar object was a small umbrella reminiscent of chewing gum packaging. Embracing the spirit of exploration, she decided to purchase all the larger umbrellas while disregarding the smaller ones. As she prepared to pay, the shop assistant, recognizing her as a significant customer, eagerly recommended some small toys. Eventually succumbing to the assistant's enthusiastic pitch, Sheng Mingzhu made the additional purchase, leaving the store with a flushed face akin to a ripened peach. In her previous life, prior to the disasters, her focus had been solely on contending with her unworthy father, leaving no room for thoughts of romance. Post-catastrophe, with sustenance a constant struggle, the notion of love seemed utterly implausible. Yet, there were those who lacked survival skills and resorted to selling their body for sustenance, a category in which Sheng Mingzhu did not find herself, remaining a solitary figure until the end. After completing her shopping for daily necessities, she noticed that time was still on her side, and mealtime had yet to arrive. Thus, she hurried to a factory specializing in water storage tanks. "Madam, may I inquire about your purpose here?" She was warmly greeted upon her arrival at the factory. The attendant, recognizing the luxury vehicle and attire, immediately surmised that Sheng Mingzhu was a wealthy patron, precisely the kind they sought. "I wish to order 100,000 of your largest water tanks," she stated with an air of nonchalance. The attendant was left speechless. 100,000? Surely, this cannot be serious? Yet if it were true, she realized they had encountered a genuine benefactor. With this thought in mind, the attendant rushed to summon the factory manager. "This young lady desires 100,000 of our largest water tanks," the attendant exclaimed with palpable excitement. Business had been slow for the factory, and this unexpected order felt like a lifeline. Water, the essence of life, was crucial for Sheng Mingzhu, who harbored a penchant for cleanliness. She required copious amounts not only for drinking and cooking, but also for bathing and hygiene. Uncertain of the water's quality in her storage space, she understood that an abundance of this precious resource was paramount. "Allow me to show you our production facilities," the attendant offered eagerly. "Rest assured, our processes are clean and transparent, and we pride ourselves on quality craftsmanship." The factory director earnestly assured Sheng Mingzhu, who possessed a certain understanding of the establishment. The products manufactured here were of commendable quality, yet the reasons behind the lackluster business remained enigmatic. Following the director, Sheng Mingzhu entered the production workshop, where each worker diligently fulfilled their responsibilities. However, the machinery, likely due to insufficient funding, appeared rather antiquated. Upon witnessing such equipment, doubts crept into Sheng Mingzhu's mind regarding the factory's capability to fulfill her orders. Given her extensive experience with various clients, the director immediately discerned her thoughts and promptly clarified. "Miss, although our machines may seem a bit outdated, our production capacity remains quite robust. We can certainly complete your order within a week." Nodding in response to the director's words, Sheng Mingzhu noted that the speed was somewhat slower than that of more advanced factories, yet her urgency was not pressing. Furthermore, during her tour of the production line, she felt satisfied with the workers' professionalism and the hygienic conditions, despite the machine's age. "Very well. I expect the water storage barrels I order from your factory to meet both quality and quantity standards. I will pay you 30 as a deposit and the remaining 70 once I have confirmed the entire order. Does that sound agreeable?" Sheng Mingzhu proposed her standard payment method. The director, elated to receive the order, readily acquiesced. "Absolutely. Please let me know when you are available to sign the contract." His face radiated joy, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum as he gazed at Sheng Mingzhu. Due to time constraints, Sheng Mingzhu wished to avoid unnecessary delays and decisively stated, "Let us do it now." After signing the contract and completing the payment, the director, initially eager to treat Sheng Mingzhu to a meal, found his invitation politely declined due to her limited time. Once the water storage matters were settled, she contemplated the pond within her space. Utilizing her consciousness, she entered her private realm, extracted a cup of water from the pond, and made her way to the water quality testing center. Understanding that specialized tasks should be entrusted to experts, she submitted her payment and the water sample before departing. Having completed her errands, it was now lunchtime. Following her rebirth, Sheng Mingzhu had grown wary of trusting others and found the presence of too many people burdensome. Consequently, she generously compensated her household aide, terminating her employment. As a result, Sheng Mingzhu had adopted the habit of dining out or ordering takeout. Reflecting on her past self before the apocalypse, she would have deemed this practice unsanitary. However, having lived a full life once more, she did not share those sentiments. Eating out or ordering takeout allowed her to dispose of leftovers easily without dirtying her home. Was that not a rather pleasant arrangement? Furthermore, those who had endured the apocalypse would hardly be picky when it came to food. After all, in times of scarcity, one could hardly afford to be selective. Considering her current circumstances, Sheng Mingzhu resolved to dine out today, fortuitously near her usual restaurant. This establishment, renowned in City A for its exorbitant prices, offered dishes that could easily cost thousands, with certain specialties requiring reservations that were often unattainable. Surrounded by the familiar ambience and the soothing melodies, Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of relaxation that had eluded her during the apocalypse. While she casually observed her surroundings, her gaze suddenly froze. Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu. The sight of these two individuals instantly chilled the warmth in Sheng Mingzhu's eyes, and the smile that had graced her face moments ago vanished without a trace. She had not forgotten the betrayal of these shameless individuals who had sold her to Su Baozhu in her previous life. Although her initial desire for companionship had led her to team up with them, in hopes of finding solace in shared burdens, their treachery had resulted in her being sold to someone who was her enemy, while they reaped the rewards. The animosity Sheng Mingzhu felt towards Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu surpassed even that directed at Su Baozhu's despicable father. After all, they had been individuals she had once invested her efforts into, only to be met with such a cruel betrayal. As memories of her previous life, filled with inhumane treatment after being sold to Su Baozhu, surged within her, an intense fury ignited in her heart, yearning for release. Yet this was not the apocalypse, and she wished to prolong the lives of this wretched sibling duo, allowing them to experience the agony of the end times. After all, allowing them to perish before the apocalypse would be far too lenient. While Sheng Mingzhu simmered with repressed anger, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu unexpectedly caught sight of her. Upon spotting Sheng Mingzhu, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu's eyes lit up with excitement. They had arranged to dine with a friend, whose affluent background made such indulgences possible for them. However, their companion had canceled at the last moment, leaving the siblings in an awkward predicament. But now, seeing Sheng Mingzhu, they felt a glimmer of hope. Though their relationship with her was merely cordial, they were aware of her reputed generosity. Thus, the prospect of befriending this formidable young lady had initially appealed to them. "Mingzhu, what a coincidence to see you here," Lin Chuchu exclaimed with a warm smile, eagerly approaching her. Unexpectedly, Sheng Mingzhu, rather than initiating contact, deftly evaded Lin Chuchu's attempt to link arms. Undeterred by this rejection, Lin Chuchu continued to engage Sheng Mingzhu in conversation. "Mingzhu, why have you been away from school for so long? We've missed you." As the conversation progressed, Lin Chuchu cast a deliberate glance at Lin Zhou. The subtle hint from his sister caused Lin Zhou's fair complexion to flush slightly, and he murmured, Observing this sibling act unfold before her, Sheng Mingzhu could hardly suppress a smile. She was well aware that Lin Chuchu was conspiring to unite her with her brother. Before the apocalypse, they coveted her wealth, hoping to ascend into the upper echelons of society through her. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, they recognized her capabilities and sought to bind her to them. With this realization, Sheng Mingzhu regarded Lin Chuchu with a knowing smile, casually inquiring, Is that so? After uttering this, she shot a glance at Lin Zhou. Under the gaze of such a stunning beauty, Lin Zhou's heart raced. It felt as though it might leap from his chest. He genuinely harbored some affection for Sheng Mingzhu, for she was not only beautiful, but also affluent, capable of ushering him into a higher social stratum. Thus, he found her quite agreeable. Of course, it would be even better if she were willing to amend her character flaws. Being a valued guest at the restaurant, the dishes for their table arrived promptly, before any of them could exchange further words, especially as Lin Chu pondered more topics to discuss. The exquisite dishes were finally presented. Although Sheng Mingzhu was not one to waste food, she had developed a penchant for taking leftovers. Therefore, she usually ordered lavishly, knowing that anything uneaten could be stored for later consumption. However, upon witnessing the abundant spread before them, Lin Chu and Lin Zhou had quite different thoughts. They gazed longingly at the culinary delights, fantasizing about how splendid it would be if Sheng Mingzhu were to become their sister-in-law. Then all her wealth would be theirs. Moreover, they would also be the ones capable of indulging in such luxurious dishes. With a mere glance at their expressions, Sheng Mingzhu, having spent considerable time with them in their previous lives, quickly discerned their thoughts. With a playful gesture, she beckoned them over, cheerfully saying, "Have you eaten? Why not join me?" The invitation sent waves of excitement through Lin Chu and Lin Zhou, who promptly settled themselves at the table. If only Sheng Mingzhu were already with her brother, Lin Chu would have happily called her sister-in-law by now. "Thank you so much, Mingzhu," they expressed gratefully. Though Lin Zhou's face, previously just a shade pink, had now turned as red as a ripe tomato, while Lin Zhou might have been considered merely fair-skinned. If Sheng Mingzhu were to evaluate him, he would barely score a 6 out of 10, just scraping by. Yet, with his current crimson visage, he was an even less appealing sight to the already unimpressed Sheng Mingzhu. She discreetly turned her face away, unwilling to behold Lin Zhou's unappetizing countenance. As the dishes arrived, Lin Zhou and Lin Chu wasted no time, diving into the feast without waiting for their gracious host. Observing their behavior, Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Just as both Lin Zhou and Lin Chu reached for the same dish, Sheng Mingzhu swiftly claimed it for herself. Taken aback by this maneuver, Lin Zhou and Lin Chu exchanged puzzled glances. With a smile, Sheng Mingzhu explained, "I'm sorry, but I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession." After delivering this statement, she disregarded their reactions and continued to serve herself the dishes she favored. By the end, all that remained before Lin Zhou and Lin Chu was a solitary plate of fruit salad. Gazing at the meager fruit salad, Sheng Mingzhu felt a twinge of regret. How unfortunate that they were receiving such a generous portion. After all, that fruit salad had cost her a hefty sum of 200. However, considering her future plans, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and left the plate of fruit salad for Lin Zhou and Lin Chu. Watching as their dishes dwindled, and all the delectable food landed before Sheng Mingzhu, they realized they were likely left with nothing but that measly fruit salad, especially after Sheng Mingzhu's earlier comment about her obsession with cleanliness. Embarrassment washed over them, and they felt as though the entire restaurant was casting judgment upon them, akin to observing monkeys in a zoo. They couldn't help but resentfully think, is Sheng Mingzhu not a bit too spoiled? Even with her wealth, she is so miserly. Welcome to the malevolent thought system. I am little evil. Lin Zhou, malevolent points 100. Lin Chu, malevolent points 10, 0, 0, 0. The sudden voice echoing in their minds startled them. But Sheng Mingzhu remained composed, unfazed by the unexpected intrusion. "Were you?" she inquired. "Hello, host, I'm a malevolent thought system. The malevolent points you accrue can be exchanged for corresponding advantages. Having undergone a rebirth and experienced spatial phenomena, Sheng Mingzhu was not overly astonished by the sudden appearance of the system. She was merely surprised at first, but quickly regained her composure, embracing this system that promised her valuable advantages. Although uncertain about what those advantages might entail, she felt a surge of joy. After all, they were referred to as advantages for a reason, surely not lacking in value. Little Evil, being just a system, responded with stark honesty. "Indeed, they harbor great disdain for you, host. Generally, fleeting malevolent thoughts or mild aversions do not trigger system points. With little evil's explanation, Sheng Mingzhu understood. So, it was true that Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu despised her. However, she remained unperturbed. What could they do to her? Were they not still at her mercy? Moreover, she required malevolent points, and naturally, those two, who harbored such strong negative sentiments, were indispensable. With this thought in mind, Sheng Mingzhu's gaze turned icy. At this moment, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu, faced with nothing but a single plate of fruit salad, wore grim expressions. Yet, they couldn't afford to sour their relationship with Sheng Mingzhu. So even though they loathed her internally, they forced smiles. Thus, Lin Chuchu, feeling deeply aggrieved, attempted to console herself, thinking, at least she and her brother could share the fruit salad, which, after all, was worth over 200. Despite this mental reassurance, her face remained a portrait of displeasure. Now, her eyes glinted with malice, and she wielded her chopsticks with such force that it seemed as if she were grasping at Sheng Mingzhu herself, wishing to squeeze the life out of her. In a matter of moments, the plate of fruit salad had vanished. Moreover, one cannot overlook the meager portions offered at such a high-end restaurant. After consuming a mere few bites of fruit salad, Lin Chuchu felt as though her stomach was devoid of any sustenance. As for Lin Zhou, although he resembled a simple boiled chicken, his appetite was quite considerable, a fact that Sheng Mingzhu had experienced during the apocalypse. Whenever they scavenged for food, the rations were distributed according to strength, with Sheng Mingzhu being the strongest, claiming half for herself. The remaining portion was divided between the two siblings, but it was hardly an equal split. Lin Zhou, as the man, received the lion's share, while Lin Chuchu contributed little. More often than not, Lin Zhou still found himself unsated, leaving Lin Chuchu with a mere fraction. Sheng Mingzhu was aware of this imbalance, but chose to ignore it, as it was a matter between siblings that did not require her intervention. With nothing to eat, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu could only watch as Sheng Mingzhu savored her meal. The restaurant's dishes were indeed exquisite, albeit expensive, which made every bite worthwhile. Sheng Mingzhu's expression as she indulged was one of sheer delight, though it was a facade designed to provoke Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu. Half an hour later, after she had finished her meal, there remained a significant amount of food, as she had ordered with abundance in mind. As they beheld the remnants of her feast, both Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu swallowed hard. Despite having been touched by Sheng Mingzhu, the food was too costly to waste. Just as they convinced themselves of the logic in this thought, Sheng Mingzhu summoned the waiter, requesting, "Please pack the leftovers." The waiter, eager to accommodate a valued guest, promptly began to wrap up the remaining dishes. Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu exchanged incredulous glances. Was this truly the behavior of a refined young lady? How could she be so stingy? Sheng Mingzhu, noticing their expressions, could easily discern their thoughts. With a knowing smile, she remarked, "Oh, I still have plenty for myself." Once the waiter had finished packing, Sheng Mingzhu added, "Now, could you bring the bill for these two gentlemen and lady?" The waiter, somewhat puzzled by her request, nonetheless smiled at Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu, saying, "Your total today is 136,588. Who will be settling the bill?" Stunned by the turn of events, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu were left speechless. "What? You expect us to pay?" "Mingzhu, you must be mistaken. We only ordered a plate of fruit salad." Lin Chuchu's face turned pale as she confronted Sheng Mingzhu. In her heart, Lin Chuchu wanted to exclaim, "Aren't you the one treating us?" But to maintain her dignity, she only admitted to consuming the fruit salad, distancing herself from the rest of the meal. Sheng Mingzhu, however, was not about to let Lin Chuchu evade the bill. "Chuchu, I didn't bring my card this time. Since I've been so generous to you, would you mind settling the bill?" Though her words were artfully articulated, there was no hint of hesitation in her demeanor. She appeared unabashedly entitled. It was as if she was declaring, "What's wrong with you covering my expenses?" Lin Chuchu felt her temper flare, infuriated by the audacity of this wealthy girl expecting her to foot the bill. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou's expression was slightly less distressed, yet he too was far from pleased. The waiter, having overheard the exchange, now leaned towards Sheng Mingzhu's side. She recognized her as a VIP of the establishment. Although she did not comprehend the reasoning behind Sheng Mingzhu's actions, she could easily deduce that the two siblings were not affluent. Thus, she turned to Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu, asking, who will be settling the bill? Maintaining a courteous demeanor was paramount for the waitstaff, as they were held to high standards. After being pressed again, Lin Chuchu reluctantly took the bill, her heart sinking as she read the exorbitant prices. $99.99 for a steak, $119.99 for crab, $899 for a drink, and $599 for a dessert. The sheer magnitude of the total left her feeling faint. The staggering sum of $136,588 was a sum that encompassed all their savings. Coming from a modest background, their living expenses were limited, and any surplus was earned through part-time work. Having painstakingly saved for 2 years, they never anticipated such a calamity. Lin Chuchu and Lin Zhou felt an overwhelming urge to storm out, reasoning that they had only consumed a fruit salad, while the rest belonged to Sheng Mingzhu. Yet, driven by their ulterior motives, they harbored hopes of aligning themselves with Sheng Mingzhu, a plan that had been in the making since their first encounter. For 2 years, they had been subtly scheming, and now, with the opportunity seemingly within reach, there was no way they would relinquish it. You can use my card, Lin Zhou declared, believing he exuded charm in the moment. He even adjusted his hair, styled specifically for this upscale venue, unaware that to Sheng Mingzhu he appeared merely as a proud peacock. Oblivious to the dismal expression on his face, Lin Zhou was focused on the prospect of impressing Sheng Mingzhu, thinking that since the money was already spent, he might as well embrace the moment. Meanwhile, Lin Chuchu, despite feeling her heart bleed at the thought of their savings evaporating, chose not to intervene, but rather encouraged her brother's performance. After observing Lin Zhou's antics for a while, Sheng Mingzhu lost interest and signaled to the waiter. The waiter, understanding her cue, swiftly took the card from Lin Zhou's grasp. Reluctant to part with it, Lin Zhou felt a pang of regret. This was the result of 2 years of hard work. He typically refrained from spending, yet here he was, watching their savings vanish over a single meal. As the waiter returned the card after processing the payment, Lin Zhou's heart shattered at the sight of his dwindling bank balance. "Oh no, my money! It's all gone," he lamented before hastily declaring, "Well then, I shall take my leave." Once the meal was finished, Sheng Mingzhu felt no desire to linger and witness the ongoing performance of the two siblings. Observing her light-hearted departure with the packed dishes, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu's resentment towards her peaked. Lin Zhou, evil intent value 10,000. Lin Chuchu, evil intent value 1,000,000. Nevertheless, they managed to muster 4 smiles, bidding her farewell with a hollow goodbye. Satisfied by the unpleasant expressions on their faces, Sheng Mingzhu nodded and left. Due to the unexpected developments surrounding the evil intent system, she decided to forego her shopping plans and return home to explore this system further. Her curiosity about the evil intent system was overwhelming, prompting her to reduce her driving time significantly. Upon arriving home, she called out in her mind, "Little evil, I am here. Is there something you require, host? Can you inform me of the advantages that can be exchanged with the evil intent value? There are numerous items available for purchase with evil intent value. However, you currently lack access to them all." Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu's expression darkened momentarily. "What must I do to gain access to them all?" "Access requires 1,000,000 evil intent value. You currently possess only 111,100, leaving you short by 888,900. At that moment, Sheng Mingzhu finally understood the feelings Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu must have experienced when confronted with such a daunting number. Yet, she did not wallow in despair for long. After all, she had only just begun to explore the system, and given the multitude of individuals who harbored disdain for her, acquiring evil intent value was hardly a concern. Of course, had she been bound to a benevolent system rather than an evil intent one, it would have been a devastating blow for Sheng Mingzhu. Her character was not one of genuine kindness or beauty, nor did she have any pretensions to be so. Thus, if she were indeed tied to a benevolent system, it would pose a significant challenge. "I wish to inquire why you chose me over others." This question had lingered in her mind since the moment the evil intent system was bound to her, but the presence of Lin Zhou Lin, Chu, and others had thwarted her opportunity to ask. Following system analysis, I have determined that you are the most suitable candidate in this world, Little Evil replied in a cold, electronic tone. Sheng Mingzhu's lips twitched at this explanation. What did it mean to be the most suitable candidate? Was she inherently loathsome? With these thoughts weighing on her, she chose to sever her connection with the evil intent system, a method she had only recently devised. After clarifying this matter, she lost interest in shopping and turned instead to her spatial realm. Upon entering, she immediately sensed significant changes. For reasons unknown, the usable area of her entire space had expanded tremendously. This increase was apparent in both the storage warehouse and the dilapidated little cabin. The warehouse had doubled in size, and the cabin had transformed from a single story to two, though it remained fundamentally a wooden structure. Moreover, the grassy area within the space had also grown, with the misty perimeter receding. Curious about the cause of her spatial enhancement, Sheng Mingzhu eagerly searched for answers, yearning to uncover the method behind this upgrade. The warehouse, being the most frequently accessed area, was her first destination. Upon inspection, she discovered a notable reduction in the jewelry she had carefully safeguarded. If her memory served her correctly, the missing items were primarily jade and other gemstones. Seeing her mother's heirlooms disappear caused her heart to ache slightly. However, being an inherently optimistic person, she quickly reassured herself that these items had been utilized to enhance her space, ensuring her better survival in the future. Surely, my mother would not hold this against me, she mused, though uncertainty lingered. After thoroughly scanning her space, she concluded that the means to upgrade likely involved those jade and gemstone items. The space seemed to absorb these possessions to facilitate its enhancement. Grasping this revelation, Sheng Mingzhu felt an overwhelming desire to purchase every jade stone in City A. Yet, she suppressed this alarming thought, realizing that the current prices were exorbitant and her funds should be allocated judiciously. The cost-effectiveness of buying jade was simply too low. Instead, she contemplated waiting until the onset of the apocalypse, when societal order would collapse, to acquire those items at no cost. This notion quickened her heartbeat, filling her with excitement. Perhaps this was the allure of acquiring items for free. After indulging in some light reading, she glanced at the clock, noting that it was only 3 in the afternoon. Restless, Sheng Mingzhu ventured out once more to procure supplies. This time, she found herself in an outdoor sports brand store. A quick survey revealed an array of enticing items: jackets, backpacks, powerful flashlights, tents, kayaks, binoculars, and storage bags, all of which captivated her interest. Although she was not particularly fond of extreme sports, her many years of surviving the apocalypse had fostered a deep appreciation for practical outdoor tools. Please prepare all your jackets, kayaks, hiking shoes, non-slip gloves, knives, powerful flashlights, and emergency thermal blankets, Sheng Mingzhu declared to the salesperson. Upon hearing her audacious request, the salesperson stepped forward, raising an eyebrow. Ma'am, our store has a large inventory. Are you certain you want all of these items? Unperturbed by the salesperson's skepticism, Sheng Mingzhu nodded confidently. I intend to establish a specialty mall focused on outdoor sports, so I require a substantial quantity of supplies. If your brand has any other useful products, please feel free to recommend them. With that, she handed the salesperson her business card. Sheng Mingzhu, general manager of Sheng Corporation. This title had been conferred upon her by Su Cheng, who wished to demonstrate his care for her by granting her a position. It was, of course, not one of real authority. Many superiors overshadowed her, ensuring she had no opportunity to showcase her capabilities, merely a nominal title. Surprisingly, this business card proved useful, as a salesperson took her words seriously upon seeing it. Sheng Corporation was among the top conglomerates in the nation, with its ventures sprawling across the country and even establishing a vast commercial empire overseas. Very well, very well. Upon encountering that business card, the salesperson's demeanor towards Sheng Mingzhu transformed to an extent that could only be described as excessively obsequious. Previously, their attitude had been merely cordial, yet now it bordered on flattery. The protracted inventory assessment left Sheng Mingzhu with little patience, compelling her to depart. By the time she concluded her errands, evening had descended, and she casually resolved her dinner outside before returning home. Once at home, with time on her hands she indulged in an online shopping spree, ordering a substantial quantity of cosmetics and skincare products directly from suppliers, often in thousands of sets. Having previously stockpiled only a modest amount, she was suddenly reminded of her beauty obsession and thus set about accumulating more. The whims of a woman's heart are as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. One moment, she may declare a disinterest in cosmetics, yet the next, upon donning a beautiful outfit, she finds it inconceivable not to complement it with a stunning makeup look. While selecting foundation, Sheng Mingzhu inadvertently opted for several shades that were ill-suited for her, leaning towards darker tones. After all, it was unlikely that, following the apocalypse, she would be the sole individual appearing fair and radiant amidst a world of pallid faces. As she drafted her procurement plans for the following day, the notion of the malevolent thought system crossed her mind. She yearned to accrue additional malevolent thought points. And it was clear to her who the culprits were, the family that bore a deep-seated animosity towards her. Imagining herself parading before them, she mused that her malevolent thought points would surely surge, enabling her to access the system's marketplace. The prospect of harnessing the system's golden finger ignited a palpable excitement within her. She could hardly wait for morning to meet Su Baozhu and Su Cheng. Yet, before she could rise, the shrill sound of her alarm disrupted her slumber. "Who is it?" she snapped, not even glancing at her phone. After a brief silence on the other end, the voice continued, "Sister, could you come home tomorrow? Dad's feeling unwell and misses you." Without needing to check, Sheng Mingzhu recognized the voice. Only Su Baozhu, that shameless individual who had been repeatedly reminded to amend her ways, would dare call her sister. "Who are you calling sister? You idiot!" Awoken from her slumber, her mood soured further upon realizing the caller was her most detested person. "Sister, I was speaking to you nicely. Why do you treat me like this?" Su Baozhu responded, her voice dripping with feigned innocence. Sheng Mingzhu heard the familiar chime in her mind. Malevolent thought points increased by 10,000. Instantly, she became fully alert, realizing that merely scolding Su Baozhu had yielded a spike in her malevolent thought points. With a surge of inspiration, she retorted, "Are you really that shameless? You know I can't stand you, yet you keep coming closer. Calling you an idiot would be an insult to idiots." Su Baozhu was visibly distressed, her demeanor shaped by her surroundings, while Sheng Mingzhu remained unconcerned about societal expectations. However, for someone like Su Baozhu, who yearned to integrate into high society, adherence to decorum was essential. The chime echoed again. Malevolent thought points increased by 20,000. Sheng Mingzhu felt a surge of satisfaction. Just as she contemplated terminating the call, a realization struck her. Was she not being foolish? If a few harsh words over the phone could inflate her malevolent thought points. Imagine the effect of confronting Su Baozhu in person. This thought transformed her perspective. She almost desired to return to the old residence to live alongside Su Baozhu and her family. However, such musings remained just that, mere thoughts. For the sake of her own mental well-being, she resolved against such a course of action. After all, encountering this detestable individual daily would surely drive her to madness. "All right, I'm coming. By the way, could you ask Su Cheng when he will give me that 2 billion? Hurry up, don't dawdle." With that, she impatiently ended the call. Unbeknownst to her, Su Cheng and the others had remained home all day, awaiting her arrival. Sheng Mingzhu planned to venture out to purchase some seeds, as she felt it a pity to let the grassy expanse in her space go to waste. While she had no immediate intention to cultivate, she did not entirely discount the possibility of developing an interest in such pursuits as she aged. Arriving at the seed market, she, though inexperienced in planting, entertained the notion of exploring new endeavors. "Madam, how may I assist you?" the attendant called out, having noticed the incongruity of Sheng Mingzhu's presence in the agricultural establishment. "What seeds do you have?" Sheng Mingzhu found it exhausting to articulate her needs and recognized that professional matters were best left to experts. The attendant, initially taken aback by her lack of preparation, quickly regained her composure. "Our store is the largest in the market. We carry everything available elsewhere, plus unique items of our own. Here is our grain section, followed by legumes, oilseeds, and fruit seeds." The attendant proceeded to showcase a myriad of seeds, from common vegetables to various medicinal and floral varieties. After surveying the inventory, Sheng Mingzhu was pleasantly surprised by the quality and variety available. Deciding that this establishment would be her choice, she declared, "I'll take all your stock of 50. When Sheng Mingzhu mentioned that figure, she had given it considerable thought. The first phase of natural disasters is typically marked by torrential rain. Once such rain arrives, all seeds soaked in the downpour would germinate and become unusable. To Sheng Mingzhu, seeds symbolize hope. Therefore, whether from a personal perspective or a broader humanitarian viewpoint, she ardently wished to safeguard these seeds. Should she find herself unable to utilize them in the future, she envisioned donating them when the time and conditions were right, contributing to the rebuilding of humanity's home. While she did not claim to have a monumental impact, she believed that even a small gesture could ensure the continuity of human civilization. The attendant, taken aback by Sheng Mingzhu's words, had encountered numerous customers requesting large quantities before, yet if her memory served her correctly, this was the first time this young lady had patronized their establishment. "Madam, do you truly require so many? Our stock is substantial," the attendant inquired skeptically. Unfazed by the attendant's doubts, Sheng Mingzhu produced her business card and handed it over, just as she had done at the outdoor sports shop. "Our group is currently engaged in a significant biological research project, necessitating a vast quantity of seeds." The attendant, unaware of the specifics of Sheng Mingzhu's research, could only affirm the veracity of her earlier statements. However, this time, the card she presented was fabricated. After all, some identities are best used sparingly to avoid suspicion. Moreover, Sheng Mingzhu had meticulously adorned herself, transforming her appearance dramatically, even going so far as to wear height-increasing insoles to alter her perceived stature. "Very well," the attendant exclaimed, her heart racing at the sight of the gilded card in her hand. Since their sales were directly linked to their wages, this order was of immense significance to her. Securing Sheng Mingzhu's order could potentially allow her to retire in comfort. Given the magnitude of the order, the attendant promptly summoned the store manager. "Hello, I'm a manager of this store." The manager, having heard the attendant's explanation en route, greeted Sheng Mingzhu with enthusiastic warmth. In his 40s, the manager appeared somewhat aged due to the burdens of daily toil, his face lined with wrinkles. Yet, he beamed at Sheng Mingzhu, his smile resembling that of a splendid chrysanthemum. After engaging in brief conversation, he instructed the attendant to inventory the stock. Unlike the previous specialty shop, this chain store had multiple locations, making inventory checks somewhat cumbersome. Consequently, Sheng Mingzhu did not have to wait long before receiving a list of available items. "Here is the complete inventory from our store. Please take a look," the manager said, handing the list to Sheng Mingzhu. Upon reviewing the quantities, she found them to align closely with her expectations and promptly decided to proceed with the purchase. Observing a significant customer willing to acquire the stock, the manager quickly enlisted the attendant to calculate the bill, and seeing the large quantities, she called an additional staff for assistance. Soon, the invoice was prepared, and after meticulously reviewing it for accuracy, Sheng Mingzhu paid a 30 deposit, requesting that the goods be delivered to her warehouse in the suburbs. She would settle the remaining 70 upon receipt of the order. Once the agreement was reached, a thought struck her. "Do you know of any reputable bookstores that specialize in literature on seed cultivation? Our research institute is establishing a database on this topic and requires authoritative references." Her desire to purchase these books stemmed from a practical concern. Having acquired the seeds, she was uncertain about the cultivation process. The manager readily provided her with contact information for a suitable bookstore, facilitating yet another crucial task. Subsequently, Sheng Mingzhu placed a call to her diligent assistant, who had been exceedingly busy of late. Previously, he only needed to manage her finances and minor tasks. But now he was inundated with various responsibilities, his phone buzzing incessantly. "I need to acquire numerous books on physical chemistry techniques. Could you assist me with that?" she requested, glancing at her manicured nails, which seemed overly ostentatious. She resolved to remove the polish once her shopping was complete. Despite the chaos, her assistant maintained a commendable level of professionalism in his dealings with her. "Certainly," he responded, recognizing the substantial contributions her assistant had made recently. Sheng Mingzhu generously rewarded him with a bonus of 1 million from her personal account. Upon receiving the notification of the transfer, her assistant felt that all his previous hardships paled in comparison, his motivation renewed. You can utilize this money to procure some materials. I've encountered some rather grim news lately, she stated, offering no further elaboration. As for what her assistant would choose to do next, that was no longer her concern. Hearing her words, her assistant became even more convinced of his prior suspicion. His employer had undoubtedly indulged in apocalyptic novels. Nevertheless, he complied with Sheng Mingzhu's request. For one can never be too cautious. Perhaps the young lady was indeed more informed than he. Having resolved this matter, Sheng Mingzhu drove to her suburban warehouse. Earlier that morning, several vendors had notified her that the goods had arrived. However, as it was still daylight, her visit was merely to inspect the merchandise and ensure that no corners had been cut by the suppliers. Yet, she was not alone in this endeavor. Knowing that a single person could not complete the task, she had enlisted dozens of reliable individuals to assist her in inventorying the supplies. The inventory of staple goods was completed without any discrepancies. The sections for meat and eggs were also in order. The seafood section was satisfactory, yet the fruit section was lacking nearly 30%, and the quality was subpar. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu proceeded to the fruit section for a closer inspection, only to discover that the quality was indeed subpar. She merely nodded in acknowledgement, then lowered her head to send a message to the owner of the shop. When the owner read her message, a sense of unease washed over him. He had presumed that Sheng Mingzhu was merely a young girl, incapable of scrutinizing such a bulk purchase. After all, even if the fruits were slightly lacking in quality, what harm could it possibly do? What could a girl who had yet to fully mature do against him? However, he was unprepared for the fact that Sheng Mingzhu had directly contacted her lawyer and secretary to assist her in handling the matter. This time, she had reached out to a more reliable supplier, but that was a discussion for another day. After taking stock of the items, Sheng Mingzhu decided to leave. With time still on her side, she recalled that she had not dined at the ancestral home during her last visit. This time, however, driven by her desire to accumulate negative energy points, she resolved to make the trip. After all, it was often at the dining table where the most significant events unfolded. Perhaps her family would come to loathe her even more due to her efforts. Sheng Mingzhu felt that it was about time, especially since she had acquired a considerable sum of money from Su Cheng, who must have harbored a deep resentment towards her by now. Noticing that it was still early, Sheng Mingzhu decided to visit a nail salon to remove her manicure. Although her current nails were quite exquisite, the impending apocalypse necessitated practicality over aesthetics. While the process of applying nails was time-consuming, removing them was swift. As she exited the nail salon, she stumbled upon a pet shop. She contemplated that once the apocalypse struck, her range of activities would be severely limited, and with fewer entertainment options available, she would inevitably become bored. However, unlike her previous life, she had no intention of seeking companions or allies. She had learned her lesson well. Upon entering the pet shop, numerous affectionate animals greeted her with playful barks. Each creature was undeniably charming, yet for reasons unknown, Sheng Mingzhu could not find one that captured her heart. After some contemplation, she deemed the overly delicate cats unsuitable for survival in a post-apocalyptic world. Dogs, on the other hand, were a preference, but choosing a breed proved to be a challenge. Naturally, she favored those with striking appearances, but having endured the trials of the apocalypse, she sought a breed that was easy to care for and loyal. After surveying the various charming puppies confined within their enclosures, she was left feeling unsatisfied. Just as she was about to abandon the idea of adopting a pet, two Chinese rural dogs caught her eye, nestled in a modest cardboard box. "How much for these?" she inquired of the shopkeeper. The shopkeeper explained that these two dogs were premature, lacking in vitality, and that all their siblings had perished. The somber tone in her voice was palpable as she relayed this information. Hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu's resolve to adopt these dogs wavered. Previously indifferent to such creatures, her heart had only begun to soften after experiencing the solitude and unpredictability of human nature in a world on the brink of collapse. Yet, she questioned whether she possessed the ability to care for such fragile beings. While she felt capable of nurturing healthy pets by educating herself through books and consulting veterinarians before the world changed. She was uncertain about her ability to tend to a frail puppy. Bark! The two rural dogs yipped at her, and for reasons unknown, Sheng Mingzhu, who had initially hesitated, found herself resolute. "I'll take them. Just tell me how much they cost." Seeing her determination to adopt the two weak puppies, the shopkeeper refrained from further objections. She understood all too well that pets could incur significant medical expenses, and her motivation for opening the shop had stemmed from her love for dogs. Without fully grasping the hardships involved, upon witnessing Sheng Mingzhu's commitment to the two weak dogs, the shopkeeper breathed a sigh of relief. This young lady bore an air about her that suggested she was no ordinary person. Perhaps, if these dogs were fortunate enough to accompany her, they would receive ample care. The shopkeeper offered to sell the dogs for a mere 100 yuan, wishing only for them to be treated well. However, Sheng Mingzhu, seeing the genuine affection the shopkeeper had for the animals, insisted on paying 1,000 yuan. Before departing, she glanced at all the other pets in the shop, each one adorably captivating. She pondered how these delightful creatures would fare in a world turned upside down. Despite her musings, Sheng Mingzhu resolved not to take on more than she could handle. She lacked both the energy and capability to care for numerous animals in a post-apocalyptic scenario. By the time she left the pet shop, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and she still had some time before dinner. Therefore, she planned to return home first, summon a veterinarian to examine her new puppies and inquire about their care. As she placed the two puppies into her car, they remained remarkably well-behaved, gazing at her with their moist, expressive eyes. For the first time, Sheng Mingzhu felt her heart soften as she gently patted their heads. Upon arriving home, the veterinarian had not yet arrived, so she set the puppies down in the living room. Perhaps due to the unfamiliar environment, the puppies remained cautious, merely observing their surroundings with their wet eyes. This sight stirred a desire within Sheng Mingzhu to feed them, but she hesitated, mindful of her inexperience in dog care and the absence of the veterinarian. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the veterinarian finally arrived. After examining the puppies, he confirmed that aside from their frail constitution, they were otherwise healthy. The shopkeeper had assured Sheng Mingzhu that both puppies had been vaccinated and dewormed prior to her purchase, so there were no further issues to address. The veterinarian provided Sheng Mingzhu with essential care instructions before taking his leave. At 6 months old, the puppies were still quite young, and she dared not feed them anything without proper knowledge. Following the veterinarian's advice, she procured some food for the dogs. Subsequently, Sheng Mingzhu placed an online order for dog food suitable for 6-month-old puppies, although she was uncertain about their dietary needs. Given the frail constitution of the two dogs, she reasoned that feeding them puppy food should pose no issue. Now that she had taken on the responsibility of caring for dogs, Sheng Mingzhu found herself considering many factors. She not only purchased an array of food appropriate for dogs of all ages, but also acquired numerous toys reputed to delight puppies. As mealtime approached, Sheng Mingzhu initially intended to leave the two puppies at home while she ventured out. However, recognizing that the pups were still acclimating to their unfamiliar surroundings, she resolved to keep them within her own space, pondering that they might appreciate the embrace of nature. She had previously discovered that, despite her own limitation of spending only 1 hour daily in her space, other living beings were free to remain indefinitely. This realization had been one of the reasons she chose to raise animals. Although her time was restricted, she could provide them with a comfortable environment. Accompanying the two puppies into her space, Sheng Mingzhu observed their exuberance as they encountered the expansive grass and trees, a stark contrast to their prior existence, confined within the city and a pet shop. Their joy reassured her, allowing her to leave them behind as she prepared to confront the distasteful family awaiting her. Upon arriving at the old residence, she was relieved to find Su Baozhu absent from the entrance, likely having learned from past experiences not to wait outside for her. The absence of unwelcome company lifted her spirits, and she hummed a cheerful tune as she entered the old house. Upon crossing the threshold, she immediately sensed the weight of 3 sorrowful gazes fixated upon her, and without a moment's hesitation, she recognized the source, the family. Before she could utter a word, Su Baozhu's voice broke the silence with a melancholic tone. "Sister, we waited for you at home all day." This reminder only deepened Su Baozhu's resentment towards Sheng Mingzhu, as she had initially planned to go shopping with friends, but was compelled to stay home at her father's insistence, supposedly to entertain Sheng Mingzhu. Since it was Su Cheng who had made this demand, Su Baozhu felt unable to refuse, believing that her sister would soon tire of staying indoors, allowing her to eventually join her friends later. Thus, she postponed her planned outing with them, although her friends were displeased by the sudden change. To her dismay, the hours dragged on without any sign of Sheng Mingzhu's arrival. As time elapsed, Su Baozhu's emotions shifted from irritation to anger, and finally to a resigned calmness. When is Sheng Mingzhu coming? She pondered. Hearing Su Baozhu's words, Sheng Mingzhu chose not to respond, instead opting to sit on the farthest sofa from the family. Su Baozhu's irritation flared anew at this disregard, igniting her frustrations once more. As the system notifications flooded Sheng Mingzhu's mind, she found herself in a surprisingly jubilant mood despite the dismal company surrounding her. To her astonishment, Su Baozhu's neglect had inadvertently granted her a staggering amount of negative energy points, unlocking the system shop. The thought of Su Baozhu's newfound utility filled Sheng Mingzhu's gaze with a newfound appreciation, akin to the adoration one might reserve for a deity of wealth. Unbeknownst to Su Baozhu, she felt a wave of unease wash over her, questioning what her sister wanted from her. Sheng Mingzhu, crossing her legs nonchalantly, inquired with a hint of irritation, "What do you need from me?" Su Cheng, upon hearing her tone, felt a surge of frustration boiling within him. After waiting so long for her at home, sacrificing a day at work, he was met with such indifference. The negative energy points accumulated in response to their exchanges only served to heighten Sheng Mingzhu's delight. She continued to prod. "Have you prepared the 200 million? The mention of a substantial sum caused Su Cheng's heart to constrict. He had exerted immense effort to gather that amount, reluctant to part with his overseas estate, yet finding it increasingly difficult to produce such a sum outright. Having nearly depleted his resources when Sheng Mingzhu initially requested 50 billion, he was left scrambling to borrow money from acquaintances, sacrificing various interests to accumulate the necessary funds. Now, confronted with her inquiry, Su Cheng's facade crumbled, revealing his frustration. The negative energy points surged dramatically in response. Sheng Mingzhu, taken aback by the intensity of Su Cheng's animosity, wondered at the sudden shift in his demeanor. She surmised that her previous demands were the root of his ire, realizing that his growing resentment stemmed from her repeated requests for funds. Yet, she remained unfazed, confident that the money would soon be in his possession. Su Cheng scrutinized her, attempting to decipher her sincerity. Upon hearing his inquiry, Sheng Mingzhu recognized that he had likely investigated her circumstances, although she remained unperturbed by this revelation. She questioned whether he could truly comprehend her awareness of the impending apocalypse. Yet his probing had ignited her caution, prompting her to reflect on her recent actions, which had become somewhat conspicuous. Perhaps it may seem trivial to the entire nation or even the world, mere inconsequential actions that barely ripple the surface of a pool. However, individuals like Su Cheng, who are truly perceptive, might perceive things differently. Thus, one must perform some semblance of action to maintain appearances. "I intend to establish the largest supermarket chain in the nation," Sheng Mingzhu declared with remarkable composure, her eyes brimming with ambition. Upon hearing her words and observing her expression, Su Cheng felt a sense of relief wash over him. Recently, the Sheng Group has embarked on a significant project to penetrate the supermarket industry, and Sheng Mingzhu's current endeavor appears to be an attempt to validate her worth. Hence the considerable commotion. Indeed, as her father, Su Cheng knows his daughter well. She is ever the impulsive one, always yearning for the stars and the moon. Accustomed to being headstrong and dismissive of all else, rarely pausing to consider the consequences of her actions. Although Sheng Mingzhu's declarations eased Su Cheng's worry somewhat, he could not help but lament the money she was so eagerly appropriating from him. After all, the funds she sought were indeed his own, and in her hands. They might dwindle to nothing, whereas in his grasp, they could multiply exponentially. Yet, Su Cheng remained unaware of the extent to which Sheng Mingzhu had already utilized those funds. still under the naive impression that the money had only recently slipped from his fingers, believing he could reclaim it from her. After all, she is his daughter. If she does not heed his counsel now, surely she will in the future. It is commendable for the youth to have aspirations, but one must not be overly impetuous. Gradually, Su Cheng's demeanor softened, and the sharpness in his gaze towards Sheng Mingzhu diminished. On hearing Su Cheng's rather insincere remarks, Sheng Mingzhu rolled her eyes internally, amused at the irony. If he were to learn that she had already spent a considerable portion of that 50 billion, one wonders if his calm facade would remain intact. I am well aware of that. Does it require your mention? Due to her malevolent intent, every word from Sheng Mingzhu's lips was laced with barbs, devoid of kindness. Of course, her heart harbored no inclination to present them with a pleasant demeanor, thus rendering any pretense unnecessary. Su Cheng's expression darkened upon hearing her words, yet he refrained from voicing his thoughts, merely contemplating. This rebellious daughter must be experiencing a phase of adolescence. Observing the evident discord between Su Cheng and Sheng Mingzhu, Zhu Ling felt a bloom of joy within her heart, though outwardly she had to maintain a facade of concern. Old Su, perhaps it's best you refrain from further comments. Mingzhu has made the effort to return home. It is getting late. Let us eat, Zhu Ling urged, summoning the maid to serve dinner. As exquisite dishes began to grace the table, Sheng Mingzhu couldn't help but reflect. This old man, despite being the head of a conglomerate, dined so simply. Had she known, she would have chosen not to dine at the ancestral home. The ingredients were quite ordinary, lacking in flair. Yet, Sheng Mingzhu did not disdain home-style cooking. Having dined out frequently, she sometimes craved the comfort of familiar flavors. Especially as one who had endured the trials of a post-apocalyptic world, she was not one to be picky. Her disdain for this family only made her more critical of everything they presented. These dishes carried stories of their own, aside from his taste for power and wealth. Su Cheng held a deep regard for reputation. His humble beginnings were transformed after marrying Sheng Mingzhu's mother, receiving substantial assistance from the Sheng family. While Su Cheng possessed commendable abilities and ambition, without the Sheng family support, he would not have reached such heights. When he first wed Sheng Mingzhu's mother, many labeled him a phoenix man, claiming he had only achieved success through marrying into wealth. Naturally, Su Cheng could not accept such an insult. However, he was not like the typical phoenix man. He understood the art of self-presentation and worked diligently to shed the labels affixed to him. He maintained a courteous demeanor in public, took responsibility for his family, and skillfully utilized public opinion to shape his narrative. As time passed, people began to believe Su Cheng was not a mere phoenix man, but rather a self-made individual from humble origins. His striking appearance further garnered him a significant following online. The simplicity he exhibited was merely one of many masks he wore, garnering him praise for being a devoted husband and family man. Only those who truly knew him could see through the facade, recognizing him as a cunning old fox in disguise. Mingzhu, you've been away for quite some time. When do you plan to return home? Su Cheng inquired with a tone of genuine kindness, his gaze filled with warmth and understanding. Were it not for Sheng Mingzhu's awareness of his ulterior motives, one might easily mistake him for a caring father concerned for his child's well-being. Zhu Ling, echoing Su Cheng's sentiments, chimed in, Indeed, you've been away so long. Your father worries for you. It will be best for you to return home, so we can care for you. Sheng Mingzhu could not help but laugh at Zhu Ling's words. If they were to care for her, she would undoubtedly be the one to suffer. Oh, if you truly wish to care for me, perhaps you could deposit an additional 2 billion into my account. That would earn my eternal gratitude, Sheng Mingzhu said, her eyes wide with sincerity. Caught off guard by the mention of the 2 billion, Su Cheng and Zhu Ling's expressions darkened. They had previously quarreled over this very sum, and had it not been for their mutual agreement regarding Sheng Mingzhu's affairs, they might still be embroiled in conflict. Su Cheng, evil intent value 10,000 Zhu Ling. Evil intent value 10,000, Su Baozhu. Evil intent value 10,000 receiving yet another wave of evil intent value. Sheng Mingzhu was elated. Contemplating further remarks when the housekeeper interjected, Mr. and Mrs., the meal is now served. not wishing to stoke the flames further. A hint of regret crossed Sheng Mingzhu's face. Alas, had she uttered a few more words, her evil intent value might have surged even higher. Mingzhu, be sure to eat well. You are far too slender, Zhu Ling urged warmly, her demeanor returning to its previous enthusiasm as she beckoned Sheng Mingzhu to partake in a meal. Zhu Ling appeared eager to serve Sheng Mingzhu, yet she was thwarted, as Sheng Mingzhu guarded her bowl closely, refusing to grant her the opportunity. While Sheng Mingzhu had agreed to visit the ancestral home with the intent to accrue evil intent value, she was also keen on resolving her dinner plans. Although she believed Su Cheng would not resort to harsh measures against her just yet, her experiences in the post-apocalyptic world had made her wary of the darker aspects of human nature. She still couldn't feel at ease about today's meal. It was only after all the dishes had been consumed that Sheng Mingzhu felt comfortable enough to start eating. Upon witnessing this act, Su Cheng's expression darkened significantly. Did this girl truly fear that he might poison her? Even her own father was a suspect. Although Su Cheng had indeed contemplated various methods to eliminate Sheng Mingzhu, he deemed it was not yet the right moment. If she were willing to heed his words, he would still recognize her as his daughter. After all, she was his own flesh and blood, and he was not that heartless. Despite the modest spread before them, the cooking aunt's skills were commendable. Coupled with the fact that he had been quite busy that day, the meal was quite delightful. When Sheng Mingzhu finished her meal, Su Cheng's family had yet to complete theirs, and it appeared they still had at least 20 to 30 minutes left. Consequently, Sheng Mingzhu decided to leave the table. Having finished her meal and attained her share of malevolent energy, she felt no need to continue the charade with this family. They were not weary. She was. As she prepared to depart, her bag in hand, Su Cheng furrowed his brows deeply at the sight. This girl had devoured her food voraciously, finishing in under 10 minutes, and was so lacking in decorum that she intended to leave while the elders had yet to rise from the table. Su Cheng was displeased with her behavior, his well-maintained face displaying clear irritation. Noticing Su Cheng's discontent, Zhu Ling quickly intervened, playing the peacemaker. Mingzhu, you and your father haven't seen each other in a long time. Now is a good opportunity to have a conversation and clear up any misunderstandings. At this, Sheng Mingzhu was left speechless. What misunderstandings could possibly exist between her and that old scoundrel, Su Cheng? The only issue was that she had taken money from him, and she had not done so without giving him the shares he so desperately desired, although those shares would soon turn to worthless paper. At this moment, Sheng Mingzhu was not as eager to leave. Having just eaten, she needed to allow her food to settle. Instead, she decided to observe the performance that this family had prepared for her. Thus, she sat back down, her expression conveying a sense of amusement, as if to say, "Let me see how you all perform." Under Sheng Mingzhu's scrutinizing gaze, the expressions of Su Cheng, Zhu Ling, and Su Baozhu darkened considerably. They felt as if they were mere jesters in her eyes. Eventually, Su Cheng broke the silence, saying, "Mingzhu, you are still young, which is why you may misunderstand your father. However, you are my daughter. How could I ever harm you?" Seeing that Sheng Mingzhu remained unimpressed, he continued with feigned emotion. "Oh, it's not that I'm admonishing you. You are my only daughter, and everything in the future will belong to you. Why are you in such a hurry?" Previously, Sheng Mingzhu had managed to suppress her laughter while Su Cheng spoke, but upon hearing him declare that everything was his and would be hers, she could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Her laughter drew the attention of the three individuals present. Su Cheng was no fool. He recognized that she was mocking him, which only made his expression more sour. With a pained hand on his chest, he expressed his disappointment. "Mingzhu, do tell me, what do you think I went wrong?" Seeing his hypocritical demeanor only brought joy to Sheng Mingzhu's heart. How had she not realized before that Su Cheng was such a theatrical character? If she had not been aware of his true nature, she might have fallen for his act. It was a pity that the entertainment industry was missing such talent. "Go on, I'm listening," she said, covering her mouth to stifle her laughter. Knowing that Sheng Mingzhu was quite the irreverent character, Su Cheng pressed on. "You are now 20 years old. Your mother passed away early, and I've been busy with work, often unable to care for you. Therefore, I hope you can have someone close by to look after you." At the mention of her mother, Sheng Mingzhu's expression turned icy. She retorted sharply, "How dare you bring on my mother? Not long after her passing, you brought that wretched woman into our lives. Do you have any shame in mentioning my mother? Aren't you afraid that one day she might rise from her grave and take you down with her? Having survived in a post-apocalyptic world for so long, Sheng Mingzhu was no longer the pampered young lady of a wealthy family. In her past life, she had despised the hypocritical ways of the elite, and in this life, having emerged from the wasteland, her disdain had only deepened. Upon hearing Sheng Mingzhu mention her late mother, Su Cheng and Zhu Ling's faces darkened as if they were about to spill ink. The atmosphere in the living room grew oppressively silent, while Sheng Mingzhu's mind felt like it was bursting with fireworks. Su Cheng, evil energy value 100, 000 Zhu Ling. Evil energy value 1, 000, 000 Su Baozhu. Evil energy value 10, 000. Initially, Sheng Mingzhu had felt a bit annoyed, contemplating an early exit, but now she was reluctant to leave. After all, opportunities to encounter this family were rare, and she certainly did not wish to spend her days visiting them. That would be a waste of time. Moreover, after the apocalypse, she understood that her unlikable nature meant there wouldn't be many people like Su Cheng and Su Baozhu who would detest her. Thus, she resolved to cherish this moment and urged them to speak quickly. "If you have something to say, hurry up. I still need to get home and sleep," she said with a rather unpleasant tone. Su Cheng, evil energy value 10, 000 Zhu Ling. Evil energy value 10, 000 Su Baozhu. Evil energy value 1, 000. Noticing that Su Baozhu's evil energy value was lower than that of Su Cheng and Zhu Ling, a sardonic smile crept onto Sheng Mingzhu's face. She had thought Su Baozhu to be quite filial, yet here she was, receiving only this paltry amount of evil energy for the insults directed at her parents. Having considered her earlier plans, Su Cheng suppressed his rising anger and continued, "I know of a fine young man who immediately came to mind when I saw him. I thought it would be good for you to get to know each other better. What do you think?" Without waiting for Sheng Mingzhu's refusal, he swiftly pulled out his phone and opened his photo album to show her the man's picture. At first glance, Sheng Mingzhu found nothing objectionable about the man. He was somewhat decent looking, yet upon closer inspection, she noticed several peculiarities. His eyebrows were too close together and low set, giving him an unapproachable appearance. He might even be prone to domestic violence. His lips were thin, almost like paper, and as the old saying goes, men with thin lips are unfeeling. Sheng Mingzhu suspected he might either resort to emotional neglect or engage in cold abuse. His nose was slightly crooked, adding to her discomfort, and his face, with its sharp chin, seemed to spell disaster for any future wife. The appearance reflects the heart. Thus, if anyone were to marry a man like this, it would indeed be a stroke of ill fortune. Of course, had this man not been introduced by Su Cheng, Sheng Mingzhu would not have scrutinized him so intently. After all, it was none of her business, and she had no obligation to concern herself with it. Moreover, Sheng Mingzhu was not particularly versed in physiognomy. Her judgments of others were not always accurate, and she could easily be mistaken. However, since this individual was recommended by Su Cheng, he surely cannot be a good person, an unappealing choice. You might as well leave him for Su Baozhu, Sheng Mingzhu declared with evident disdain, refusing even a glance at the photograph again. Su Cheng, on the receiving end of Sheng Mingzhu's harsh words, was utterly incensed. Did this insufferable girl realize how long he had searched for this man? He needed someone who could share the same ambitions and had a decent appearance. Based on his knowledge of Sheng Mingzhu, the man must possess an admirable visage. Additionally, it was crucial to avoid those lacking wealth or status, as that would tarnish his reputation. Yet, within the circle of affluent families, finding a suitable candidate was exceedingly difficult. This particular man had taken Su Cheng several days to locate through Zhu Ling. Su Baozhu, who had also been summoned by Sheng Mingzhu, now wore an expression of displeasure. Previously, she had remained indifferent while Sheng Mingzhu berated Su Cheng and Zhu Ling, as the criticism had not been directed at her. However, now that she was implicated, Su Baozhu felt understandably irked. What was the matter with this wretched girl? Why drag her into this? If she were to voice her grievances, she could point out that the man had both looks and a career. Was that not sufficient? and to pass off someone she disdained onto her. Su Baozhu, evil value 1, 000, 000 Su Cheng. Evil value 100, 000 Zhu Ling. Evil value 10, 000 Zhu Ling, 2, was dissatisfied with Sheng Mingzhu's earlier remarks. Did she not understand the considerable effort expended to find a man that met such standards? And now, Sheng Mingzhu simply dismissed him as an unworthy choice. Realizing the family's intentions, Sheng Mingzhu lost all desire to remain. The photograph Su Cheng had shown her filled her with dread, as she sensed a nightmarish experience looming ahead. To alleviate such a shadow, a plethora of delectable food was essential. The meal she had consumed earlier was insipid, a trial for someone with a robust palate. Although she had enjoyed the meal, it was not to her liking, prompting her to plan for a second round of dining. Lowering her head, she fiddled with her phone for a while, ordering a variety of enticing takeout before leisurely raising her head to announce, if there is nothing else, "I shall take my leave. By the way, Su Baozhu mentioned your health is poor. I took a glance and found that indeed, your condition does not seem well. I wonder what you've been up to feel so weak. Be sure to have someone help you replenish your strength. Don't let it affect your future life." Having uttered these words, Sheng Mingzhu did not wait for Su Cheng to respond but turned and departed, leaving the family in stunned silence. Zhu Ling, reminded by Sheng Mingzhu, scrutinized Su Cheng with a somber expression, aware of his thoughts. It seemed that the old man had not been faring well lately. He had been evasive regarding her requests. Despite having been quite formidable in the past, she could not fathom the reason for his current state. Su Cheng, under Zhu Ling's scrutiny, paled, his resentment towards Sheng Mingzhu reaching a boiling point. What nonsense was this girl spouting? And what was Zhu Ling contemplating? He had merely been enjoying the company of his secretary a bit more than usual. If he returned home with any energy left, that would be alarming. Unbeknownst to Sheng Mingzhu, her seemingly innocuous comment had stirred a considerable commotion. Now, as she settled into her vehicle, intending to depart, a multitude of thoughts flooded her mind. Su Cheng, evil value 100, 000 Zhu Ling. Evil value 10, 000. Upon witnessing her evil value soar, Sheng Mingzhu felt a surge of elation. Her current tally stood at 4,631,099. What a fortuitous day. Shortly after returning home, she found that the takeout she had ordered at the old residence had arrived. She collected the food before finally taking a moment to rest. While she had nearly satiated her hunger at the old house, her cravings were insatiable, prompting her desire for more. She reserved one portion for herself, but just as she was about to dig in, she suddenly remembered the 2 little dogs she had kept in her space. In a hurry, she released them. Ping Ping and Nen. These were the names the puppies had previously borne, chosen for their auspicious connotation, and Sheng Mingzhu was quite pleased with them, opting not to change them. Upon hearing their names, the 2 puppies rushed into her embrace. Perhaps it was a figment of her imagination, but Sheng Mingzhu sensed that Ping Ping and Nen seemed to possess more vitality than before. They appeared heavier as they collided with her. The puppies, catching the enticing aroma of the takeout, circled around it, their wet eyes fixed on her. Sheng Mingzhu understood they desired to share a meal. However, due to their frail health, they could not indulge in such delicacies. Thus, this delightful feast was meant solely for her. This time, she had ordered hot pot. Although it was best enjoyed at a restaurant, the experience was still satisfying, and she relished every bite. Noticing that her little masters were ignoring her, Ping Ping and Nen approached, gently tugging at the hem of her clothes with their teeth, their soft whimpers tugging at her heartstrings. Yet, recalling their delicate condition, her resolve hardened. Ping Ping, and Nen, you cannot eat yet. Once you are well, you may feast on anything you desire. I will ensure you are well fed. She gently stroked their heads, attempting to soothe them. Whether it was their realization that she had not offered them any treats or an understanding of her words. The puppies' heads drooped in disappointment as they distanced themselves from Sheng Mingzhu. Seeing their forlorn expressions, Sheng Mingzhu felt a surge of frustration. Are you both sulking now? After uttering these words, Sheng Mingzhu resumed her late-night snack. On such evenings, she was spared the torment of hunger and the anxiety of potential intruders during her slumber, which brought her a profound sense of peace. With her malevolent energy now accumulating to 4,631,099, she navigated to the system store. The array of goods was dazzling, featuring not only supplies, but also various extraordinary abilities, including those requiring lesser amounts of malevolent energy. However, the more expensive abilities were beyond Sheng Mingzhu's reach. Among the enticing options, one particularly formidable ability caught her eye: the power of foresight. The entry requirement for this ability was exorbitantly high, demanding a staggering 1,000,000,000,000 units of malevolent energy. The sheer number of zeros associated with this price shattered her hopes. Moreover, this was merely the threshold. The basic foresight could only predict events occurring within the next 3 minutes. To unlock further enhancements and acquire more insightful predictions, she would need tenfold or even hundredfold amounts of malevolent energy. Deterred by the overwhelming costs, she abandoned the pursuit of these advanced abilities, not out of any other reason, but simply due to her lack of interest. After sifting through her options, Sheng Mingzhu ultimately decided to purchase a healing ability, having deliberated extensively. At the early stages of the apocalypse, such a power proved invaluable. Oftentimes, a singular healing ability sufficed. Yet, she understood that as the apocalypse progressed, its efficacy would wane. A crucial factor in her decision was the value for malevolent energy, as the healing ability appeared to offer the best cost-benefit ratio among her affordable choices. Other abilities available to her were either trivial, such as cleaning spells or transformations, or merely superficial enhancements. Indeed, one often finds that inexpensive options lack quality. The only other ability that piqued her interest was a disguise power, which not only allowed for alterations in appearance, but, upon upgrading, could even modify height and voice. Impressed by this potential, she resolved to acquire it once her malevolent energy was sufficient. However, contemplating the energy needed left her feeling somewhat regretful. Alas, when would she reunite with Su Baozhu and the others? She pondered the likelihood of encountering them again in the aftermath of the apocalypse, uncertain if they would endure the impending storm, for individuals who harbored such deep-seated animosity towards themselves were becoming increasingly rare. In the ensuing days, Sheng Mingzhu immersed herself in gathering supplies, purchasing goods, and exploring her abilities. Whenever she found herself at a loss for activity, she would stroll through her old residence, checking in on the family there. Today was August 31st, the final day before the apocalypse's arrival. Instead of venturing out, Sheng Mingzhu remained at home, patiently awaiting the impending disaster. During this time, she fortified her dwelling with 6 layers of protection, even locking the escape routes on her floor to ensure that no one could gain entry. Having read about villains in apocalyptic novels who devised cunning schemes to breach the protagonist's defenses, she recognized that no amount of doors or locks would suffice against such tactics. Thus, she invested a significant sum to reinforce her walls with special materials. Surprisingly, despite the considerable commotion she caused, the property management never intervened. Perhaps the neighbors preferred to avoid trouble, and the management, wary of provoking powerful residents, chose to turn a blind eye, inadvertently facilitating Sheng Mingzhu's preparations. On this day, the sun was nearly obscured by thick black clouds, casting a shadow over the sky and providing a welcome reprieve from the summer heat. Observing this phenomenon, Sheng Mingzhu recognized it as a harbinger of the apocalypse, forecasting an imminent deluge. Meanwhile, many unaware of the impending crisis were captivated by the extraordinary and rare spectacle. While only a few sensed the unusual atmosphere and worried about potential calamities. Doesn't this sky seem oppressive? It feels quite abnormal, doesn't it? Perhaps you've read too many apocalyptic novels and your mind is playing tricks on you. Exactly. If the end is nigh, have you prepared your supplies at home? Haha. Online, numerous debates arose regarding the abnormality of the sky, yet few believed in the impending apocalypse. Previous speculations about its arrival were soon drowned out by the chatter. Sheng Mingzhu found herself intrigued by the original poster of such theories, suspecting they possessed an uncanny intuition to predict the forthcoming disaster. The peculiar weather did not linger long. Soon, a break in the clouds appeared, widening until torrential rain began to pour down. As the downpour commenced, those tormented by the heat finally exhaled in relief. The long-awaited coolness had arrived. During rush hour, many found themselves drenched by the sudden rain, yet the majority felt a sense of comfort. Prior to this, temperatures across the nation had soared to a sweltering 40 degrees Celsius, with only a few regions enjoying milder conditions. Consequently, this unexpected reprieve not only alleviated the farmers' concerns over parched land, but also brought joy to urban workers returning home. As people settled in to relax, savoring the rare moment of coolness without needing air conditioning, Sheng Mingzhu gazed out at the intensifying rain. She retrieved her stockpile of ingredients, indulging in a hot pot and some fizzy drinks, reveling in her contentment. Beside her, Ping Ping and enjoyed in the feast, having greatly benefited from her continuous practice of the healing ability. As her primary patient, Ping Ping and Anne's health had returned to normal, and inexplicably, their appetites had surged, consuming far more than before. Were it not for Sheng Mingzhu's ample resources, sustaining these two little dogs would have posed a challenge. Now, Ping Ping and Anne had transformed. They relished the hot pot with even greater enthusiasm than Sheng Mingzhu, devouring twice as much as she did. Due to the torrential rain, the Meteorological Bureau issued notices encouraging everyone to work from home and minimize outdoor activities. This situation persisted for 4 to 5 days, during which people finally began to sense that something was amiss. Indeed, heavy rain was not uncommon in previous years. However, the intensity and prolonged duration of this torrential rain is indeed peculiar. When will this downpour cease? After being cooped up at home for several days, one feels as though they might begin to mold. Indeed, let us fervently wish for the rain to abate soon. Otherwise, if this situation continues, flooding may well ensue. The rain must stop. Having remained indoors for these past days, people have long since lost the initial surprise that a sudden downpour brings amidst the sweltering heat. Now, only anxiety lingers. In the community group, residents inquire if anyone has any vegetables left at home, or perhaps instant noodles would suffice, as their own supplies have dwindled. I too will pay for some. I crave a self-heating hot pot. Many in this community do not usually stockpile supplies, as most residents are affluent and possess multiple properties. Some may be temporarily residing here, unaware that such a calamity would unfold. Consequently, these households seldom keep a surplus of provisions, and after 4 or 5 days of relentless rain, their pantries are bare. I have instant noodles. You're welcome to come over. I have some too. A kind-hearted resident in the group shared their address. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it. Those in need sent red envelopes to the generous souls offering assistance. Yet for these community members, such small amounts of money were hardly of concern. Thus, most declined the money, leaving only a few who accepted it, marking them as outliers. Observing the cordial exchanges in the group, Sheng Mingzhu could not help but smirk sarcastically. Those currently offering help remain blissfully unaware of the trials they will soon face. In time, as supplies dwindle for everyone, they will become the first victims. The days passed, and the rain showed no signs of letting up, with requests for provisions flooding the group. Initially, the supplies seemed trivial, hence no money was exchanged. However, as the downpour intensified, even those reluctant to accept payment began to charge. But charging for supplies is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is that fewer people are now willing to announce their availability to help others. Does anyone still have provisions? I'm willing to pay handsomely for instant noodles. 100 yuan per pack. Come and get it. In the community, there are residents of lesser means who, by sheer luck, have managed to purchase homes here. Upon seeing someone willing to pay a high price for instant noodles, one quickly offered 1,000 yuan. 1,000 yuan? Why not just rob it? Exactly. Even those who were not short on funds were taken aback by the exorbitant price. A pack of instant noodles typically costs just a few yuan, yet now it had surged to hundreds of times its original price. It wasn't that they couldn't afford it. Rather, the sheer audacity of the price left them feeling aggrieved. If that's the case, I won't sell it all. With the extended confinement due to the rain, tempers inevitably flared, and conversations lost their previous politeness, laden with emotion. Yet, even amid such tone and pricing, someone still stepped forward to make a purchase. If you don't want it, I will take it. Let us discuss this privately. Witnessing such high prices being accepted only spurred those who had hesitated into action. After all, money can be earned again, but without food, one is bound to suffer hunger. And with no clear end to the reign in sight, the need for supplies was undeniably pressing. The messages in the group were overwhelming. Sheng Mingzhu glanced briefly at the ongoing exchanges, merely noting the transactional nature of the messages before opting to disengage. During this period, she diligently practiced her healing abilities. However, to upgrade her skills, continuous practice is essential, and with no injuries to tend to, she found little opportunity to hone her craft. After utilizing 3,000,000 units of malevolent energy to acquire her healing powers, she was left with only enough energy to procure supplies or items of little utility. This predicament vexed Sheng Mingzhu immensely. "Where are you, Su Baozhu?" Little did she know that Su Baozhu was also pondering her whereabouts. At the Sheng family ancestral home, Su Baozhu exclaimed in irritation, "Father, our home is on the verge of flooding. What shall we do?" Seated on a simple stool on the third floor, she expressed her frustration. The ancestral home, situated in a low-lying area, had succumbed to flooding on the first and second floors within just days of the downpour, despite the drainage system's efficiency. Su Cheng, usually calm and composed, now wore a furrowed brow as he lamented, "But aside from this property, I have no other real estate in City A." Previously, in order to gather the 50 billion needed for Sheng Mingzhu and the 2 billion for the ancestral home, he had sold all his properties. Consequently, Su Cheng now possessed little more than a few unsold properties in other cities. With the rain wreaking havoc, many transportation options had ceased, rendering any attempt to leave futile. Hearing Su Cheng's helplessness only intensified Su Baozhu's agitation. "I have another apartment, a high-rise, where we can stay." Zhu Ling interjected. She hesitated to speak up, having purchased the property without Su Cheng's knowledge, investing a considerable sum. Her concern had been that Su Cheng might discover her financial independence, but now, the dire circumstances compelled her to act. Upon hearing Zhu Ling's words, Su Cheng nodded in understanding and promptly dialed a number, conversing briefly before hanging up. "All right, gather your belongings. We can leave in an hour," he stated, his demeanor stern. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu rushed to collect their things. An hour later, laden with bags, they stood on the third floor of the ancestral home. Witnessing this scene, Su Cheng felt a throbbing ache at his temples. The person sent to fetch them had been difficult to arrange, costing him a significant amount of money and requiring numerous favors. Had it not been for this circumstance, who would be willing to venture out at such a time to save themselves? Thus, Su Cheng, contemplating with his toes, realized that it was impossible to transport all these items. "What are you all doing with so many things?" he remarked, his tone rather flat. "There's simply too much to carry. Just take what is essential." After considerable effort to restrain his temper, he spoke. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu pouted. They were well aware of the need to minimize their belongings, but these items were necessities. How could they possibly leave them behind? Moreover, they had meticulously selected these items, discarding numerous treasures to retain only the finest. Therefore, when Su Cheng insisted they take even less, Su Baozhu retorted, "Father, these items are incredibly important, and let us first see if we can take them." Su Cheng felt a pang of discomfort in his heart at Su Baozhu's defiance, which had become a recurring theme lately. Yet prior to this, she would never have dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Very well. Let's see if you can indeed carry all this." With that, Su Cheng turned and grabbed his own satchel as he departed. To Su Cheng's surprise, the means of transport awaiting them was merely a small kayak, and the capacity for carrying items was evidently limited. "Mr. Su, I'm Secretary Zhang's assistant. Here to pick you up," announced a younger man, languidly perched upon the kayak. This man was Secretary Zhang's nephew, who would not have taken such a risk had Secretary Zhang not informed him that this was an opportunity to elevate his position after the torrential rain subsided. Otherwise, he would have preferred to remain safely at home during the downpour. Su Cheng, not blind to the young man's demeanor, immediately sensed a lack of respect. Seeing a subordinate display such insolence made his blood boil. It was still merely a rainstorm, not the apocalypse. The audacity of these individuals to disregard him was outrageous. Nonetheless, he still needed this young man as assistance. So he forced a smile and said, "It's truly commendable that you're working in this heavy rain. Once it clears, I shall ensure you receive a promotion and a raise." The young man, initially displeased, felt somewhat appeased by Su Cheng's words, though his attitude remained less than cordial. Miss Su, there are simply too many items. This kayak cannot accommodate them," he stated firmly upon seeing the multitude of bags carried by Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu. The kayak was quite small, capable of carrying only 4 people at most, and adding more items was utterly unfeasible. Su Baozhu rolled her eyes in annoyance. "I think there's plenty of space. How can it not fit?" Previously, she had shown some restraint in front of Su Cheng, but now her true nature emerged when facing this powerless young man. Su Baozhu understood that the space was limited, yet she was unwilling to part with her possessions. These treasures had been painstakingly accumulated over the years, obtained through her efforts to please the elderly patriarch. To abandon them now felt akin to sacrificing her own life. Zhu Ling shared this sentiment. The young man, witnessing Su Baozhu's obstinacy, adopted a stern expression. "If you wish to leave, you must relinquish these items. If not, you may remain here," he declared resolutely. Although he was Secretary Zhang's nephew, he hailed from a well-off family and had been spoiled since childhood. Had his uncle not urged him to make an appearance, he would never have braved the storm. Thus, he disregarded workplace protocols, unconcerned about potential repercussions. After all, if you were dismissed post-storm, it was no great loss. His parents could support him. Upon hearing this, Su Cheng interjected, "Hurry up. If you want to leave, heed his words." Having already settled into the kayak with his small bag, he had no intention of lingering. Zhu Ling had already briefed him on the house's address and keys. Realizing Su Cheng's determination, Zhu Baozhu and Zhu Ling dared not protest further. Fearing he might abandon them, they reluctantly sorted through their belongings, leaving many behind before boarding the kayak. Watching the jewelry and accessories they had to forego, their hearts sank. Although they convinced themselves these treasures would be retrievable in due time, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if they would never see them again. Seeing that Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu complied with his wishes, Su Cheng's expression softened. He gently patted Zhu Ling's delicate hand, speaking in a soothing tone. "The rain will cease soon, and these items remain yours. Once it is over, I shall buy you new ones." Though comforted by Su Cheng's reassurances, Zhu Ling still felt a deep sense of unease, offering only a slight nod in response. Observing their distraction, Su Cheng chose silence, interpreting it as a reluctance to part with their precious possessions. As the kayak set off, Su Cheng cast a final glance at the old residence, the very estate he had recently acquired for 2 billion, feeling a pang of regret. Yet, no amount of reluctance could alter the necessity of letting go. Sometimes, one must relinquish what is dear. The current departure was merely due to the storm, and once it passed, they could return. Given that Zhu Ling's property was not far away, the kayak soon reached the neighborhood. Due to the deluge, the property management had evacuated, so entry was effortless. The young man escorted them to the building's entrance and then departed. Because the flooding had rendered the elevators inoperable, and Zhu Ling's apartment was on a higher floor, the trio had no choice but to carry their luggage up the stairs. Unfortunately, none of them were accustomed to physical exertion, and even with minimal belongings, the ascent proved arduous and time-consuming. On the 13th floor, Sheng Mingzhu noticed a commotion near the staircase. Yet, she remained unperturbed, diligently attending to her tasks and honing her abilities. Upon reaching the 13th floor, Su Cheng and Su Baozhu were curious about the peculiar residence enveloped in layers of coverings. Yet they refrained from further contemplation, aware that their foremost priority was to transport their belongings. They had merely arrived at the 13th floor, while their actual dwelling resided on the 20th, a considerable distance away. As daylight faded into night, Su Cheng and his companions finally managed to bring everything upstairs. When Zhu Ling purchased this apartment, she had not anticipated that she would one day reside here. Thus, the space had only undergone minimal decoration, devoid of any provisions. The sole items present were a few bottles of water, originally bought to accommodate the renovation workers, which Su Cheng and Su Baozhu hastily consumed. "What shall we do? There's nothing to eat at home." Su Baozhu inquired anxiously upon discovering the lack of food. "Had I known we would be moving here, I would have stocked up." Zhu Ling was equally fraught with irritation, as the kayak had limited capacity, allowing only their clothing and skincare products to be brought along, leaving behind any food supplies. "Check if there's a homeowners group. Perhaps we can inquire if someone can sell us some food," Su Cheng suggested, his brow furrowed in concern. The recent departure of their nanny, coupled with the absence of a replacement, meant their pantry was woefully bare. Consequently, Su Cheng's current living conditions were even more dire than when he had previously struggled financially, subsisting on undercooked meals with a meager variety. Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu had grown accustomed to a life of comfort, dining out daily before the new nanny's arrival, and had not perceived any issues at the time. However, after enduring several days of relentless rain, Su Cheng found himself regretting his past choices. Initially, Zhu Ling had been attentive, occasionally preparing meals to check on him. Yet, as the years passed, she had become increasingly detached from domestic duties. Su Baozhu, having been raised in privilege, was even less inclined to assist, preferring to be served rather than to serve. Although the meals during this period were not prepared by Su Cheng, Zhu Ling's attempts were often lacking, either undercooked or devoid of flavor. Upon hearing Su Cheng's suggestion, Zhu Ling swiftly opened her phone and located the homeowners group, composing a message to send. "Is there anyone with food? We just moved in and have nothing to eat." Remarkably, her message ignited a flurry of responses within the group. Many members remained stranded without transportation due to the storm, and hearing of a new family in need piqued their interest. As they began to recognize the severity of the situation, the once casual thoughts of the rain ceasing soon faded. Uncertainty loomed over when the storm would finally relent. Consequently, the reluctance to part with their food supplies grew. "I have some food. Let's chat privately," a savvy individual promptly replied. Others soon followed suit, eager to connect with the newcomers. Witnessing the overwhelming responses, Zhu Ling felt her anxiety dissipate significantly. How fortuitous her decision to purchase here had proven. In her previous residence, food had been scarce, leaving her to scavenge for morsels to satiate her hunger. Yet, within a short span after moving, a simple message had drawn forth a multitude of willing helpers. Zhu Ling felt a swell of pride, and Su Baozhu, youthful and expressive, mirrored her delight. Standing aside, Su Cheng observed the exchanges with an inexplicable sense of unease, unable to pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Before long, numerous individuals had added Zhu Ling as a contact, and engrossed in conversation with their new acquaintances, she and Su Baozhu were oblivious to Su Cheng's contemplative demeanor. Unable to decipher his thoughts and seeing no immediate tasks requiring his assistance, Su Cheng gathered a change of clothes and prepared for a shower. As they stepped out, the rain had lessened, yet it remained substantial. During the hustle of moving, he had scarcely noticed his discomfort, but now, as he paused, the chill of being soaked through enveloped him. Their hurried packing had resulted in the omission of any medical supplies. Should illness strike now, it would pose a significant problem. Thus, concerned about falling ill, Su Cheng hastened to take a hot shower. As the apocalyptic scenario had only just begun, the city's infrastructure had not yet collapsed, and they still had access to water and electricity. Meanwhile, Sheng Mingzhu, having completed her task for the day, noticed an unusual buzz within the homeowners group. Since the realization of resource scarcity, members had refrained from trading goods, save for a few short-sighted individuals hoping to sell items at inflated prices, planning to repurchase them once the storm subsided. Recognizing Zhu Ling as the catalyst for this commotion, Sheng Mingzhu's expression darkened. In her previous life, such occurrences had not transpired, and though the whereabouts of Zhu Ling at that time remained a mystery, she certainly did not recall seeing them in the group. Despite her frequent thoughts of Su Baozhu, who had contributed to her malevolent energy in the past, Sheng Mingzhu did not wish to encounter them. The recollection of her past tribulations ignited a tempest of rage within her. Lost in her vengeful thoughts, she was pulled back to reality by the soft calls of her pets. "Ping, ping, and un," she murmured, bending down to embrace them. Under her care, they had grown robust, and lifting them now required effort. Gently stroking their soft fur, Sheng Mingzhu felt her inner turmoil gradually subside, bolstered by her current abundance of resources and various advantages. As long as one refrains from recklessly placing trust in others, one is certain to avoid the unfortunate fate of a previous life. Speaking of golden fingers, Sheng Mingzhu recalled the unique planting ability she had glimpsed in the system's marketplace. Initially, this ability appeared rather trivial, limited solely to planting at its basic level. However, once upgraded, it could be wielded in combat, summoning plants for her aid. Due to her previous purchase of a healing ability, her malevolent value had dwindled to just over 160,000. Upon discovering the utility of the planting ability, Sheng Mingzhu promptly made her purchase. Although less expensive than the healing ability, it depleted her remaining malevolent value, leaving her with merely over 100,000. Had it not been for her serendipitous encounter with the food section of the system marketplace today, she might not have uncovered this valuable ability. The essentials of life, food, clothing, shelter, formed the foundational sectors of the marketplace. When she first perused this section, she believed her stockpile of supplies was more than adequate, rendering the items within seemingly unnecessary. Yet, driven by curiosity, she explored the offerings and was pleasantly surprised by her findings. The items in the essentials section, while appearing ordinary, possessed extraordinary qualities, particularly those that required a higher expenditure of malevolent value. For instance, the down jackets, although similar in style to those sold outside, were capable of withstanding extreme cold. Even seemingly mundane short-sleeve shirts were designed for scorching weather. This revelation led Sheng Mingzhu to reconsider the significance of every item within the system marketplace, sensing that each might serve a unique purpose. However, despite her newfound appreciation, she remained apprehensive about the origins of the malevolent value system. There was an unsettling feeling that the items in the marketplace were tailored for apocalyptic scenarios, with clothing suited for both extreme heat and frigid temperatures. Strangely, she found herself amidst a torrential downpour, where kayaks and life jackets prominently featured at the forefront of the essentials section, making it seem as if the system was intuitively aware of her needs. This realization made Sheng Mingzhu feel akin to an NPC in a game, as if her life were merely a narrative within a book, a game, or a drama. Yet, despite these musings, she found herself powerless to uncover the truth or resist the system. Consequently, she resolved to adjust her mindset. Even if she were merely an NPC in a story, the experiences she encountered felt genuine. All she needed to do was to live her life within this narrative, taking each step as it came and savoring the present moment. Wong, wong, wong. Ping, ping, and tugged at Sheng Mingzhu's trousers, leading her toward an unspecified destination. After a few steps, she recognized the kitchen before her and understood their intent. Crouching down, she playfully patted their heads, bemused. How come you're already hungry when I haven't even felt it yet? Recently, the two dogs had developed an insatiable appetite, seemingly capable of consuming more than she could. They exhibited a discerning palate, refusing the dog food she had prepared, insisting instead on feasting on her flavorful meals. Initially, she worried that sharing her food might adversely affect their health, but after some time, she noticed no issues. Thus, she felt reassured regarding their dietary choices. However, she had already fed them quite well at noon. How could they be hungry again when she, a person accustomed to physical activity, felt no such pangs? Ping ping, and seemed oblivious to her musings, instead nuzzling against her, as if to assert their hunger. Though perplexed, Sheng Mingzhu resigned herself to prepare their meal. After all, these two dogs had become her little emperors, and she could not deny them their desires. Moreover, they had developed a remarkable ability to communicate their wants through their pleading, moist eyes, almost as if they were engaging in a charming display of affection. Given that the apocalypse had only recently begun, the act of cooking at home remained relatively inconspicuous, albeit a tad irritating. Sheng Mingzhu swiftly immersed herself in her tasks. Lately, she had been particularly busy, alternating between honing her healing abilities and preparing meals, as well as gathering water resources. Through this period of diligent practice, her culinary skills had significantly improved, akin to having unlocked vital pathways within her. Whereas she once relied on online tutorials or cookbooks, She had now mastered the essence of cooking, even innovating new dishes. She welcomed the abundance of food, knowing that with her spatial abilities, any surplus could be stored for future enjoyment. Once she had prepared dinner for herself and her 2 dogs, Sheng Mingzhu turned her attention to practicing the newly acquired planting ability. This ability was still in its nascent stage, and through her explorations, she discerned 2 pathways for enhancement, either expending malevolent value to upgrade it or diligently practicing to elevate its level. The notion of using malevolent value for upgrades seemed unattainable, as the required amount was staggering, leaving her without the means to make such an investment. Thus, she resolved to rely solely on her own efforts to cultivate her powers. Her healing ability had progressed considerably during this time, with the progress bar for the initial stage now halfway filled. However, as she advanced, the practice became increasingly strenuous. Initially, her growth was rapid, almost exponential. She could sense her abilities expanding within a remarkably short time. Yet now, even dedicating an entire day to practice yielded only minuscule improvements, reminiscent of navigating a vast river where progress felt painfully slow. The growth of her unique abilities seemed merely a drop in the vast river. The cultivation method for planting abilities was distinct from that of healing abilities. The latter required Sheng Mingzhu to continuously treat wounds. In fact, due to the absence of living beings to heal, Sheng Mingzhu also needed to bolster her physical training. Occasionally, increasing the intensity of her workouts heightened the likelihood of injury, thus enabling her to harness her powers for self-healing, achieving a mutually beneficial outcome. Conversely, the process of cultivating planting abilities was far more convenient. Sheng Mingzhu simply needed to sow seeds in her spatial realm, which was abundant with them. Consequently, she hurried into her space to employ her powers for planting. With her newly acquired planting abilities, sowing seeds became a simple task. Merely a thought sufficed. However, the sole drawback was its slight toll on her mental energy. Each day, her spatial realm could only be utilized for 2 hours, and when the time elapsed, Sheng Mingzhu was ejected from her space. Emerging from her sanctuary, she was drenched in sweat, feeling as though she would soon be overwhelmed by the stench of her perspiration. Unable to endure it any longer, she dashed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, sinking into the bathtub and relishing the warm water enveloping her. Her eyes fluttered shut in bliss. This was sheer comfort, and she longed for such days to persist indefinitely. Alas, the apocalypse loomed, and she could not fathom when it would dissipate. Contemplating this, a heaviness settled in her heart. Yet the arrival of the end times was beyond her control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Baozhu found herself dispatched to procure supplies from others' homes. This was a directive stemming from Zhu Ling's previous message in their residential group. The individuals who raised this request were not even on the same floor, nor did they possess the audacity to demand delivery. Fortunately, they resided within the same building, but that did little to ease the difficulty for Su Baozhu. Prior to the torrential rains, she had been accustomed to being chauffeured, thus barely able to traverse any distance. Though she had been coerced into performing various tasks by Su Cheng and his associates during this period of turmoil, navigating such a tall building was still a formidable challenge for her. Nevertheless, Su Cheng and Zhu Ling were impatient, eager to gather all supplies at once, dreaming of a hearty meal to reward themselves for their recent tribulations. Additionally, possessing the supplies sooner would provide a sense of security. What if those individuals changed their minds? Su Baozhu had voiced her dissent, yet Su Cheng and Zhu Ling remained resolute, with Zhu Ling even expressing mild sympathy for her daughter. Ultimately, however, Su Cheng held the reins of authority in the household. Confronted with Su Cheng's stubbornness, Su Baozhu, despite her internal reluctance, had no choice but to venture out to seek those willing to part with their provisions. To her astonishment, each time she arrived at a doorstep, she was met with veiled inquiries about her means of arrival and whether her family possessed any tools or connections. Su Baozhu was far from naive. She comprehended the underlying motivations behind their willingness to lend her items. Fearing their reluctance to share, she obfuscated the truth, claiming her family had both tools and connections, hoping to elevate her standing in their eyes. Yet, unbeknownst to Su Baozhu, These fabrications would ultimately lead to her own downfall. We are flooded on the second floor. Who among you would be willing to shelter us? We have elderly and children at home. The drainage system in this community was the most sophisticated in the entirety of City A, and the elevation was considerable. Nevertheless, after relentless rainfall, both the first and second floors had succumbed to flooding. This community, in fact, was relatively fortunate in older neighborhoods. The waters would likely have reached the fourth or fifth floors by now. As per Sheng Mingzhu's recollection, the deluge persisted until it inundated the eighth floor before finally relenting. Why don't you come stay at our place for a while? We have 2 vacant rooms. The voice belonged to a young couple, whose professions were unclear to Sheng Mingzhu, though she remembered them as the first to perish from hunger in her previous life. Thank you, thank you. You are truly kind-hearted. The occupancy rate on the first floor was low. Many residents owned multiple properties, and some units were furnished yet uninhabited. Initially, during the onset of the flooding, Sheng Mingzhu did not witness anyone seeking refuge in the group chat. However, once the first request was made, numerous others soon followed suit. The pleas escalated from the second floor to the third and fourth, as the rains intensified and the inundation spread, instilling a palpable sense of panic among the residents. This anxiety stemmed not only from concerns over their homes being submerged, but also from the realization that, despite their best efforts to ration supplies, resources were dwindling rapidly. Does anyone still have food? We can barely keep the pot from going empty, and we have an elderly person over 80 and a few-month-old baby at home. Someone posted this in the residents group, and as time passed, such messages proliferated. Upon reading this, Sheng Mingzhu smiled. The individual who had posted was none other than Aunt Lu from the 8th floor. In her previous life, Sheng Mingzhu recalled Aunt Lu having been responsible for the demise of many. Surely, her household contained ample supplies. Did she truly believe everyone was Navi? Was she not the oldest among them? What a few-month-old baby? Was it not merely a 30-something adult still living off her parents? As the rain continued unabated, and supplies dwindled further, the desperation of the residents grew. Initially, they had felt sympathy for those pleading for resources, but soon indifference took root. After all, who among them was not in dire need? If one were to provide assistance now, they would have to sacrifice their own provisions. Nevertheless, appearances had to be maintained. If I had supplies, I would certainly help Aunt Lu, but alas, I do not. A woman with a striking figure remarked, "You are truly benevolent, dear lady. If only the rain would cease soon." As Aunt Lu witnessed her pleas for assistance being dismissed, she grew increasingly frustrated and continued to assert herself. "That girl on the 13th floor, I have often seen you ordering takeout recently. Surely you have ample food at home?" After making her remark, Aunt Lu was concerned that Sheng Mingzhu might overlook her pointed inquiry, and thus she emphasized it. Sheng Mingzhu, bewildered by the sudden attention, found herself at a loss for words. Yet she was not overly surprised, for the commotion she had caused previously was indeed considerable, making it entirely reasonable for the old woman to have taken notice. However, the audacity of this woman to covet what was hers prompted a contemplation of whether she possessed the capability to seize anything from her. Upon hearing Lu Ani mention that there might be supplies hidden on the 13th floor with Sheng Mingzhu, the individuals active in the group chat began to stir with excitement. "Is it true that you still have surplus supplies?" They clamored. "If you do, could you possibly assist us? We have nothing at home. Can you spare some for us? We promise to return it once the storm has passed." Numerous voices echoed this plea for Sheng Mingzhu to reveal her resources. Under the influence of such remarks, those who had previously doubted whether Sheng Mingzhu possessed any supplies began to concede the possibility that she did indeed have something to offer. Observing the chatter in the group, Sheng Mingzhu felt little inclination to engage. Yet, regardless of whether her household had supplies, she recognized it was prudent to remain silent. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. As she pondered her response, a private message appeared on her phone. "Sister, do you also reside in this community?" Receiving this message from Su Baozhu stirred a complex mix of emotions within Sheng Mingzhu, elation at the prospect of her malevolent intentions being acknowledged, yet irritation at the impending interaction with someone she despised. Thus, she chose not to respond to Su Baozhu, but instead sent a message in the owner's group. "I've consumed most of my supplies during this period, believe it or not. After posting this, Sheng Mingzhu exited the chat and turned off her phone. The other members of the group were momentarily taken aback by her message, unsure of how to respond. Just as the silence enveloped them, a single woman from the 12th floor chimed in. "It seems so. I've often caught delightful scents wafting from her home, which only heightens my envy." As she typed, a sense of unarticulated jealousy surged within her, for while she was confined to meager meals, others indulged in sumptuous feasts. With this testimony, those who had previously doubted Sheng Mingzhu began to waver in their skepticism. Indeed, even if considerable supplies had been stockpiled during the storm, it had been some time, and likely much had been consumed. It was not difficult to imagine that if the woman from the 13th floor was indeed dining lavishly, her provisions would be nearly depleted. Consequently, the conversation shifted away from Sheng Mingzhu. Only two households remained fixated on her: Lu Ani from the 8th floor, who was privy to the details of Sheng Mingzhu's takeout and deliveries before the storm, and Su Baozhu's family, who had recently moved in. The latter was elated to discover that they shared a building with Sheng Mingzhu. Though others might be unaware of her habits, Su Cheng, Sheng Mingzhu's father, held some insight. He knew that she, much like her late mother, had a penchant for hoarding supplies, a habit that had persisted since their time in the old residence. Regrettably, he lamented not having kept her there, as it would have spared him from hunger during this period. "Baozhu, go find out which floor Mingzhu is on and check on her. I wonder if she has been suffering," Su Cheng directed his daughter. Usually, Su Baozhu would bristle at such instructions, but knowing she was to visit her sister, her displeasure dissipated, replaced by eagerness. She was keen to see how her sister fared while living alone, convinced that her own hardships paled in comparison to those of Sheng Mingzhu, who had no one by her side. The knowledge of which floor Sheng Mingzhu resided on was no secret, and Su Baozhu quickly gleaned this information from others. Those willing to share details about Sheng Mingzhu likely hoped someone would investigate whether she indeed had supplies, making Su Baozhu the ideal candidate. One household, however, remained skeptical of Su Baozhu's claim that Sheng Mingzhu was her sister, believing that a genuine familial dispute would not result in such secrecy regarding one's residence. They wondered if perhaps the two had become estranged. Despite their doubts, they were satisfied as long as their objective was accomplished. After a long day, Sheng Mingzhu opted to forego any further distractions and prepared for bed. Unexpectedly, shortly after lying down, she heard a voice outside her door. "Sister, please open the door." If Sheng Mingzhu's instincts were correct, it was Su Baozhu, for no one else would dare address her so shamelessly. The prospect of confronting her adversary soured her mood, prompting her to frown as she opened the innermost door of her six-layered security. Su Baozhu stood on the outermost threshold, and Sheng Mingzhu took a moment to appraise her lily-white sister, noting that she had indeed lost some weight, transforming her once-round face into a more angular shape. Su Baozhu, aware of her own slender appearance, could not suppress her smugness as she sought to flaunt her newfound beauty. "I become more attractive." Upon observing Su Baozhu's expression, Sheng Mingzhu immediately discerned her thoughts. In the initial stages of the apocalypse, for some individuals with a more ample physique, it was akin to an unintentional weight loss regimen. Conversely, for those with scant provisions at home, their daily sustenance was limited, compelling them to recline in bed to conserve energy and stave off hunger. However, as time in this new world progressed, Sheng Mingzhu pondered whether Su Baozhu would still be able to smile as she did now. Once she became emaciated, reduced to skin and bones, would she still exude the same air of self-satisfaction? The thought of Su Baozhu's skeletal form brought a smirk to Sheng Mingzhu's lips. It was worth noting that in her previous life, Su Baozhu, nurtured by the comforts of her space, had flourished into a plump and radiant figure, while others had withered away. Su Baozhu herself had remained relatively unchanged, merely losing a slight amount of weight, clearly indicating a life of abundance. Meanwhile, outside the railing, Su Baozhu noticed Sheng Mingzhu's laughter directed at her, igniting a fire of indignation within her. Although she was uncertain why, Sheng Mingzhu found amusement in her. Her instincts told her that it was indeed directed at her. "What are you laughing at, Sheng Mingzhu?" Initially, Su Baozhu had approached the situation with a sense of schadenfreude, feigning affection by calling her sister. However, after enduring a series of trials, her patience had worn thin. Oh, wasn't it just a moment ago that you were calling me sister? Why the pretense now? Sheng Mingzhu remarked with a sardonic glint in her eye. Su Baozhu, stung by the bluntness of the insult, felt an overwhelming surge of rage. How dare you call me a wretch? She retorted, her eyes blazing with fury. Who are you calling a wretch? Sheng Mingzhu asked nonchalantly, feigning innocence. You wretch, Su Baozhu shouted in frustration. Upon receiving the desired response, Sheng Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with delight. She had briefly worried that Su Baozhu might catch on her playful strategy, but seemed she had overestimated her wit. After uttering that line, Su Baozhu belatedly realized she had fallen into Sheng Mingzhu's trap. Ah, you insufferable wretch, she fumed, her hands clawing the air as if to rend the face that had long stirred her jealousy. Yet she forgot the numerous barriers separating her from Sheng Mingzhu, rendering her unable to approach. Faced with the realization that she could not close the distance, Su Baozhu's once beautiful visage twisted in frustration. Sheng Mingzhu, why don't you come out? Hiding inside is cowardly, she yelled, her hands flailing wildly. Despite her efforts, the formidable iron gate held steadfast. Su Baozhu's anger escalated upon realizing her exertions were in vain. When she first encountered the layers of doors, she had assumed the owner was quite peculiar, never imagining it would be the insufferable Sheng Mingzhu. Furthermore, due to the barrier she had set up, Su Baozhu found herself unable to retaliate. Though Sheng Mingzhu felt secure behind her fortified doors, the incessant barking of Su Baozhu was an unbearable noise, disturbing her peace. Inside, Ping Ping and Inan, upon hearing Su Baozhu's commotion, were eager to venture outside. However, their owner had kept them from doing so until now. Woof, woof. The opportunity arose when Sheng Mingzhu's attention was diverted, allowing Ping Ping and Inan to dash out. The sound of barking sent Su Baozhu into a panic. Having been bitten by a dog in her childhood, she harbored a deep-seated fear of them, which was why her family had never owned one. Ah, they're dogs. Upon realizing there were dogs in Sheng Mingzhu's home, she dared not look back, fleeing at the first sound of barking. Witnessing Su Baozhu's retreat, Sheng Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Is that it? She ran away just like that? I haven't even revealed my weapons. Turning to see Ping Ping, and in an equally bewildered, Sheng Mingzhu questioned her own perception. How could she read such confusion in their eyes? Nevertheless, her spirits soared as she embraced the two dogs, showering them with affection. You are truly my treasures. Absolutely marvelous. Though Ping Ping and Inan seemed to grasp her sentiments, their expressions reflected a mix of curiosity and confusion. After a brief embrace, Sheng Mingzhu felt her arms grow weary and set them down, casting a wistful glance at them. These little pups were growing heavier by the day. It was hard to believe they had once felt so light in her arms. She wondered if they had been sneaking extra snacks. After all, they were consuming the same amount as her, albeit slightly more, yet they had become so robust. Clearly, no ounce of meat was consumed without consequence. Concerned for their health, Sheng Mingzhu resolved to reduce their rations starting the next day. As she gazed at her beloved pets, Ping Ping and Inan felt an inexplicable chill creeping over them. Meanwhile, Su Baozhu, upon returning home, immediately reported her grievances to Su Cheng and Zhu Ling, her voice laden with indignation. In her agitation, she had forgotten the lesson she had learned from Zhu Ling. Mom, Dad, Sheng Mingzhu is bullying me, she cried. Unsatisfied with merely stating her complaint, she elaborated. She wouldn't even let me in, saying I didn't deserve to enter her home. I saw her house was stocked with food. She is the one who installed all those doors. Su Baozhu wept, her anger clouding her reasoning. Despite the illogical nature of her claims, Su Cheng managed to extract key information from her outburst. Regarding the matter of Sheng Mingzhu bullying her, Su Cheng was utterly indifferent. Did Sheng Mingzhu's family not have an abundance of food? Moreover, had they not installed numerous doors? If Su Baozhu had merely mentioned that Sheng Mingzhu's home was well stocked with provisions, Su Cheng might not have been so convinced. However, upon learning that Sheng Mingzhu had many doors at her residence, Su Cheng's suspicions were firmly validated in his mind. It was evident that Sheng Mingzhu's home was indeed filled with provisions. Only after this realization did Su Chang begin to feel discomfort regarding the earlier words spoken by Su Baozhu about the bullying and humiliation she endured. Of course, Su Chang was not standing up for Su Baozhu. Rather, he felt as though Sheng Mingzhu was striking at his own pride. Su Baozhu had been the one to summon her, yet Sheng Mingzhu had barred her from entering. Was that not a blatant display of disdain? And with so many resources at her disposal, what had she ever done for him? One must remember that every penny she possessed was earned through his toil. Su Chang was at a loss. Perhaps the prolonged rainy weather had led him to overthink. Thus, he found himself dwelling on the money that Sheng Mingzhu had taken from him. Those funds were all painstakingly earned by him. Now, they lay in Sheng Mingzhu's hands. Although Su Chang believed he could reclaim that money, there lingered a voice within him insisting that it would never return. No, did Sheng Mingzhu truly disregard him? Her own father, to the extent of bullying his daughter? Su Chang exclaimed in anger, unsure whether his ire stemmed from personal humiliation or concern for Su Baozhu. With that, he stormed out of his room. Upon witnessing Su Chang's reaction to her words, Su Baozhu, who had initially been startled by Ping Ping in, now wore a look of schadenfreude. Huh, Sheng Mingzhu, you flaunt your superiority. Let's see how you carry yourself now. Soon, Su Baozhu and Zhu Ling hurriedly followed Su Chang, fearing they might be left behind. Sheng Mingzhu, come out. How dare you bully your sister? Su Chang shouted from outside Sheng Mingzhu's door. Hearing his voice, Sheng Mingzhu had anticipated this moment. After all, how could her worthless father not come to her defense upon seeing that pure, white lotus distressed? Thus, she had no desire to engage in further conversation with Su Chang. Instead, she grabbed her bow and arrows and stepped outside. Whoosh! Su Chang watched in terror as an arrow whizzed past him, glancing at his own hands. Had he not dodged just in time, that arrow would have pierced his heart. Sheng Mingzhu, how dare you? Su Chang glared at her in fury. Annoyed by being called by her full name once more, Sheng Mingzhu furrowed her brow and loosed a second arrow towards Su Chang. This one was merely 10 centimeters from his throat. Sheng Mingzhu felt dissatisfied with the outcome. During this time, aside from honing her supernatural abilities, she had been practicing archery and improving her physical fitness. Yet, she had not anticipated the difference between stationary targets and live ones. Despite her belief that her shooting skills had improved significantly, the recent encounter with Su Chang made her realize that she needed to practice even more. Alas, one must never become complacent. Of course, there was another reason Sheng Mingzhu had refrained from hitting Su Chang. She had no intention of letting him die so soon. Setting aside the fact that she needed his negative energy to thrive, the apocalyptic world had yet to fully unfold. He could not perish so quickly. If he were to die at this juncture, it would be far too easy for him. Do you think I dare? Sheng Mingzhu raised an eyebrow, gazing at Su Chang. Seeing her reaction, Su Chang was finally certain that his daughter indeed possessed the audacity. Having narrowly escaped death, he merely wished to return home quickly and avoid provoking his eccentric daughter further. Sister, how could you treat Dad this way? He is your father, Su Baozhu exclaimed in disbelief. Earlier, she had feigned concern, but now her emotions were genuine. She truly did not expect Sheng Mingzhu to act so brazenly towards the old man. Did she not desire his inheritance? The mere thought sent Su Baozhu's heart racing, making her feel as if it might leap from her chest, and a flush crept onto her face. Noticing Su Baozhu's unwelcome interference, Sheng Mingzhu shot her an irritated glare. What is the matter? If you care so much, then come and bear the brunt for him. Let me shoot an arrow, and I shall spare him. With that, Sheng Mingzhu raised her bow and arrow towards Su Baozhu. Faced with Sheng Mingzhu's challenge, Su Baozhu, in an attempt to save face, wanted to respond defiantly. However, upon seeing the bow and recalling the old man being attacked, fear gripped her, causing her to instinctively step back. Unbeknownst to her, Sheng Mingzhu had not only installed numerous doors, but had also set up obstacles throughout the floor. Consequently, Su Baozhu stumbled and fell over one of the barriers. As Su Chang observed Su Baozhu's predicament, an inexplicable anger ignited within him. He had never treated her poorly. In fact, he had been far more generous to her than to Sheng Mingzhu. So why did she treat him in such a manner? Su Chang had no desire to linger any longer. Standing there, he could neither procure Sheng Mingzhu's supplies nor tolerate Su Baozhu's provocations. It was far better to retreat to his bed and conserve his energy. Seeing Su Cheng leave, Su Baozhu hastily scrambled to her feet. Perhaps due to her fear of Sheng Mingzhu, she had not even steadied herself before attempting to chase after Su Cheng. Unfortunately, she stumbled again, this time falling spectacularly. While she did not bleed, her face met the ground with a resounding thud, leaving her with a painful scrape that quickly swelled. The sight was undeniably delightful, and Sheng Mingzhu could not resist stealing glances at her. Feeling Sheng Mingzhu's gaze upon her, Su Baozhu burst into tears, casting a furious glare at Sheng Mingzhu before departing. Su Baozhu, negative energy value 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 Su Cheng. Negative energy value 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 Zhu Ling. Negative energy value 100, 0, 0, 0 as the notifications echoed in her mind. Sheng Mingzhu could hardly contain her glee. Ha ha! After all was said and done, it seemed she had only uttered a handful of words, yet had amassed such a bounty of negative energy. It appeared she could forego sleep tonight and instead peruse the system shop, contemplating her next purchase. As the early morning slumber began to fade away, it was swiftly dispelled by the ruckus caused by Su Baozhu and her companions. Thus, Sheng Mingzhu resolved to peruse the system marketplace, curious to see what she could acquire with the malevolent energy she had garnered that day. Soon, she entered the system marketplace and began a wander about. Within the marketplace, she encountered numerous enticing items that stirred her interest. Yet, alas, these coveted treasures were beyond her current means, leaving her to pin her hopes on Su Baozhu and the others, wishing they might strive harder to elevate her to the pinnacle of life. Finding nothing within her reach, Sheng Mingzhu returned to her bed, preparing to surrender to sleep once more. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a cacophony echoed from outside her bedroom door. Woof, woof. Initially, Sheng Mingzhu had arranged for Ping Ping and to have a room adjacent to hers. However, at that moment, Ping Ping and it had taken it upon themselves to leap on her bed, tugging at her sleeve in an attempt to pull her down. Awakened by the commotion, Sheng Mingzhu gently patted Ping Ping on Anne's head and feigned a stern demeanor, asking, "Pray tell, why do you disturb Mother-S slumber?" It seemed that Ping Ping and incomprehended her words as they scampered outside the bedroom, barking towards the doorway. Witnessing this, Sheng Mingzhu finally grasped their intent. There were guests arriving at her abode that night. Thus, she seized her bow and arrows and ventured out. To her astonishment, the uninvited guest proved to be more formidable than Su Cheng and his cohort. Upon encountering her door, Su Cheng and his companions had refrained from further action, maintaining some semblance of dignity. In stark contrast, the intruder at this late hour brazenly attempted to tamper with her lock using a slender wire, while a shifty-eyed accomplice stood watch. This dubious figure was none other than Aunt Lu from the 8th floor, and the rotund man beside her was the fabled son still clinging to his infancy, according to her tales. As they heard the door creak open from within, the two dropped their tools and sprang into action. The sight was almost comical to Sheng Mingzhu. They appeared rather inexperienced, akin to monkeys at play. However, in an effort to maintain her aloof fade, she suppressed her laughter. Upon recognizing Sheng Mingzhu, Aunt Lu and her son returned to a semblance of normalcy. Chun Biao, upon setting eyes on her, lit up with a gaze reminiscent of a wolf spotting its prey, his lewd stare roving over her form, eliciting a wave of revulsion within Sheng Mingzhu. The mirth she had previously felt vanished instantly. She raised her bow, poised for action, and promptly released an arrow aimed at Chun Biao. "Ah!" he yelped, hastily trying to evade her shot, but only succeeding in getting struck in the thigh. Writhing on the ground, he clutched his injury, wailing, "Mama, my leg hurts." Boo-hoo! Though she had long suspected Chun Biao to be a mama's boy, witnessing his distress firsthand was more disconcerting than she anticipated, causing her to turn her head away in discomfort. Aunt Lu, witnessing her precious son in agony, felt her heart shatter. "My darling, don't move, I'll fetch a doctor." Yet, as the words left her mouth, reality set in. Where could she find a doctor at this hour? Aunt Lu's gaze then shifted to Sheng Mingzhu, her anger palpable as she hissed, "You wretched girl! How dare you treat my son this way? You'll rue the day." Unfazed by Aunt Lu's threats, Sheng Mingzhu nonchalantly examined her nails, responding with a smirk. Oh, I look forward to witnessing how you intend to make me pay. Will you do so standing or sitting? Sheng Mingzhu's indifference only incensed Aunt Lu further. Her eyes aflame with fury as she glared at Sheng Mingzhu as if she were a sworn enemy. You vile creature, I will ensure your downfall, exposing your hideous visage for all to see. In response to Aunt Lu's diatribe, Sheng Mingzhu feigned ignorance. I beg your pardon? Could you repeat that? She flashed a smile while still brandishing the weapon that had wounded Chen Biao. In light of this, Aunt Lu hastily retreated several steps, realizing the peril she faced. This woman was truly terrifying. The old adage rang true. Those who are beautiful often harbor venom. Prior to this encounter, Aunt Lu had harbored designs on Sheng Mingzhu. After all, her son was quite remarkable, and she deemed Sheng Mingzhu a suitable match. As the storm drew near, Aunt Lu understood that a woman like Sheng Mingzhu would soon realize the benefits of aligning herself with a man. For when adversity strikes, it is wise to have someone to rely upon. The realization dawned upon her that wealth alone was insufficient. Women still sought marriage and family. Thus, she believed Sheng Mingzhu should yield her fortune and property to her man. Aunt Lu's visit with Chen Biao was not solely motivated by material needs, but by a deeper desire. Her son had always been a docile homebody, and had she not mentioned the appealing woman on the 13th floor, he likely would not have ventured out. What are you staring at? Do you wish for your son to lose another leg? Sheng Mingzhu snapped, irritated by Aunt Lu's continued fixation. It was not that she lacked the resolve to confront the wicked. Rather, she deemed it prudent to refrain from murder while the storm had only just begun. Thus, she decided to let these two petty thieves go this time. Upon hearing Sheng Mingzhu's words, Aunt Lu hastily departed, dragging her 300-pound son along. Initially, she attempted to lift Chen Biao, but his weight proved too much for her aging frame, forcing her to resort to dragging him instead. Sheng Mingzhu received an influx of malevolent energy, 200,000 from Aunt Lu and 100,000 from Chen Biao. Observing the surge in her malevolent energy, she felt a flicker of hope for her future. Little did she anticipate that Su Baozhu and her companions would continue to deliver such bountiful rewards in such a brief span of time. Upon realizing that there would likely be no more ill-mannered individuals seeking her out, Sheng Mingzhu returned to her slumber. A night passed, and due to the incessant disturbances she faced the previous evening, she awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. The first thing she did upon waking was check her phone, only to discover that during her brief respite, a dramatic series of events had unfolded. Su Baozhu lamented in the community group, claiming that she was being bullied, and even suggested that Sheng Mingzhu had intentions to harm her father, Su Chong. Another spectacle unfolded as Aunt Lu took to the group, asserting that Sheng Mingzhu had injured her precious son with an arrow, leaving a gaping wound on his thigh that had yet to receive medical attention. We treated our sister with such kindness, yet she attempted to harm our father yesterday. That woman from the 13th floor shot my son's leg with her arrow, creating a gruesome hole, and I cannot even find a doctor. Although Sheng Mingzhu was not entirely familiar with Aunt Lu's background, having lived in the neighborhood for many years, she had heard whispers about Lu as a prominent figure within the community. It was common knowledge that the property prices in their neighborhood were quite steep, and Aunt Lu had managed to purchase a home there purely due to her uncanny fortune. She had previously adopted her late husband's brother's son after her husband tragically passed away in a traffic accident, leaving her with a substantial compensation settlement. Consequently, she was left to care for her son and the adopted child. Before her husband's demise, Aunt Lu had treated the adopted child with some measure of kindness. But after his passing, the child's circumstances changed drastically. Had she not adopted the child and nurtured him to adulthood, Aunt Lu would have been entitled to a considerable inheritance from the child's biological parents. However, her benevolence was questionable. Ironically, the adopted child had just turned 18 and, despite being accepted into university, Aunt Lu refused to let him attend, instead shoving him into a factory to work for her financial gain. Thus, the boy was relegated to a grueling work schedule, earning money solely for Aunt Lu's benefit. Tragically, the child met an untimely end due to an accident at the factory shortly after starting work. In pursuit of compensation, Aunt Lu caused a ruckus at the factory, demanding money. The small factory initially considered denying her claim, but ultimately capitulated to her relentless outcry, offering a settlement. If it had been a reputable establishment, they might have pursued legal action against Aunt Lu. However, the factory shared her morally dubious disposition. Ultimately, Aunt Lu emerged with a substantial sum of money, first from her husband's compensation, then from the child's settlement, and additionally from the funds provided by the child's parents. With this windfall, she successfully acquired a property in the neighborhood. Had Aunt Lu been more discreet, her family's affairs might have remained private. However, her ostentatious nature made it difficult to keep such matters under wraps. From her perspective, her misfortunes seemed to stem from an extraordinary stroke of luck. Otherwise, how could she have amassed such unexpected wealth? Since purchasing her home, she had fully embraced a lifestyle of ease, relying on her scavenging and collecting discarded items from wealthier residents to sustain a monthly income exceeding $10,000. Such earnings, if known, would undoubtedly elicit envy from many. Now, with a home secured, an adult son, and a comfortable income, Aunt Lu's life appeared quite pleasant. Yet, her primary concern remained that her son had yet to marry. She feared that if he remained single, the Chun family lineage would falter under her watch. After listening to Su Baozhu and Aunt Lu, the other residents began to form their own judgments. Although they were unfamiliar with the 13th floor resident, they knew her to be reclusive and disinclined to engage with others. However, after hearing the two women's accounts, they could only conclude that the 13th floor resident was embroiled in a series of unfortunate events. Meanwhile, Aunt Lu worried that her claims might be met with skepticism, leading her to share a photo of her son's injured thigh in the group chat. Upon viewing the image, many were initially drawn to the unusual girth of her son's leg, which exceeded typical proportions. Although Chun Biao had a fair complexion, his body was covered in an abundance of hair, creating a rather unappealing sight. It seemed that Aunt Lu's lack of photographic skill resulted in an unintentional display of her son's more private areas, which, despite being clad in loose-fitting pants, were uncomfortably accentuated. Just as Sheng Mingzhu glanced curiously at the photo, she quickly recoiled, finding it rather distressing to behold. The atmosphere in the chat had already begun to shift, with some individuals stirred by Aunt Lu's earlier remarks and starting to criticize Sheng Mingzhu. However, this backlash was not born out of genuine concern for fairness. They were well aware of the 13th floor residents' reclusive nature and recognized that the events had transpired the previous night. It was implausible that Sheng Mingzhu had invaded someone else's home and shot an arrow at the owner. Nonetheless, many residents felt compelled to defend Chun Biao, driven by their own motives. Just as the tension reached a peak, Aunt Lu's photo caused an immediate silence to descend upon the group. After a prolonged pause, an authoritative man from the 5th floor broke the quiet. In the future, let us strive for civility in the photos we share. This man, named Lu Chong, was known for his adept salesmanship and social finesse. Sheng Mingzhu understood that he had previously fared better than most in their community. With the focus on Sheng Mingzhu now dissipating, the conversation shifted. Today, the rain has lightened considerably. Does anyone wish to venture out to procure some supplies? Our pantries are nearly bare. Lu Chong sent a message in the group. As soon as the message popped up, the previously hushed atmosphere, which had been subdued due to earlier events, became animated once more. Wonderful. I'm going out to search for supplies, hoping to find something edible. Me too. I've been surviving on the random leftovers from home, and I'm quite hungry. Count me in. Numerous responses flooded in almost immediately after Lu Chong's message. Sheng Mingzhu glanced over the reactions and estimated that over 80% of the residents in the building supported this idea. She speculated that the remaining 20% were likely just observing. If they managed to procure supplies during this outing, it was evident that the rest would soon join in. Faced with such an opportunity, Sheng Mingzhu naturally chose not to remain confined to her home any longer. After all, if she continued to stay inside, others might genuinely believe that her household was overflowing with riches. Well, not riches per se, but certainly a mountain of supplies. There were also two significant reasons for her decision. First, she needed to venture out and interact with those who harbored ill feelings towards her. Only through such engagements could she accumulate malice points. Otherwise, if she remained indoors, it was improbable that these points would simply descend from the heavens. Sheng Mingzhu instinctively thought this way, but upon reflection, she realized that, indeed, malice points could manifest even without her stepping outside. The second reason was that, after a period of torrential rain, the surveillance cameras in the lower shopping centers of the city had been largely damaged by flooding. Thus, this moment presented a perfect opportunity for her to engage in a zero-cost shopping spree. The mere thought of acquiring items without expense sent her heart racing with excitement. After all, isn't something obtained for free far more enticing than something purchased? With that in mind, Sheng Mingzhu prepared herself and set out, bringing along Ping Ping in, but not in the conventional sense. She placed Ping Ping and into her spatial realm, while her own time in that space was limited. It was not the same for creatures like Ping Ping, and this thought stirred a twinge of sadness within Sheng Mingzhu. Each time her allotted time in the space concluded, she would be ejected, a sensation that was far from pleasant. It felt akin to being abruptly pushed out of an enjoyable experience by someone else, leaving one bewildered. Therefore, ever since that first unsettling experience, she had begun to set an alarm clock before entering the space. When the alarm rang, she would exit on her own accord, avoiding the abrupt ejection altogether. In fact, due to the unpleasantness of that experience, she sometimes chose to leave early, preferring to spend less time than endure that jarring sensation. Does anyone in your family have a rubber boat or a speedboat? If so, please consider sharing a portion of the supplies with those who provide them. A group of people gathered on the fourth floor, which had not yet been submerged, and Lu Chong had become the central figure among them. I have a speedboat that I can lend. So do I. Though there were few willing to offer their boats, the number was limited. Not everyone was inclined to use their vessels to transport others, especially if it meant sharing the acquired supplies. If they had the time to assist others, they might as well search for supplies themselves, rather than laboring only to share the fruits of their efforts. Consequently, by the end, only a handful were willing to contribute their kayaks, and including Lu Chong, there were merely 4 households able to provide boats. 4 households equated to 4 kayaks, which were far from sufficient for the entire unit. Although the occupancy rate in their community was not excessively high, there was still a considerable number of people. Faced with the opportunity to venture out, many were eager to explore. Seeing such a crowd, but with only a few kayaks available, Lu Chong felt overwhelmed. He had previously managed a substantial number of employees and considered himself adept at management, yet this situation was beyond his control. Ultimately, he devised a solution: to use the 4 kayaks to transport the stronger men first, allowing them to gather supplies, while the others with average physicality would follow to assist in the transport. However, when Lu Chong proposed this plan, discontent arose among the group. While his suggestion seemed reasonable in theory, it raised concerns. What if the strong men hid the supplies? What if they conspired to hoard them? With many strong individuals eager to participate in the transport, competition for limited spots ensued, leading to heated arguments over who should be chosen. At the onset of the torrential rains, the significance of supplies had not been fully grasped. However, after enduring a period of hunger, their value now surpassed even that of life itself. Those who had previously sold supplies were now regretting their decisions. Had they known the rain would persist for so long, they would not have sold their goods. Had they kept them, they would not now be facing starvation. Just as the arguments reached a fever pitch, Lu Chong spotted Su Baozhu and recalled the information he had previously heard. He immediately spoke up. "Miss Su, I remember you mentioned having a kayak and connections when you first arrived, correct?" Su Baozhu, caught off guard by this inquiry, was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't she supposed to be going out? She had taken the time to prepare herself. Initially, she struggled to comprehend what Lu Chong was asking. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, she finally understood. Ah, Su Baozhu thought, racking her brain for a response. Indeed, she had mentioned such things when she had previously gathered supplies, but at that time, she had not taken it seriously, merely wanting to avoid being underestimated. Yet, she had not anticipated that this matter would resurface. Furthermore, she had not communicated with Su Cheng and the others about it, considering it a trifling issue. Now, however, they were inquiring about it. What were Bao Zhu and the others talking about? Just then, Zhu Ling, having stepped out, overheard the conversation regarding her daughter and asked curiously. The two women, mother and daughter, initially did not register the implications of their exchange. However, Su Cheng grasped the situation immediately. It turned out that his daughter had been boasting about their family's resources outside. Yet, she failed to realize that such fabrications would inevitably be exposed. If they had a kayak at home, they wouldn't have waited until the torrential rain had nearly flooded their house before coming here. Su Cheng felt a tinge of dissatisfaction towards Su Baozhu. Yet, this was not a significant matter. Just as he was about to express that their child was still young and innocent, Su Baozhu happened to catch sight of Sheng Mingzhu. At that moment, Sheng Mingzhu was preparing to inflate a kayak that had yet to be inflated. Su Baozhu's eyes sparkled. "Our kayak is over there with my sister." As she spoke, she felt it inadequate and pointed at Sheng Mingzhu's figure, as if fearing that others might not notice her. Sheng Mingzhu, perplexed once again by the antics of Q, rolled her eyes in exasperation. Were it not for her own desire to come out, she would not have wanted to encounter them at all. "Your kayak? Why not call it and see if it responds?" Sheng Mingzhu's flippant remark infuriated Su Baozhu. Regardless of whether the kayak was a person or not, it was certainly not a pet. Thus, calling it would hardly elicit a response. Sheng Mingzhu was clearly bullying her. When Sheng Mingzhu noticed Su Baozhu was at a loss for words, she shot her a glance and continued, "Or if your name were written on that kayak, then that could work." After saying this, Sheng Mingzhu deliberately assumed a very magnanimous expression, waiting for Su Baozhu to come forward and identify herself. Upon hearing this, Su Baozhu could not contain her anger and burst into tears. Seeing her goal achieved, Sheng Mingzhu told her, "This is my possession. Do you see my name written on it? And remember, do not covet what is not yours, whether it be possessions or people." At the last sentence, Su Baozhu's heart sank. Did Sheng Mingzhu discover her relationship with Chunyan? She had been cautious. Even her own mother was unaware of her connection with Chunyan. So how could Sheng Mingzhu know? Although she did not understand how Sheng Mingzhu had found out, Su Baozhu was now too afraid to provoke her, fearing that Sheng Mingzhu might inadvertently spill the beans. Though if the elders were to learn about her entanglement with Chunyan, they likely wouldn't say much. After all, he would ultimately be Chunyan's father-in-law, and it would be preferable to have a more obedient daughter like her. Yet, Su Baozhu did not want anyone to know she had stolen Sheng Mingzhu's fiancé. Throughout her life, she had loathed being labeled as someone who had taken something from Sheng Mingzhu, thus enabling her to lead a good life. All she needed to do was wait for Chunyan to propose the annulment of his engagement to Sheng Mingzhu and marry her after a year. In doing so, she would remain innocent and pure, while Sheng Mingzhu would be the one abandoned. Seeing the expression on Su Baozhu's face, Sheng Mingzhu realized what she was thinking. In fact, her earlier words had a deeper meaning, not meant for any other purpose but to amuse herself. However, Sheng Mingzhu had no intention of revealing Su Baozhu's actions just yet. She found it troublesome and deemed it unnecessary for the moment. She could wait until she was bored and desired some entertainment. As they witnessed the confrontation between the two sisters, the onlookers began to understand whose kayak it truly was. Some people were already aware that the kayak belonged to Sheng Mingzhu, while Su Baozhu was merely the one fabricating lies. "Hello, Ms. Sheng. May I join you on your kayak?" A man, bespectacled and somewhat attractive, approached to flirt, his voice low and gravelly. Yet, his intention was not solely to flirt. He had noticed that there was no one around Sheng Mingzhu, and from the earlier situation, he deduced that her relationship with her sister was not particularly cordial. Thus he dared to approach her. When someone sought to share her kayak, Sheng Mingzhu unsurprisingly declined. "I apologize, but I have a strong sense of personal space and prefer not to have others too close to me." In fact, her words afforded him a modicum of respect. She had always had a short temper, and when faced with those she disliked, she spoke directly without any circumlocution. Therefore, her current tone towards him was devoid of any disdain, even gentler than it had been when addressing Su Baozhu. However, her words did not convey the politeness she intended. The man felt humiliated by her outright rejection. He had not anticipated that, despite his flattering approach, she would respond so harshly. Su Baozhu, malicious intent 100,000 Lin Shuyan. Malicious intent 100,000. Upon hearing new names appear in her system notification, Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of intrigue. Apart from her interaction with Su Baozhu, she had exchanged words with this man, so Lin Shuyan was likely him. Yet, she had not expected that merely refusing him would incite such animosity. The starting value of his malice was 100,000. He truly regarded himself highly. The other onlookers, witnessing Sheng Mingzhu's refusal of Lin Shuyan, also abandoned any thoughts of approaching her. After all, if someone as seemingly attractive as Lin Shuyan was dismissed, they had no chance. Having properly inflated the kayak, Sheng Mingzhu set off, armed not with a bow and arrow but with a chainsaw. Its powerful capabilities allowed it to fell trees, chop wood, and even cut through ice. Thus, it was the first weapon that came to her mind. Of course, she knew a chainsaw was not the only option, but she had no means to acquire anything else and could only fantasize. Before long, she was seen drifting away from the crowd. Due to the prolonged rainfall, the waters in the city had become a complex mix of debris and unknown aquatic creatures, which had become increasingly fearsome over time. As time passed, more lives would be lost to starvation. In due time, this body of water will become unbearably foul. Drawing from her prior experience in a post-apocalyptic world, Sheng Mingzhu understands the terrifying creatures that lurk beneath its depths. Among the common inhabitants are crocodiles, which have escaped from flooded aquaculture facilities and are now scattered throughout the city. However, Sheng Mingzhu is uncertain whether there are crocodiles in the water outside at this moment, as there are no aquaculture bases near her residential area, and she did not venture out this early in her previous life. In her past, the community only began to scavenge for supplies several days later. It is perplexing that people are emerging so soon this time. Unbeknownst to her, the catalyst for this change is none other than herself. Normally, even with her rebirth, the timing for scavenging would not have shifted so dramatically. Yet her neighbors, who daily catch the fragrant aromas wafting from her home, find it intolerable to subsist on bland fare while she indulges in delightful scents. Sheng Mingzhu's initial destination is a nearby large supermarket, which she reaches swiftly due to its proximity to her community. Along the way, she encounters no obstacles. Most people are likely still holed up in their homes, awaiting government aid. Little do they know that the government may be too overwhelmed to assist them. In her recollections, the outbreak of the apocalypse led to the collapse of numerous organizations. With the onset of chaos, moral decay ensued. Those with capabilities formed their own factions and expanded their influence. However, this is a tale for another time, as the rise of powerful entities is still some distance away. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Sheng Mingzhu surveys the once bustling establishment. Elevated above the surrounding terrain, the building's first and second floors are now submerged, leaving the third and fourth levels intact. She has no interest in the ruined goods on the lower floors and heads straight for the upper levels. Before doing so, she stows her kayak in her spatial storage, anticipating that others will soon arrive, and she prefers to maneuver without the burden of heavy items. The third floor is stocked with food, but much of it has perished due to the recent torrential rain. Sheng Mingzhu discards anything spoiled, yet she eagerly collects items nearing their expiration dates: chips, cookies, spicy strips, dried fruits, and instant meals, all of which she swiftly places into her spatial storage. Even when passing the beverage section, she grabs milk varieties she doesn't particularly enjoy, reasoning that they may be appreciated by others. As she approaches the grains and oils section, her resolve strengthens. These staples are essential for someone like her who relishes carbohydrates. When she reaches the feminine hygiene products, she exercises restraint, opting to take only a few symbolic items. The act of collecting serves to quell her feeling of missing out. In the subsequent sections, she gathers everything edible without a second thought. Upon arriving at the former checkout area, she notices boxes resembling chewing gum and seizes them without hesitation. In a post-apocalyptic setting, such items are treasures. While ordinary individuals prioritize filling their stomachs, affluent individuals may find them exceedingly valuable. As Sheng Mingzhu exits this floor, she encounters a group of newcomers arriving at the third level. Their timing is curious, as she had anticipated their arrival would coincide with her halfway through collecting items. Their tardiness ultimately benefits her, allowing her to gather supplies without the need for concealment. To obscure her spatial storage, Sheng Mingzhu carries an enormous bundle filled to the brim, its contents even spilling out. As she passes by the newcomers, their eyes gleam with envy at the sight of her abundant haul. The sheer size of her package is daunting, and they cannot fathom how this seemingly delicate woman manages to carry it effortlessly. Most strikingly, she does not merely bear her extensive collection of supplies. She also hauls an inflated kayak, creating a veritable mountain of goods. Witnessing Sheng Mingzhu in this light transforms their perception of her. Previously regarded as a mere pretty face from a well-off family, her formidable presence now commands respect. Lu Chang and the others find themselves silenced, their prior disdain evaporating in the face of her prowess. As Luani passes by, her gaze fixates on Sheng Mingzhu's vast collection. Yet, recalling the previous night's events and the revelation of Sheng Mingzhu's true capabilities, she refrains from making any rash moves, choosing instead to bide her time until an opportune moment arises to procure some supplies, especially given the injury to her son that requires recompense. Moreover, a principal reason for this predicament is that she has no time to seek out Sheng Mingzhu. Their tardiness today stemmed from a protracted debate over who would arrive first, resulting in her barely securing a position, which she could not afford to relinquish. Lu Chunhua, Evil Thought Value 1,000,000. Lin Shuyun, Evil Thought Value 1,000,000. Observing the rising evil thought value, Sheng Mingzhu felt quite elated. Consequently, even those she typically found disagreeable could now meet her smiling gaze. Among them, Lu Chunhua exhibited the most pronounced reaction, her face contorting in terror as if she had encountered a ghost. Although Sheng Mingzhu's smile, coupled with her radiant visage, was indeed captivating, Lu Chunhua sensed an unsettling dissonance, her heart racing uncontrollably. After a fleeting glance at Sheng Mingzhu, Lu Chunhua dared not look again, hastily diverting her attention by rushing towards the rice and instant food stalls. Others, witnessing Lu Chunhua's frantic escape, quickly abandoned their musings and followed suit. However, none anticipated that the supplies on this floor were nearly depleted, as though locusts had swept through, leaving little behind. Yet, no one cast suspicion upon Sheng Mingzhu, for they had only seen her depart with a single package, albeit a rather sizable one. It could hardly contain the entirety of the floor's goods. Thus, they resigned themselves to their misfortune, regretting their late arrival that allowed others to seize the opportunity. Naturally, they dared not lament their fate, for time was of the essence. While the remaining items were scarce, careful selection could still yield a satisfactory haul. The second and third floors of the supermarket catered to daily necessities, while the fourth floor was dedicated to a culinary haven, replete with various dining establishments. This time, Sheng Mingzhu had no intention of exploring every nook and cranny. Although restaurants undoubtedly offered sustenance, she felt pressed for time to meticulously gather provisions. Should she attempt such an endeavor, she risked being overtaken by the throngs below. Therefore, Sheng Mingzhu resolved to collect various machines from bubble tea shops and snack stalls. While she deemed these items potentially of limited utility, they could serve her well should she wish to experiment with different ventures in the future, particularly since she had not previously stockpiled such equipment. Thus, she stored these machines within her spatial realm. Upon completing her collection on the third floor, they ascended to the fourth, only to encounter a peculiar sight. The kitchen inventory remained intact, yet the machines used for culinary creations had vanished. However, such matters were of no concern to them. They were merely interested in edible provisions, hoping that the early arrivals had not claimed the items they sought. As for the identity of the person behind this, they were indifferent. At this moment, Sheng Mingzhu intended to depart for a nearby jewelry store. Since discovering her spatial realm's capacity for enhancement, she had harbored ambitions of acquiring jewelry at no cost when the apocalypse arrived, using it to upgrade her domain. Given the hunger plaguing many, few thought to visit a jewelry store. Even if someone did, it was unlikely they could seize all the treasures, for not everyone possessed a spatial realm. Upon arriving at the jewelry store, Sheng Mingzhu was pleasantly surprised to find it had not been completely ransacked. Numerous pieces remained elegantly displayed in showcases. Unlike perishable food, jewels do not spoil. Furthermore, collecting these gems proved far more convenient than gathering food items. Without even a glance, she effortlessly absorbed the showcases into her spatial realm, which possessed an automatic treasure absorption feature. Due to the flooding, she began her collection on the third floor, while she equipped herself with specialized gear to descend to the lower two levels. Fortuitously, she had prior experience in diving and had even obtained a certification out of sheer interest. Moreover, during the apocalypse, she had once been ambushed and thrown into the water, prompting her to hone her swimming skills. Collecting submerged treasures was a breeze for Sheng Mingzhu. Within a brief span, she had amassed a considerable hoard of jewels. Upon their entry into her realm, she sensed a profound transformation taking place. A tremor coursed through her mind, as if something were rising from the depths. To her astonishment, a screen materialized, announcing that her space was undergoing an upgrade, during which the host could not enter. This was the first time she had witnessed such a notification. It appeared her spatial realm functioned similarly to the evil thought value system, capable of displaying messages. Though she could not enter her realm at present, she discovered she could still deposit items within it. Thus, she placed the newly acquired jewels and adornments in her space. This time, her collection extended beyond mere jewels. It included an array of accessories, from gold to silver and everything in between. Anything she laid eyes upon was swiftly absorbed into her domain. In her previous life, she had never encountered anyone using gold as a medium of exchange, for sustenance was paramount in those times. However, she could not definitively assert that gold would lose its value in the future. An age-old adage rings true: in prosperous times, antiques; in chaotic times, gold. This truth has persisted across generations, and she clung to a glimmer of hope. After all, acquiring gold posed no cost to her. It was merely a matter of convenience. Furthermore, should order be restored one day, these golden treasures might regain their worth. In such a scenario, she could effortlessly thrive, reminiscent of her life before the apocalypse. Additionally, gold's allure was undeniable. Its radiant glimmer was simply exquisite. Perhaps before the apocalypse, Sheng Mingzhu had favored the dazzling allure of jewels, but now she appreciated the quintessential beauty of gold. However, after 10 years of living in a post-apocalyptic world, Sheng Mingzhu's aesthetic sensibilities have undergone an unconscious transformation. She has developed a fondness for vibrant colors. In her previous life, she harbored this peculiarity after the world's end, unable to sleep without gazing upon those resplendent objects. Observing them would significantly uplift her spirits. If one were to inquire about the reasons behind this, Sheng Mingzhu herself would be at a loss. She simply followed her inclinations without overthinking. Upon completing her tasks for the day, Sheng Mingzhu resolved not to linger any longer and chose to return home. As she arrived at her community, she noticed a crowd gathered on the fourth floor, passionately debating. Why are we only given such meager supplies? We have exerted considerable effort. We are the ones who transported these goods. You merely escorted them, didn't you? We have invested our time and energy as well. Why should we receive so little? Hearing their quarrels, Sheng Mingzhu did not lift her head, proceeding upstairs with the intent of retreating to her abode. "Sister, wait for me," Su Baozhu called out, halting Sheng Mingzhu in her tracks. Recognizing the voice, Sheng Mingzhu chose to ignore it and continued her ascent. Seeing that Sheng Mingzhu had disregarded her, Su Baozhu summoned her utmost speed to catch up, which was made possible due to Sheng Mingzhu's burdened state. Finally reaching her, Su Baozhu leaned against her knees, panting heavily. "Sister, why didn't you wait for me? I called out to you just now." Confronted in such a manner, Sheng Mingzhu turned, her tone sharp. "What is it? Speak quickly." Su Baozhu was taken aback by the rudeness of her sister's words. How could someone raised in a prominent family utter such crude remarks? Deep down, she recoiled a few steps, priding herself on her upbringing and thinking it unwise to stand too close to someone as brash as Sheng Mingzhu. Noticing Su Baozhu's reaction, Sheng Mingzhu felt somewhat incredulous. Was her single remark sufficient to frighten her? "If you have nothing to say, I shall take my leave," she declared, preparing to walk away. But Su Baozhu, having come to her senses, quickly exclaimed, "Sister, don't go. You've brought back so many supplies, but none have been shared with us, father, mother, and I. Could you possibly spare us some? We don't need much, just half would suffice." As she spoke, Su Baozhu's greedy gaze fixated on the bundle that Sheng Mingzhu carried. Sheng Mingzhu was astounded. Was Su Baozhu out of her mind? Did she truly expect to share the fruits of her labor? Did they not realize how much she despised them? It was outrageous. And to request half. The audacity was staggering. Su Baozhu, are you truly so shameless? You expect me to share the supplies I painstakingly gathered? You must have an extraordinary level of arrogance. Sheng Mingzhu remarked with scorn. Su Baozhu felt her face burn with embarrassment and contemplated retreating, yet found herself unable. Her parents had insisted she approach Sheng Mingzhu, and it was too late to save face. But there's only one of you. We are three. How can you consume so much alone? Sheng Mingzhu could only laugh in disbelief. In her previous life, she had never encountered such shamelessness. But reflecting, it made sense in her past. Su Baozhu had her own space and later became a wealthy lady, thus dismissing the value of such supplies. After encountering such absurdity repeatedly, Sheng Mingzhu felt less inclined to be shocked. Calmly, she replied, if you desire supplies, then you must sever a finger for me as a token. Only then will I consider bestowing some of my goods upon you. Su Baozhu was momentarily stunned by these words. What did she mean by fingers and tokens? Her mind buzzed in confusion until she managed to ask, Sister, could you repeat that? Feeling exasperated, Sheng Mingzhu suppressed her annoyance and clarified. I said, cut off a finger for me to keep as a memento, or else I shall take my leave. Su Baozhu finally grasped the implication behind Sheng Mingzhu's words and erupted. Sheng Mingzhu, how could you be so malicious? We merely sought to borrow some food, and you wish for my finger. You are truly heartless. At this point, Sheng Mingzhu had little desire to engage further. She merely stood and awaited the next words from Su Baozhu, curious about what this pretentious flower would say next. We are indeed borrowing without returning. Is it truly necessary to react so harshly? Besides, did you not acquire these supplies without spending a single coin? What harm is there in taking a little? The more Su Baozhu spoke, the more Sheng Mingzhu felt her incredulity deepen. Truly, Su Baozhu was the epitome of absurdity. How could she demand something without contributing? Well, if you are so generous, I recall you have a considerable stock of supplies at home. Why not lend those to me? My family is on the brink of starvation. With this, Su Baozhu was rendered speechless. How did Sheng Mingzhu know of her hidden provisions? Only her mother and she were aware of their secret, consuming food discreetly to avoid detection from their father. To explain the supply, one must return to the day Su Baozhu and her family moved in. Initially, they had believed this new place to be devoid of resources. Just as despair set in, Su Baozhu discovered an extraordinary ability. Each midnight, she would receive a meager portion of food, a small but vital lifeline. However, for Su Baozhu alone, her frugality was sufficient. So why did Zhu Ling find out? Initially, Su Baozhu intended to keep this from Zhu Ling. After all, when one is barely able to feed oneself, how could they possibly think of others? Yet, one day, when Su Baozhu indulged in a secret meal, Zhu Ling caught her in the act and inquired about it. Su Baozhu had no choice but to speak the truth, albeit not entirely. She only revealed half of what the system had provided her, and within that half, a portion was allocated to Zhu Ling. As for Su Cheng, at that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that his stepdaughter and wife, with whom he shared a bed every night, dared to conceal such matters from him. Consequently, as he grew increasingly gaunt, he noticed that Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu appeared relatively unchanged. He attributed this anomaly to the belief that, as a man, he consumed more than women. Little did he know that the reason Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu seemed to consume less was due to their clandestine indulgence during Su Cheng's own periods of scarcity. Sheng Mingzhu, please refrain from making unfounded statements. Why have I ever had enough to eat? Our daily rations are woefully meager, Su Baozhu replied, her gaze evasive. Observing Su Baozhu's demeanor, Sheng Mingzhu felt a flicker of curiosity. Logically, considering the supplies they had requested in the group chat, even with their frugality, they should have exhausted them by now. Surely, others were not foolish enough to continue providing them with such abundant food in the face of resource scarcity. All right, whatever you say, but you look just like you did before the storm. You don't appear to have lost an ounce. Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Faced with Sheng Mingzhu's skepticism, Su Baozhu felt a wave of despair wash over her. Meanwhile, Su Cheng and Zhu Ling, who had been observing from a distance, finally approached. Having kept a close eye on Sheng Mingzhu's interactions, Su Cheng was aware of his daughter's rebellious nature, having never shared a close bond with her throughout their lives. Thus, sending Su Baozhu to borrow supplies was a last resort. He planned to intervene only when Su Baozhu could no longer handle Sheng Mingzhu. However, upon nearing the group, he overheard Sheng Mingzhu's comments. In the past, he might have dismissed such remarks. Yet, having once entertained similar thoughts about Su Baozhu and Zhu Ling not deceiving him, he had suppressed those suspicions. Now, with Sheng Mingzhu's mention of the topic, the seeds of doubt that had been sown in his mind began to sprout. Regardless of his inner turmoil, Su Cheng refrained from voicing his thoughts. Acquiring supplies from Sheng Mingzhu was paramount. Everything else could wait. Mingzhu, your father has never neglected you all these years. Whatever you desire, I have provided. Now, as you see, we can barely find a morsel to eat. Could you lend us some food? Su Cheng spoke gently. To the onlookers, Su Cheng appeared to be a doting father, having raised his daughter with care. His request for food seemed reasonable. The previous quarrel had been quelled by Lu Chang's mediation, allowing everyone the leisure to observe the unfolding drama. An elderly gentleman even chimed in, "Child, regardless of what your father has done over the years, he has never wronged you. All he seeks is a morsel to eat. Don't be so stingy." Yes, it's just a bite to eat," other elders echoed. Though the community was primarily composed of youth, many elderly residents lived there, brought by their children for retirement. Having witnessed familial squabbles, they were quick to interject when they saw Sheng Mingzhu treating Su Cheng with such disdain. In truth, Sheng Mingzhu found it quite vexing when others interjected in her affairs. Nevertheless, her conscience compelled her to respond politely to the elderly. If he knew what he had done, would he still speak so kindly? He is my father, and that woman beside him is the one he brought home less than a year after my mother passed. The young woman is the child she brought along. Look closely. Do they even resemble one another? Upon hearing Sheng Mingzhu's words, the crowd fell silent, understanding the implications. Sheng Mingzhu was not fabricating tales. Su Baozhu was indeed Su Cheng's illegitimate daughter, having emerged from the same village as Zhu Ling. Their past intertwined before Su Cheng departed from the village, leaving Zhu Ling pregnant. Yet, since he was already married, their affair remained secretive. This revelation had come from Su Baozhu herself during Sheng Mingzhu's captivity, where Su Baozhu visited daily, uttering various grievances. Among those ramblings, Sheng Mingzhu discerned the truth. Su Baozhu was Su Cheng's illegitimate offspring. No wonder she had always been curious about how someone like Su Cheng, driven by self-interest, would relinquish his pride for Su Baozhu, allowing her to change her name. The elderly gentleman fell silent, having enjoyed a strong bond with his late wife, who had passed from sudden heart ailment over a decade ago. He had never remarried, even rebuffing his son's suggestion to do so, vehemently scolding him for it. To him, the image of a loving couple and a harmonious family was paramount. He held a deep disdain for infidelity, especially Su Cheng's actions. Enough, father. Let us go home." The old man's son was taken aback by how quickly his father had intervened in another family's affairs. Knowing his father's nature all too well, he understood that his father had a penchant for meddling in others' business, often without understanding the full context. "I apologize, young lady. My father has a habit of overstepping. He speaks without knowing the facts." The son offered an apology to Sheng Mingzhu. Observing his son's apology, the elder remained silent, merely glaring at him when he disparaged his father. He was not one to be oblivious to right and wrong, and when he heard Sheng Mingzhu's remarks, he began to weigh the situation in his mind, sensing that the young lady had more to say. As anticipated, Sheng Mingzhu continued, "My mother is the young lady of the Sheng group, while you are merely a poor boy who has achieved today's success by leveraging my mother's connections. Even a dog wags its tail at its master, yet you display such ingratitude." Each word she uttered had long been bottled up within her. Before the apocalypse, she had refrained from tearing away the thin veneer of pretense she shared with Su Cheng due to various schemings. However, now that the world had ended, She felt no restraints. She could finally voice the thoughts she had harbored for years. The expressions of the three individuals present darkened upon hearing her words. They were genuinely taken aback by Sheng Mingzhu's audacity to say such things openly. Among them, Su Cheng's face was the most contorted with anger. Su Baozhu and Zhu Ling were less affected, as they had heard similar sentiments before and were no longer surprised. Zhu Ling, however, was momentarily flustered when Sheng Mingzhu referred to her as an old woman, for she had always taken meticulous care of her appearance since becoming involved with the prosperous Su Cheng, often being told she looked no older than 30. Does that wretched Sheng Mingzhu even know how to speak? She thought. Seeing the audience's rapt attention, Sheng Mingzhu decided to continue her tirade. Yet Su Cheng, whose face had turned a shade of deep anger, interjected, "Enough. Sheng Mingzhu, you heartless wretch. Had I known you would stoop so low." He was about to voice his thoughts, but then reconsidered, noticing the multitude of onlookers reveling in the drama. His pride kept him silent. He yearned to defend himself, yet found himself at a loss for words. Could he claim he had not strayed? Would anyone believe him? The truth was, he did not consider his actions to be infidelity. He had been with Zhu Ling for a long time, knowing her since childhood, and was unaware of her pregnancy when he married Sheng Mingzhu's mother. Had he known about Zhu Ling's condition, would he have chosen not to marry Sheng Mingzhu's mother? Certainly not. A man's heart should not be burdened with trivial romantic entanglements. A successful man must wield power and wealth to command respect. Ultimately, unable to articulate a defense, Su Cheng stormed off in frustration. Dressed in a fine suit, which would have looked dapper under normal circumstances, it now only accentuated his anger. With no elevator available, he was forced to ascend the staircase on foot. As he faced the daunting 20 flights of stairs, despair washed over him. Having barely eaten in days, subsisting solely on water, he felt utterly drained of strength. Climbing down was easy, but ascending proved a formidable challenge, and he was thoroughly disheartened. He called upon Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu to assist him up the stairs. Obeying his authoritative tone, they stepped forward, still seething from Sheng Mingzhu's provocations. Su Cheng was oblivious to the hurtfulness of his words, which came out harsh and ungracious. To onlookers, it appeared as though he was shouting at Su Baozhu and Zhu Ling. Both women wore expressions of distress, with Zhu Ling managing to endure the situation due to her years of experience, while Su Baozhu was taken aback by Su Cheng's tone. Upon regaining her composure, her feelings of grievance surged forth, and her eyes brimmed with tears. This display caught the attention of several unmarried men present, who were struck by her beauty and vulnerability. Su Baozhu had always known how to leverage her looks to her advantage, but Sheng Mingzhu, strikingly beautiful in a way that evoked jealousy, was known for her bluntness and unappealing demeanor. Consequently, as Su Baozhu appeared so pitiable, some bystanders began to voice their indignation on her behalf. How can you behave this way? Being exposed is one thing, but to vent your anger so indiscriminately is utterly uncouth. No wonder you stray. Your morals are deplorable. Hearing others speak up for her, Su Baozhu cast a grateful glance at her defender. In stark contrast, Zhu Ling's countenance darkened further upon hearing the mention of infidelity, as if a long-held shield had been violently torn away, leaving her exposed and vulnerable. The man who had made the comment had not intended to stir such emotions. His work environment had rendered him oblivious to the weight of his words. Encouraged by Su Baozhu's acknowledgement, he puffed out his chest and continued, "Isn't it true? A man who strays and then displays such pettiness. What could a lady of stature possibly see in you?" In his eyes, Su Baozhu was innocent, her lineage beyond her control. Moreover, he believed Miss Su to be kind-hearted and undoubtedly suffering from the situation. Once again, Zhu Ling's temper flared, her manicured nails digging painfully into her flesh. Yet she felt no pain in comparison to her emotional turmoil. Su Cheng, who could not tolerate others speaking ill of him, especially after the humiliation he had just endured from Sheng Mingzhu, felt his rage boil over at the man's remarks. Fueled by anger, he charged at the man, fist raised. Though Su Cheng was older, he maintained a regular fitness regimen, allowing him to confront a man nearly 2 decades younger without hesitation. Those around them held their breath, not out of concern for the outcome, but because such altercations have become rare in their social circles. Initially intent on leaving, Sheng Mingzhu decided to linger and witness the spectacle, eager to relish Su Cheng's humiliation. The outcome of the confrontation was never in doubt. The younger man, a seasoned martial arts instructor, easily emerged victorious, a result anticipated by Sheng Mingzhu and the majority of the residents present. In the midst of the fierce confrontation with Su Cheng, victory was unequivocally secured. Su Cheng found himself restrained by a man, face down on the ground. And witnessing this scene, Sheng Mingzhu felt a surge of amusement bubbling within her. However, in her effort to maintain a serious facade in public, she stifled her laughter. It was a rare occasion for Su Cheng to engage physically, yet he had unwittingly kicked a hornet's nest. "Are you all right, darling?" Zhu Ling cried out in concern. Yet, faced with the seemingly fierce young man, Zhu Ling dared not approach, remaining several meters away, calling out from a distance. Meanwhile, Su Cheng, pinned to the ground, could hardly process her worried words. His face contorted in anger as he shouted, "Why aren't you coming to help me?" Zhu Ling hesitated at the prospect of aiding him. Her previous cries were merely to demonstrate her concern, not an invitation to confront the intimidating man. This individual exuded terror, his muscular physique suggesting dire consequences should she provoke him. Just as Zhu Ling grappled with her indecision, her gaze fell upon Su Baozhu, who was trying to diminish her presence at the side. "Baozhu, come help your father," she implored. Suddenly thrust into the spotlight, Su Baozhu felt a surge of resentment. This was her father's predicament, not hers. Why should she be compelled to assist him now? Had he not treated her poorly in the past, this situation would not have arisen. Yet, for the sake of Su Cheng's dignity, she reluctantly approached, her voice soft and tearful as she pleaded with the young man. "Please spare my father. He has been good to us. He was just a bit upset earlier." Faced with the beauty of the plea, the young man scratched his head, perplexed. Had Su Cheng truly only been angry? Although he pondered this, he ceased to press Su Cheng further. Swiftly, he retrieved his phone, asking, "Could you share your WeChat ID?" This unexpected turn left the onlookers astonished. "Wait a moment. You just confronted this woman's father, and now you seek someone else's WeChat? Is that appropriate? Why not search for it in a group chat?" They murmured, their eyes fixed on Su Cheng. Amidst the crowd's amusement, seethed in anger. He thought incredulously, "Surely, my daughter would not share her WeChat with the man who just assaulted me." To his utter disbelief, Su Baozhu actually complied. Su Cheng could hardly fathom this turn of events. Over the years, he had concealed Su Baozhu's true identity from the world, even ensuring that Zhu Ling kept silent about it. Thus, Su Baozhu remained oblivious to her status as his biological daughter. Had it not been for Sheng Mingzhu's revelation, she would have never known. Yet, Su Cheng had treated Su Baozhu with far more affection than he had shown Sheng Mingzhu. After Su Baozhu's birth, Zhu Ling frequently contacted him and invited him to visit. Thus, he often found himself fabricating excuses to his other daughter's mother, claiming work obligations, just to spend time with Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu. He provided substantial financial support and showered Su Baozhu with gifts, while Sheng Mingzhu received only what his assistant bought for her. Despite his considerable investment in her, Su Baozhu's feelings towards him were complex. Unbeknownst to Su Cheng, Zhu Ling had revealed the truth to Su Baozhu when she turned 15. Without this knowledge, Su Baozhu would hardly have harbored such fondness for Su Cheng. Nevertheless, resentment lingered within her heart because she had lived in the countryside until the age of 10. Although her life was manageable, she could not escape the bitterness of her circumstances, envying Sheng Mingzhu's glamorous life, replete with lovely dresses and a spacious home. Why did her half-sister enjoy such fortune while she did not? They shared the same father. Initially, Su Baozhu had been grateful to Su Cheng for his generosity. But upon learning the truth, her gratitude transformed into grievance. With a shy demeanor, Su Baozhu lowered her head and pulled out her phone, allowing the young man to scan her QR code. Witnessing this, Su Cheng felt as though he might bleed from indignation. This man had assaulted him, and now Su Baozhu willingly offered her WeChat? Sheng Mingzhu, having witnessed enough of the unfolding chaos, decided to retreat, knowing that the resolution would likely involve Su Cheng's anger being soothed by Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu, whose persuasive skills were formidable. not long after she departed. A notification chimed in her system. Sucheng, malevolent value 1, 000, 000, Su Baozhu. Malevolent value 300, 000, Zhuling. Malevolent value 100, 000, Lu Chunhua. Malevolent value 100, 000. Among these, there were scattered increments of malevolent value, which Sheng Mingzhu paid little heed to. After all, it was merely the consequence of her abundance inciting envy. She chose not to delve into the reasons behind these sentiments. In simpler terms, she was disinclined to ponder why people harbored animosity towards her. Thus, she merely cross-referenced the names to avoid misjudging individuals in the future. Sheng Mingzhu also discerned a pattern. The malevolent values registered only after she had left, following the cessation of disputes or a calming of tensions, ensuring no disruption to her peace. For the first time, she appreciated the system's subtle attentiveness. Although it seldom engaged her directly, it displayed thoughtfulness in this small detail. Upon returning home, Sheng Mingzhu released Ping Ping in, who immediately began frolicking throughout the house. Observing the creature's exuberance, she realized how much it thrived in the spacious environment. With a sense of relief, she decided to place her belongings into the space when the time came to venture out. Last night, Sheng Mingzhu had her eye on a rather expensive ability, one that surpassed the healing power she had previously acquired, as it required a considerable sacrifice. This particular ability demanded a malevolent value of 10 million. What does 10 million even signify? It implies that a farcical scene akin to the one earlier would need to unfold 10 times. Although Sheng Mingzhu derived joy from vanquishing the wicked, she was inherently a lazy person. While an occasional indulgence in punishing the malevolent brought her delight and novelty, to engage in such an endeavor as a routine would surely drive her to madness. Just consider it. If any hobby were to be treated as a job, does it remain a hobby? It becomes an irksome chore instead. Thus, she felt an overwhelming sense of despair regarding her situation. However, she could not simply tell the malevolent system that she no longer desired this golden opportunity. Faced with such an enticing prospect, Sheng Mingzhu could not, in good conscience, utter those words. Consequently, she had no choice but to accept this reality with a mixture of pain and pleasure. Though they had not retrieved an abundance of items the previous day, the outcome was still quite gratifying. At the very least, they would not exhaust their supplies. Over time, the people had begun to relinquish their hopes in the government, realizing that they must rely on themselves for survival. Of course, this awakening was not universal. A small fraction still clung to their illusions, waiting for salvation while hoarding their meager rations. Thus today, the residents of the apartment building planned to venture out once more in search of sustenance, with a greater number participating than the day before. It appeared that those who had refrained from joining yesterday had observed the successful return of their peers and decided to follow suit. However, Sheng Mingzhu had no intention of joining them this time. She felt that she had gathered more than enough supplies already, and no one would assume that she was hoarding resources at home, content to live off the spoils. Satisfied with this outcome, she relished the fact that she had no need to toil for her livelihood. Yet, this abundance left her feeling somewhat adrift. What was she to do today? She had no intention of traveling far, but what could she explore nearby? In truth, the place she yearned to visit most was the munitions factory located in the suburbs. However, such a location was far beyond the reach of an ordinary individual like herself. From a moment this extraordinary situation arose, such vital sites had been well guarded, leaving no opportunity for her to scavenge. To attempt a visit would be akin to walking into a trap, a thought she dared not entertain even once. With her most desired destination off limits, Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of wilt. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, she resolved to set aside her thoughts for the moment and instead consider what she might eat later. Swiftly, she pulled out her phone and began downloading various cooking methods for ingredients. She was aware that the current network on her phone was still functional, but she knew that in a few days it would cease to operate, rendering her unable to use her device for any purpose. Furthermore, it would not be long before water and electricity would also become unavailable. By then, the tap water would be unfit for consumption, appearing filthy and potentially harboring myriad contaminants. Fearing this eventuality, since the onset of the apocalypse, She had only consumed the water stored within her space, which was ample enough to last her several lifetimes, even under extreme conditions. As for her two significant companions, Ping Ping and Nen, for reasons unbeknownst to her, they refused to drink the water she provided, opting instead for the lake water stored within her space. This lake water had been thoroughly tested for safety, so she felt assured regarding its quality. Thus, when she observed Ping Ping and Nen drinking from it, she did not intervene. With nothing pressing to occupy her, Sheng Mingzhu decided to indulge in a day of relaxation. She followed Ping Ping and Nen into the space, intending to play with them for a while. Unexpectedly, as soon as they entered, the two dogs tugged her along, and she found herself puzzled as to where they were headed. After a brief sprint, they finally halted, eagerly lapping up the lake water, their eyes squinting with glee. Observing their delight, Sheng Mingzhu felt genuine curiosity. What kind of water could elicit such enthusiasm from them? As she pondered this, Ping Ping playfully nudged her toward the lake, and before she could react, she stumbled into the water, sputtering as she inhaled a few mouthfuls. Seeing her predicament, Ping Ping barked excitedly, as if urging her to drink. Soaked and disheveled, Sheng Mingzhu felt a flicker of annoyance. She lightly swatted Ping Ping's sturdy frame, her tone half-heartedly threatening. If you do that again, I might just retaliate like this. And why can't you be more like an? And is so well-behaved. Ping Ping, being male, contrasted with the more subdued nature of an, the female. While Ping Ping exhibited a carefree spirit, and though not entirely quiet, was significantly calmer. Misunderstanding her words, Ping Ping thought she was merely engaging in playful banter, wagging his tail joyously and barking excitedly. Realizing that Ping Ping had not grasped her admonition, Sheng Mingzhu conceded that she had noticed a marked increase in their intelligence lately. At times, she even regarded them as akin to human companions. Yet, she knew she was overthinking. Ping Ping and Nen remained simply clever dogs. After spending some time in the space with them, Sheng Mingzhu suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, sensing that she could no longer contain herself. To her dismay, she noticed an unpleasant odor emanating from her, and a layer of blackness had begun to appear on her exposed skin. Disturbed by their owner's condition, Ping Ping and Nen instinctively distanced themselves, barking at her from safe distance, seemingly questioning, "Why do you smell so bad?" Upon witnessing the disdainful demeanor of Ping Ping and Nen, Sheng Mingzhu felt an urge to strike at them, yet she could not contain herself. Thus, she promptly exited the space, leaving Ping Ping and Nen behind, for even if Sheng Mingzhu desired to take them along, they would have been unwilling. They relished remaining in the spacious environment, which was both vast and pleasant. An hour later, Sheng Mingzhu emerged from the restroom, utterly exhausted. As she had bathed and used the toilet, she was taken aback. She had never felt so filthy before, her body enveloped in a layer of grime that emitted a foul odor. At that moment, she resembled a clay figure, revolting in her appearance. Now, the mere thought of her reflection in the mirror made her feel nauseous. Overwhelmed by the recollection, Sheng Mingzhu hurried back to the restroom. Ugh, she felt exceedingly unwell, and as the stench in the restroom reached her senses again, she could not restrain herself from retching once more. Although she had opened a window for ventilation, the unpleasant odor lingered. Clean and refreshed, Sheng Mingzhu collapsed on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. It was fair to say this was the most disheveled moment of her life, even surpassing the hardships of her past existence, where she had endured hunger and poor living conditions. Yet she had never been this disheveled before. Why had this happened to her? As she rifled through her memories, she realized she had done nothing particular, merely having been pushed into a lake by Ping Ping. She had choked on a few mouthfuls of water. This situation was not unfamiliar. She had encountered it long ago. One day, she had placed Ping Ping and Nen in the space, and upon her return, she had released them only to find them in a similar state. At the time, she had thought little of it, assuming they had merely rolled in a mud puddle. She had bathed them, and they had appeared much like her current self, though she had been considerably dirtier. Suddenly, a thought flickered in Sheng Mingzhu's mind. Could it be the lake water? After that incident, Ping Ping and Nen seemed to have transformed. Previously weak and listless, they now appeared vibrant and consumed copiously. Was she experiencing a similar transformation? Ignoring her earlier disarray and exhaustion, Sheng Mingzhu threw a few punches and realized her physical condition was indeed excellent. Instantly, she became convinced that the lake water was the cause. The water resembled the cleansing elixirs described in fantasy novels, purifying the impurities within her body. The reason her impurities were far more pronounced than those of Ping Ping, and it was simply because they had only recently been born and had consumed little. In contrast, after years of living, she had accumulated much more, resulting in her lesser cleanliness. Having understood this, Sheng Mingzhu recalled Ping Ping and instilled into space and promptly released the two dogs. Upon seeing her, they joyfully dashed into her embrace. Noticing the dampness at the corners of their mouths, it was evident they had indulged in the lake water once more. This led Sheng Mingzhu to realize that after drinking the lake water, Ping Ping and it had experienced no adverse effects. Only the initial encounter had yielded such a reaction. Did this imply that the impurities in her body had been cleansed? If she continued to drink from that lake, would she not encounter a similar predicament again? The prospect thrilled Sheng Mingzhu, as she envisioned a promising future for her health. While such vitality might not have been particularly enviable before an apocalyptic scenario, it would prove invaluable in such dire circumstances, where the absence of medicine would render weaker constitutions vulnerable to ailments or natural disasters. Those with poor health could succumb at the first challenge, whereas she would endure. Moreover, not only had her constitution improved, but as she approached her vanity to gaze into the mirror, Sheng Mingzhu was captivated by her reflection. Although her skin had been commendable prior to this, it paled in comparison to her current appearance. Her complexion now radiated a soft porcelain luminosity, akin to the finest quality of mutton fat jade. Perhaps it was the effect of her newfound clarity, but her eyes sparkled brilliantly, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky. Elated by her newfound beauty, Sheng Mingzhu embraced Ping Ping and planting a large kiss on one of them. "You are truly my treasures." In truth, had it not been for Ping Ping and she would never have dared to drink from that lake, regardless of assurances regarding its safety. The bewildered Ping Ping and unaware of the sudden affection, wagged their tails enthusiastically. Given the events of the day, Sheng Mingzhu decided against venturing out. Though she felt capable of exerting herself, the lingering sensation of exhaustion remained vivid in her mind. Thus, she comfortably resolved to spend the day at home, planning to venture out the following day. With no pressing matters at hand, after lunch, Sheng Mingzhu drew the curtains and prepared for a nap. Following her lead, Ping Ping and having adapted to her routine, nestled beside her in slumber. Sheng Mingzhu had prepared a room for them, but they preferred to remain close to her. Initially, her mild case of obsessive cleanliness hindered her acceptance of two dogs sharing her bed, yet the pleading look in their eyes softened her resolve, leading her to acquiesce. Once that boundary was crossed, countless repetitions followed, and over time, she became accustomed to it. As she and her two canine companions drifted into dreams, a commotion erupted outside their door. "Mom, can you keep it down?" "All right, I'll be quieter." The noise outside was first detected by Ping Ping and who immediately alerted Sheng Mingzhu with their barking. Woof, woof, woof. Startled awake, Sheng Mingzhu realized that her recent life had been exceedingly tranquil. Thus, Sheng Mingzhu's vigilance had notably diminished compared to her previous life. She promptly rolled off the bed and, utilizing the camera installed outside, glanced at the situation beyond her door. To her surprise, she spotted two familiar figures lurking about, attempting to pry open her lock just as they had done previously. This sight elicited a smile from Sheng Mingzhu. Did they not consider the nature of her lock? Could it truly be tampered with? Moreover, this lock had been custom designed for her by a specialist. A one-of-a-kind creation intended precisely to thwart individuals adept at lockpicking. In fact, there existed only two keys to this door, both of which were in her possession, one for daily use and the other stored away as a backup. Hence, if they ever succeeded in breaching her threshold, it would not be a fault of the lock. Rather, it would indicate a grave lapse in her judgment for having relinquished the keys to them. Yet, would such a scenario ever transpire? Certainly not. Did she strike one as such a fool? Sheng Mingzhu held this residence in high regard. After enduring a decade of survival in a post-apocalyptic world, she was confident that she could sustain herself within its confines for at least that long. Abundant resources lay at her disposal, even without venturing out to procure more. She could comfortably live off what she had stored in her space for the rest of her life. Moreover, this was a modest assessment. Truthfully, the supplies in her possession could sustain her for numerous lifetimes. Upon opening the door, she addressed the two familiar faces outside, inquiring, "Are you looking for me?" Just as before, upon hearing her voice, Chun Biao and Lu Chunhua sprang up in alarm. "Why haven't you gone out to gather supplies?" Lu Chunhua exclaimed, her expression akin to that of someone who had seen a ghost. "If I had gone out to seek supplies, how could I possibly be here to welcome you into my home?" Sheng Mingzhu replied with a smile directed at both Lu Chunhua and Chun Biao. Her visage, undeniably beautiful, paired with such a radiant smile, should have been enchanting. However, to Lu Chunhua and Chun Biao, it appeared rather disconcerting. "We merely wish to find you. There was a misunderstanding between us last time, and we have come to clear it up," Lu Chunhua hastily justified. "Indeed, my mother and I have come with sincere intentions to resolve our misunderstanding," Chun Biao chimed in eagerly. Perhaps due to the photograph Lu Chunhua had shared in their group chat, Sheng Mingzhu felt an instinctive aversion toward Chun Biao, accompanied by a sense of nausea. Intrigued by their words, she managed to suppress her discomfort and responded, "Very well. Let me see just how much sincerity you possess. Perhaps if it is sufficient, I may consider forgiving you." Upon witnessing Sheng Mingzhu's demeanor and the way she carried herself, Chun Biao's eyes widened in astonishment. His prolonged singlehood was not due to a lack of admirers. After all, one must acknowledge that different strokes appeal to different folks. Some individuals coveted his wealth and property, eager to marry him, yet he found none of them appealing. It was not that these women's appearances were lacking. They were indeed quite attractive, more than suitable for him. However, Chun Biao had a penchant for exceptionally beautiful and spirited women. But could such individuals ever be interested in him? This dilemma left his mother, Lu Chunhua, in despair until fortune smiled upon them in the form of Sheng Mingzhu. Now, her son had set his sights on her, declaring her his only choice for marriage, a fixation that stirred jealousy within Lu Chunhua. Nevertheless, the prospect of her son's future outweighed her concerns. Once Sheng Mingzhu became part of their family, she would hold sway over whatever transpired. Just yesterday, they learned that while Sheng Mingzhu was indeed wealthy, she lacked any allies and had even offended her influential father. Thus, should any misfortune befall her, they would not extend a helping hand. "Miss Sheng, we have prepared a dish of braised pork specifically for you," Lu Chunhua announced, extending a plate of the delicacy toward her. During this exchange, Sheng Mingzhu noticed Lu Chunhua's hand twitch, though she could not discern the motive behind it due to the distance and the size of the object in question. Consequently, she remained uncertain whether Lu Chunhua was up to some mischief. However, due to the six-layer door, Lu Chunhua could not reach Sheng Mingzhu in the slightest, let alone hand her the plate of braised pork. Lu Chunhua, sensing the awkwardness of the moment, touched her head and offered a sheepish smile. Observing this behavior left Sheng Mingzhu utterly perplexed. Hadn't she recently clashed with Lu Chunhua's precious son? What was the purpose of this charade? "Very well. Just place the items outside, and you may leave. I shall retrieve them shortly," Sheng Mingzhu replied, genuinely curious to see how they intended to handle the situation. After uttering these words, she settled back, awaiting their departure after placing the braised pork outside. As Lu Chunhua gazed at the plate of braised pork, her heart ached. It was the last of their meat reserves. Initially, she had no intention of offering this dish to Sheng Mingzhu, but unforeseen circumstances had compelled her to do so. Regardless of how much it pained her to part with it, her son had set his sights on Sheng Mingzhu, making her a prospective daughter-in-law. Though reluctant at the moment, once Sheng Mingzhu tasted the dish, she would surely recognize her place. Lu Chunhua was determined to demonstrate what it meant to be a woman. Offending her would lead to dire consequences. Observing her son's unwavering gaze fixed on Sheng Mingzhu, she gently urged, "Come along, dear," understanding his mother's intentions. Chun Biao complied without protest and turned to leave. Lu Chunhua had never contemplated that Sheng Mingzhu might refuse to eat her cooking. After all, her culinary skills were exceptional, and unlike before, they could not simply venture out for groceries. Their family had been subsisting on whatever they could find. and this piece of meat had been a cherished reserve. Therefore, even if Sheng Mingzhu's circumstances were favorable, it was unlikely she could afford to indulge in daily meat consumption at this point. Perplexed by Chun Biao and Lu Chuanhua's peculiar behavior, Sheng Mingzhu felt her mind racing. Drawing from her previous life's experiences, she was unable to pinpoint the source of the issue. Yet, one thing was certain. She would not partake in the braised pork they offered. After all, what good could come from accepting gift from those with ill intentions? Furthermore, she had no need for their food. She had ample provisions of her own. Who knew if Lu Chuanhua had even washed her hands before preparing the dish? It must be said that Sheng Mingzhu's reasoning was both sound and justified. As fate would have it, the water flowing from the faucet today had become noticeably unclean, leaving many hesitant to drink it. In summary, Sheng Mingzhu had no intention of consuming the plate of braised pork presented by Aunt Lu, although the dish was undeniably aromatic, likely freshly prepared from the pot. Even from a distance, Sheng Mingzhu could still perceive its enticing fragrance. It was no wonder that Chun Biao had become quite rotund. After retreating to her home and indulging in an hour of frivolous phone use, Sheng Mingzhu assured herself that Aunt Lu and her companions had departed before venturing outside. However, the braised pork, having been left in the open for an hour, had cooled significantly, losing its previous allure. Strangely, Sheng Mingzhu sensed something unusual about the meat, as if something within it were writhing. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared still. Ultimately, she couldn't quite articulate what was amiss with the dish. Before stepping out, Sheng Mingzhu had taken meticulous precautions, donning thick gloves and a highly protective mask. She even wore a protective suit, striving to ensure that not a single inch of her skin would make contact with the meat. This was not merely an overreaction. In her current reality, vigilance was paramount, and only with such precautions could she dare to handle the pork. The reason for not leaving the meat outside for too long was simple. If it spoiled, it would be she who suffered the consequences. Thus, she resolved to endure the inconvenience. This wariness stemmed from her experiences in a post-apocalyptic world, where the act of poisoning food had become alarmingly commonplace. Should someone harbor malicious intent, they might even apply toxins directly to areas that come into contact with the skin, potentially causing allergic reactions, itching, fainting, or even corrosive damage to the skin. At this moment, Sheng Mingzhu found herself grateful for her impulsive decision to adopt pets, which had led her to bring Ping Ping and back home. Upon entering, she was greeted by their barking, but something in their tone struck her as peculiar. Not knowing why, she instinctively set the braised pork aside and cradled Ping Ping in her arms. Once held, the dogs calmed down somewhat, though they continued to bark at the plate of meat. This confirmed Sheng Mingzhu's suspicions. There was indeed something amiss with the pork, whether it had been tampered with or contained something sinister. To her astonishment, it seemed that Ping Ping possessed remarkable sensitivity, not only having guided her to that magical lake water, but also detecting this latent danger. In that moment, Sheng Mingzhu felt immense gratitude towards her past self for the whimsical decision to adopt pets. Now, it must be mentioned that Sheng Mingzhu had recently discovered a new function within her spatial domain. After absorbing the entirety of the gemstone city's jade, her space had undergone an upgrade. Initially, she had not noticed any significant changes aside from its increased capacity. However, upon a spontaneous exploration, she uncovered hidden features. The grand villa within her space appeared no different from a normal house at first glance. Yet, when she decided to test the kitchenware by preparing a meal, hoping it would surpass her culinary efforts outside, she placed a semi-finished pizza into the microwave. To her surprise, as soon as she set it inside, the microwave displayed all the ingredients needed to make the pizza on a luminous screen, along with the quantities and preparation time. Amazed, Sheng Mingzhu began to toss random items from her space into the microwave, discovering that it could accurately detect them as well. Furthermore, this capability extended beyond the microwave. Every kitchen appliance in her domain could perform similar functions, providing tailored options based on the item's categories. Elated by this revelation, Sheng Mingzhu felt a surge of excitement, envisioning herself as a culinary deity. Though she believed she possessed a natural talent for cooking, her lack of mentorship had held her back. Now, with this newfound capability, She felt on the brink of culinary greatness. With renewed fervor, Sheng Mingzhu cast a plate of braised pork into a pot within her space. In previous attempts, she had swiftly identified the ingredients, but this time, the complexity of the braised pork's components proved challenging. While some common ingredients appeared on the screen, others remained in a perpetual loading state. After approximately 3 minutes, all the ingredients for the braised pork finally materialized on screen. To her astonishment, she noted a particularly alarming entry: the same heart goo. This potent substance, true to its name, could incite an obsessive love for another person, overshadowing all previous affections. The braised pork contained a larval form of this goo, and its maternal counterpart was undoubtedly nearby. It was evident that Lu Chanhua had gone to great lengths to ensnare her. The same heart goo was a rare find. Her grandfather was acquainted with a formidable figure from Miaojiang, reputed to be even older than him. Despite his advanced age, this individual appeared no older than 30, maintaining an extraordinary appearance. Sheng Mingzhu had once jested with her grandfather about seeking out this figure for beauty secrets, but he had merely shaken his head in refusal. Her grandfather had claimed expertise in various forms of goo, and as a child, her curiosity had led her to inquire whether many types of goo existed in the world. The elder had replied that few understood the art of goo making today, and the methods were exceedingly complex, rendering such creatures quite rare. With this in mind, Sheng Mingzhu's curiosity about Lu Chanhua deepened. Previously, she had simply viewed Lu as somewhat fortunate, having inherited wealth from her deceased husband and receiving substantial compensation after the death of her adopted nephew, which catapulted her from an ordinary existence to that of a modestly wealthy woman. In a modest community, she collects garbage, yet her income is remarkably decent. After all, how else could she support such a large son? Even at his age, he remains at home, indulging in food and drink, without a care in the world. However, upon encountering these mysterious insects, Sheng Mingzhu quickly recognizes Lu Chanhua's formidable nature. It turns out she is no ordinary person. She possesses the ability to manipulate these creatures. If someone utterly ignorant and naive were to stumble into such a situation, they might unwittingly fall victim to her schemes. During that encounter, the influential figure showed little willingness to engage in conversation, leaving Sheng Mingzhu with only a vague recollection of these insects. Yet, she remained unfazed, for the holographic screen had elucidated everything for her. The final note read, "If the offspring insect is consumed by only one person within a day of separating from the mother insect, that individual will become mentally incapacitated. Furthermore, if one of the heart insects dies, the offspring will perish immediately, although the impact on the insect king is minimal. Nevertheless, it still affects the consumer's virility." Upon reading this cautionary note, Sheng Mingzhu could hardly contain her laughter. Lu Chanhua likely never anticipated that not only would she not enjoy her braised meat, but she would also be outsmarted. At this moment, she had inadvertently handed the blade of fate into Sheng Mingzhu's hands. Yet, a dilemma arose for Sheng Mingzhu. Should she choose to render Chen Biao foolish, or should she deprive him of his virility? After a moment's contemplation, she ultimately resolved to strip Chen Biao of his sexual capabilities. This way, Lu Chanhua would have to witness her beloved son unable to carry on the family lineage, becoming a man devoid of manhood. After all, hadn't Lu Chanhua always harbored designs on her? Sheng Mingzhu was determined to demonstrate that her plans were not so easily thwarted. Thus, she carefully extracted a small insect from the dish of meat using tongs. Perhaps due to Lu Chanhua's neglect, the creature had become emaciated. However, Sheng Mingzhu began to worry. Would its diminutive size affect the outcome? What if it failed to incapacitate Chen Biao? Yet, there was no alternative. She had to eliminate the insect. There was no way she would allow this creature to reside in her space or home. The mere thought of it being so close made her skin crawl. Using tweezers, she first severed the insect's body in half. To her astonishment, its vitality proved remarkably resilient. Even in pieces, it continued to move. Consequently, she meticulously crushed the creature, piece by piece, a process that was quite revolting and made her hesitant to watch. However, she had to keep an eye on it. How else could she be certain it was dead? Although she possessed a grinder at home, she was reluctant to use it, knowing that even if the insect were pulverized, the grinder would become unusable. After much effort, the insect finally ceased to exist. To ensure its demise, Sheng Mingzhu placed the remains in a dedicated jar, sealing it tightly to prevent any chance of life escaping. Yet, she worried that this single jar might not suffice. Thus, she procured 2 additional jars, layering them carefully and sealing them, effectively entombing the insect. Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, Chun Biao suddenly felt an unsettling softness in his lower abdomen, provoking a sense of dread. For a man, the greatest fears often revolve around his career and certain physical capabilities. As for his career, Chun Biao was unconcerned. Otherwise, he would still be living off his family at over 30. Thus, his primary worry lay in his virility. Feeling the odd sensation, he shouted, "Mom, I don't feel well." Lu Chanhua, preoccupied with thoughts of when to bring Sheng Mingzhu into her home, was abruptly interrupted by her son. Yet, she felt no irritation. Her son was her lifeblood. Therefore, even such an interruption was welcomed. Hearing her son's discomfort, Lu Chanhua immediately became anxious, rushing to his side and urgently inquiring, "My precious son, please tell me what ails you." Though Chen Biao was somewhat a mama's boy, he felt embarrassed at that moment. He turned his face away and grumbled, "I just don't feel well. You tell me what to do." Lu Chanhua, equipped with some medical knowledge due to her family background, lacked the ability to diagnose issues out of thin air. Seeing her son's reluctance to divulge his condition only heightened her anxiety. "Son, please tell me. I'm so worried." Despite Lu Chanhua's evident concern, Chun Biao still refused to speak, yelling, "Aren't you supposed to be a healer? Why can't you figure it out?" Indeed, Lu Chanhua came from Yaojiang, where her family possessed medical skills. However, her own training had not been particularly thorough. Nevertheless, her expertise in insect manipulation surpassed that of her siblings, which earned her a place of significance within her family. It was during the 1980s that she met her husband. Initially, Lu Chunhua's husband was destined to marry his childhood sweetheart, as their families had agreed to wait until they were settled in their careers. However, Lu Chunhua intervened. Aware that the man did not harbor feelings for her, she resorted to using her insect magic. After consuming the hard insect, he became hopelessly infatuated with Lu Chunhua, enamored despite her lack of beauty, education, and decorum. The childhood sweetheart, heartbroken and bewildered by her fiancé's sudden desire to marry another, sought to confront Lu Chunhua, hoping to discover the truth behind the enchantress who had ensnared her beloved. Upon meeting Lu Chunhua, she was utterly taken aback. Coming from a well-off urban background, she had always received a solid education and had aspirations for a bright future. In stark contrast, Lu Chunhua, a woman from the countryside, displayed coarse manners, dressed in a rustic fashion, and possessed an appearance that could only be described as plain, if one were being generous. The truth was, there was nothing remarkable about her. The childhood sweetheart did not disdain Lu Chunhua for her rural origins. Rather, it was a realization that Lu Chunhua held no qualities superior to her own that left her perplexed. She genuinely wondered how Chang'ang could possibly find her appealing. As Lu Chunhua confronted her own reflection, she gazed at herself with a look of disdain, her eyes betraying an unmistakable sense of pride. Yet, she could not fathom what there was to be proud of. Was it the triumph of having stolen her fiancé away? She found herself at a loss and had no intention of pondering it further. All she could perceive was that Chang'ang was truly blind, for he chose to pursue such a woman over someone as commendable as herself. Before meeting Lu Chunhua, her heart had been heavy with sorrow, but upon seeing her, all feelings dissipated, for the fault did not lie with her, but with Chang'ang's lack of discernment. Chang'ang's family, too, could not accept Lu Chunhua. They were unable to comprehend why their son, who had graduated from university and was poised for a promising future, would choose to marry such a woman. They could tolerate a degree of poverty, yet Lu Chunhua was far from an acceptable match. When Chang'ang first brought her home, her gaze was restless, her demeanor unruly, and her speech was coarse and disrespectful towards their elders. Hence, they resolutely opposed the union. Yet their son was determined to wed Lu Chunhua, even resorting to deception to bring her into their lives despite their objections. when Chen Gang's parents observed him and Lu Chunhua behaving themselves for a time. They naively assumed he had come to his senses and ended the relationship. However, they were taken aback when he next introduced Lu Chunhua, visibly pregnant. At that moment, it became painfully clear what had transpired. Ultimately, Chen Gang's parents had no choice but to begrudgingly accept Lu Chunhua into their home. However, their acceptance was superficial. Ever since she had entered their household, they had grown estranged from their son. With two sons to care for, they no longer felt reliant on Chen Gang for support, shifting their focus to their younger son, who ultimately inherited the bulk of the family wealth. This dynamic elucidated why, despite marrying into a seemingly favorable family, Lu Chunhua's life was far from idyllic. Although Chan Biao insisted that Lu Chunhua refrain from examining him, she could not bear to see her son in such distress. After much persuasion, she finally extracted the truth from him and conducted an examination. To her astonishment, what she discovered was not mere discomfort, but a severe issue, with pus oozing from his abdomen, a sight that was truly alarming. "My son, how do you feel right now?" Lu Chunhua inquired urgently. Chen Biao, bewildered, had previously thought his discomfort was simply due to ill-fitting pants, never anticipating the gravity of the situation. It was only after regaining his senses that he became aware of his condition and cried out, "Mother, what is happening to me?" Seeing her son in such anguish, Lu Chunhua felt her heart shatter. She was not a trained medical professional. Her only expertise lay in the ancient practice of Gu. If asked about the intricacies of the craft, she could speak with some authority, but diagnosing her son's affliction was beyond her capabilities. As her son wailed, she felt as though her heart was fracturing. "My precious child, do not cry. I will find a way." With no clear solution at hand, Lu Chunhua retrieved the ancestral Gu book she had kept close to her heart. This tome contained the wisdom of her forebears and was her only recourse. When she had secretly fled her home, she had taken a small sum of money in this book, which was the most treasured possession of the Lu family. When her relatives discovered her actions, they were furious, leading to her expulsion from her ancestral lineage. This was why she had not returned home for many years. The distance was vast, and she preferred to remain in the city, fearing the repercussions of her return. In the face of urban prosperity, Lu Chunhua had no desire to leave. Thus, when Chen Gang inquired about her family, she simply claimed they were all deceased. This was her secret, one she had never shared with anyone, not even her husband or son, who only knew that their wife and mother possessed knowledge of peculiar things. Although her understanding of these strange arts was limited, they sometimes proved useful. Finally, as Lu Chunhua reached the last page of the book, her eyes widened in astonishment. It stated that any dual Gu required two individuals to ingest it, or else. However, due to the age of the tome, many pages were missing, rendering her unable to discern the subsequent instructions. The inability to read further left her feeling distressed, as she scratched her head in frustration, yearning to uncover the secrets contained within, but lacking the knowledge to do so. Not to mention, her earlier studies in Gu had been rather lackadaisical, leaving her with only a rudimentary understanding, sufficient for simple matters, but wholly inadequate for the profound complexities at hand. Lu Chunhua now recalled the home she had long forgotten. But with the rain pouring down, returning was impossible. Even if she could, she knew they would cast her out, making any hope of assistance for her son utterly futile. "Mother, have you found a solution? I feel so unwell." Chen Biao shouted from his bed. In truth, he did not feel particularly ill, though there was pus. He was not experiencing pain or discomfort, merely the unsettling sight of it and a sense of weakness akin to a loss of sensation. Of course, he did not dwell on this weakness. After all, it was only natural to feel subdued after sustaining an injury. Hearing her son call out again, Lu Chunhua, in a fit of desperation, began to flip through the book with reckless abandon. To her dismay, the ancient tome was torn asunder under her forceful handling. Witnessing this unfortunate event, Lu Chunhua felt her heart splinter alongside the book. It was over. She could forget about returning to seek help from her parents. Having originally fled with the Gu book, they likely loathed her already, and now she had destroyed it. The prospect of returning home was utterly out of the question. With no clear remedy in sight, Lu Chunhua rushed back to comfort Chen Biao. My son, listen to your mother. This is not a grave matter. It will pass in time. Do not fret. Upon hearing her soothing words, Chun Biao found solace, not because her reassurances held any substantial weight, but simply because he felt no pain and did not perceive the injury as severe. Then, Mother, I would like some braised pork today. I need to replenish my strength. Chun Biao lay on the bed, subconsciously attempting to cross his legs. However, his mother, Lu Chunhua, immediately intervened. Though she could not pinpoint the reason behind her son's behavior, she instinctively felt that crossing one's legs was inappropriate. Son, listen to your mother. Do not cross your legs. She gently placed his leg back down. Feeling somewhat defiant under his mother's scrutiny, Chun Biao retorted, Then I want braised pork. If there is no braised pork, I will cross my legs. Lu Chunhua, faced with her son's demands, felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. The last piece of pork belly in their home had long been prepared as braised pork and sent to that scoundrel, Sheng Mingzhu. There was no meat left to cook. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Sheng Mingzhu had returned the previous night with a large bag. Surely, she must have brought back a considerable amount of food. Even if there was no braised pork, there must be something else. If those other items were given to her son, he would certainly cease his fussing. With this newfound determination, Lu Chunhua was eager to seek out Sheng Mingzhu, but she quickly reconsidered. Today would not be suitable. What if Sheng Mingzhu had yet to consume the heart-binding poison? That would complicate matters. For safety's sake, Lu Chunhua decided to wait until tomorrow morning to approach Sheng Mingzhu. By then, it was certain that Sheng Mingzhu would have already ingested the poison. At that point, obtaining whatever she desired would merely be a matter of asking. Would Sheng Mingzhu refuse her? With these thoughts, Lu Chunhua reassured Chun Biao. All right, dear, I will make you braised pork tomorrow afternoon. Satisfied that his request would be fulfilled, Chun Biao ceased his complaints. After all, he had already enjoyed a generous serving of braised pork earlier, and the portion set aside for his daughter-in-law was merely leftovers, so he wasn't overly tempted at this moment. Okay, just remember to make me braised pork tomorrow. He agreed. With her son finally quiet, Lu Chunhua let out a sigh of relief. The next day, Sheng Mingzhu had already devised her plans the night before and had set out early to avoid encountering others. Consequently, when the others departed, they did not catch sight of her. Most of them were indifferent to her whereabouts, aside from a few who envied her ability to procure so much food. Their minds were otherwise occupied with more pressing matters. At least, they were not preoccupied at that moment, and even if they had such thoughts, they remained buried deep within. After some time searching for supplies, they managed to find some food. While it could not restore their pre-storm conditions, it at least ensured they would not go hungry. Sheng Mingzhu's destination was a nearby large pharmacy. At this juncture, everyone was still preoccupied with their basic needs, failing to recognize the importance of medical supplies. Sheng Mingzhu planned to stockpile medications while the opportunity was ripe, anticipating that once everyone realized their necessity, acquiring them would become increasingly difficult. Though she had previously amassed a considerable stock of medications, one could never have too many. Moreover, after the storm, the oppressive heat would set in, presenting a stark contrast to the relatively comfortable conditions during the rain. Illnesses would abound, and the storm's aftermath would provide an ideal environment for various viruses to thrive. The transition between the storm and the intense heat would create a fertile breeding ground for outbreaks. Thus, the need for medications remained paramount. Given the previous restrictions on purchasing medications, both she and her assistant had invested considerable effort, yet still failed to acquire many necessary supplies. However, before heading to the pharmacy, Sheng Mingzhu felt a twinge of anxiety regarding the state of the medications, fearing that the torrential rain might have compromised their integrity. Speaking of the rain, it was essential to note the prevailing conditions. The downpour continued unabated, and according to Sheng Mingzhu's memories from her past life, this storm would persist for another fortnight. Before long, she arrived at the pharmacy's location, only to find it largely submerged. With a deep sigh, she resolved to venture inside. If the medications remained largely intact, she would collect them. If they had sustained significant damage, she would not take them, as their efficacy could be compromised and contamination was a risk. Ordinarily, she would avoid damaged medications, but in these apocalyptic times, one could not afford to be discerning. At worst, she could lower her prices when it came time to sell or barter them. Donning her diving suit, she ventured inside. The pharmacy boasted 4 floors and was quite spacious. She had previously come here to purchase numerous medications, so she was familiar with the layout. The first floor's medications had suffered minimal damage, likely due to the owner's foresight in covering them with waterproof sheeting when the storm first erupted. However, the second and third floors had not received such protection, as the owner could not have anticipated the storm's duration and the extent of flooding it would cause. After all, a city had never experienced such a deluge in all the years gone by. Thanks to the waterproof coverings, the first floor's supplies were relatively well preserved. Sheng Mingzhu collected all the medications from that floor into her storage space. As for the second and third floors, she did not even glance at the supplies, as the damage was too severe. The fourth floor, however, housed medications that had not yet been affected by the water. Thus, Sheng Mingzhu gathered those into her storage as well. The fourth floor contained few supplies, and the decor suggested it was not merely a storage area for medications. Consequently, she decided to explore further and eventually stumbled upon what appeared to be the owner's office. Thus, Sheng Mingzhu employed the versatile key that had been specially configured earlier to unlock the door. As the door swung open, her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the magnificent emerald jade Buddha that stood before her. This Buddha was indeed colossal, had it been before the apocalypse. It could easily fetch billions, and Sheng Mingzhu surmised there would be eager buyers. Captivated, she did not even blink before she seamlessly absorbed the jade Buddha into her own space. Having encountered such a precious artifact, Sheng Mingzhu was now unequivocally certain that the owner of this establishment was a person of considerable wealth. The mere presence of such an invaluable jade Buddha in the office suggested the likelihood of even more treasures hidden within, and she speculated that these treasures would be of significant worth. With her heart racing at the prospect, Sheng Mingzhu commenced a meticulous search throughout the expansive office, leaving no nook or cranny unexplored. After all, one could never tell where a hidden chamber might be concealed. As she rummaged, a sense of despair began to creep in. Thus far, she had only unearthed a chest of gold, several safes filled with cash, and a few miscellaneous valuable trinkets, but nothing more substantial. Just as she pondered whether she had misjudged the situation, thinking perhaps the owner was merely ostentatious and preferred to display his most valuable possessions openly, she suddenly stepped on a slightly elevated spot on the floor. The sensation beneath her foot ignited her excitement. Upon entering the office, she had observed that the owner appeared to be somewhat fastidious, as the space remained relatively tidy despite the recent torrential rains and lack of cleaning. Thus, the raised area beneath her foot hinted at something significant. With determination, Sheng Mingzhu pressed down hard on the protrusion, and to her astonishment, the bookshelf behind her began to slide back, revealing a concealed chamber. Although she had previously considered the possibility of a hidden room, her earlier attempts to find any suspicious spots on the bookshelf had proven fruitless. Little did she expect that the mechanism would be so cleverly concealed. Eagerly, Sheng Mingzhu stepped into the secret chamber. It was a modest space, easily surveyed in its entirety. Inside, she discovered several safes, and although she yearned to open them, she was at a loss for the combinations. Randomly, she pressed a series of numbers, 6666666, 1234568888888. To her surprise, the safe opened effortlessly when she struck the combination of 6 eights. Stunned by the ease of her success, she quickly regained her composure. After all, the owner had taken such pains to keep the chamber hidden. Had it not been for her fortuitous discovery, another might never have found it. Likely, he had not anticipated anyone accidentally stumbling upon his secret, hence the simplicity of the code. True to the nature of a businessman, the combination was fortuitously auspicious. With that, Sheng Mingzhu proceeded to unlock the remaining safes using the same code. Once all safes were opened, she finally took a moment to examine their contents. To her shock, the safes were filled with firearms and ammunition. The thrill of discovery sent her adrenaline soaring. Coincidentally, she had been without a firearm until now, but fortune had smiled upon her. With a sweeping gesture, she stored the weapons in her space, ensuring to collect the safes as well. After securing these items, she felt no desire to linger further. Fortunately, she had arrived at an opportune time. The prolonged downpour had caused a city-wide power outage. The floodwaters had already submerged the fourth floor of the apothecary, rendering any surveillance cameras inoperative. Had it not been for the unfortunate weather, she might have been discovered. Sheng Mingzhu surmised that the apothecary's owner was no ordinary individual. Anyone capable of acquiring such items could hardly be deemed simple or benevolent. Should he discover her theft, it would be a minor inconvenience compared to the potential peril if he were to uncover the extent of her capabilities. With newfound resolve, Sheng Mingzhu purchased a coveted ability she had long desired but hesitated to acquire, the skill of disguise. This remarkable ability not only altered one's appearance, but could also modify height and weight. She was uncertain why this skill was so extraordinary, yet she cast aside her doubts, recognizing the significant investment of malevolent energy required to obtain it. If it proved unsatisfactory, she would certainly voice her grievances. Naturally, the more effective the skill, the more pleased she would be. Thus, she decided to acquire the ability for 2 million units of malevolent energy, which, even though it was somewhat less expensive than her healing abilities, still made her wince at the expense. Accumulating such energy was no small feat. She pondered how many encounters with Su Baozhu and others it would take to amass such a sum. With each expenditure, her heart ached. After purchasing the disguise ability, Sheng Mingzhu planned to find a secluded location to test its effects once she left the apothecary. Before departing, she took care to destroy all surveillance cameras, ensuring that even those rendered inoperative by the floodwaters were thoroughly dismantled and stored in her space, where no signals could penetrate. After this venture to the apothecary, Sheng Mingzhu found herself inspired with a new strategy. If she sought access to firearms, though a military factory was out of reach, the offices of wealthy magnates were certainly worth exploring. Who knew what treasures might lie hidden in their domains? Thus, she resolved to visit a nearby high-tech company, aware that its CEO was none other than Su Cheng's arch-nemesis, Mr. Qian, whom Sheng Mingzhu had previously used as leverage against Su Cheng. While the paths of Mr. Qian and the Sheng family diverged in business, Mr. Qian, despite his advanced age, harbored considerable ambition, seeking to claim a share of the market where the Sheng family excelled. With this in mind, Sheng Mingzhu silently apologized to Mr. Qian, for she intended to plunder his stronghold shortly. She remained unsure whether Mr. Qian shared the same passion for collecting firearms as the apothecary's owner did. However, it is well known that Uncle Qian has a penchant for collecting jade stones, a hobby that has circulated throughout the elite circles of City A. If one were to speculate, it is likely that Uncle Qian's collection surpasses that of the pharmacy owner in both quantity and quality. The mere thought of this exhilarated Sheng Mingzhu, who began to anticipate the treasures she would soon receive. After approximately half an hour, Sheng Mingzhu arrived at Qian's group, which is not far from Sheng's group. She planned to visit her own company after concluding her business here. Although she suspected that Su Cheng, a hypocritical individual, would not openly collect precious jade and jewels, she felt it was worthwhile to take a look, as the group still bore the Sheng name rather than Su's. Without hesitation, Sheng Mingzhu proceeded to the top floor. The elevator was out of service, necessitating her ascent by stairs. Had it been the pre-transformation Sheng Mingzhu, climbing such a high building would have posed a significant challenge. However, the current Sheng Mingzhu found the ascent to be effortlessly simple. Upon reaching the top floor, she was not even slightly out of breath. Uncle Qian's office had been a place she visited several times during her grandfather's lifetime, making her journey there almost second nature. Upon entering, she was greeted by a magnificent jade sculpture, exquisitely carved and breathtakingly beautiful. Even someone like Sheng Mingzhu, who possessed little knowledge of jade, was left in awe. A pang of regret washed over her, knowing that such a piece of art would soon be absorbed into her space, leaving her with a bittersweet feeling of wasting something so fine. Nevertheless, she waved her hand and drew the jade sculpture into her space. With that, she ceased her selective collecting and instead began to gather everything within the office, regardless of its utility, for her space was ample. Moreover, this method allowed her to work more swiftly. Perhaps, like the pharmacy owner, Uncle Qian's office concealed a hidden chamber behind a bookshelf. If she collected everything, the secret room might reveal itself. Disappointingly, however, Sheng Mingzhu found no hidden chamber in the office. Yet, she quickly reminded herself that the earlier surprise was already a stroke of luck, and even without further discoveries, she had still acquired a jade treasure. After clearing Uncle Qian's office, she proceeded to collect items from the lower floors that had yet to be inundated. It would have been unthinkable to only gather items from the top floor after making such an arduous climb. Thus, she meticulously collected everything from the other floors, leaving no desk or chair behind, even ensuring to include the coffee machine, ice maker, ice cream machine, and water purifier from the break room. After all, there were always items she had not been able to acquire during her previous shopping expeditions. Given that these goods may take an indeterminate time to procure in the post-apocalyptic world, she saw no reason not to seize the opportunity. Finally, having collected all items from the building, Sheng Mingzhu realized she had underestimated the effort involved. What she thought would be a simple task had left her physically drained. Climbing down had required an immense amount of exertion, and her arms now ached. Yet, recalling her intention to visit Sheng's group, she resolved to endure just a little longer, planning to return home to rest once she had finished gathering her company's belongings, promising herself a day of seclusion thereafter. The Sheng group's building, constructed earlier, was slightly shorter than Qian's group. Before the apocalypse, Su Cheng, a petty man, always believed that the Sheng group had not prospered as well under his stewardship as Qian's group had, solely because the building was shorter, which left him feeling inferior in the eyes of the venerable Qian. Such ineffectual men often blame fate for their misfortunes, and Su Cheng was no exception. However, Sheng Mingzhu now found some solace in this, for her ascent to the top floor had been quite manageable. Su Cheng had inherited the office from her grandfather, but it bore no trace of him anymore. Sheng Mingzhu recalled that her grandfather's desk had once displayed two cherished photographs, one of him and her grandmother in their youth, and another featuring her grandfather, her mother, and a young Sheng Mingzhu. This recollection intensified her disdain for Su Cheng. At the time of her grandfather's passing, she had been engulfed in sorrow and had not noticed the disappearance of those photographs. When she inquired about them, Su Cheng had claimed to have hired someone to tidy up, leaving him unaware of their whereabouts. Sheng Mingzhu found his explanation utterly unconvincing. Who would discard their superior's belongings without consent? The office appeared impeccably tidy at first glance, seemingly reflecting Su Cheng's hypocritical nature. Yet, Sheng Mingzhu was unconvinced that he could maintain such cleanliness. Thus, as she resumed her collection, she meticulously searched through Su Cheng's drawers. In the more conspicuous drawers, she found nothing of interest, just mundane work documents. Finally, she discovered a small hidden compartment. Its design was so discreet that had she not been thorough in her inspection, she might have overlooked it entirely. Upon opening the compartment, she was confronted with revelations that shattered her preconceived notions. Instead of documents, the drawer contained an assortment of peculiar items, various toys, and, more shockingly, special medications typically sought by men of Su Cheng's age. Sheng Mingzhu was genuinely taken aback. She had never imagined that the seemingly serious and composed Su Cheng led such a clandestine existence. While she was aware that Su Cheng had a mistress abroad, she had never envisioned him in such a light. Who would have thought that a man of his age could engage in such frivolities? At this moment, Sheng Mingzhu firmly resolved against collecting any further items from this office. After witnessing these items, she inexplicably felt that the office was rather filthy, as if every corner might have been a rendezvous for Su Cheng with others. If Su Cheng intended to use a hotel outside, Sheng Mingzhu could guarantee that he would never leave anything here. Yet, these items were indeed here, confirming her suspicions. Su Cheng not only maintained a mistress abroad, but also harbored one within the company. It must be said that Su Cheng truly knew how to indulge himself, unwilling to compromise on comfort. Previously, when he was with Sheng's mother, he would seize opportunities during business trips to visit Juling, and now he was seizing chances to travel abroad to see his mistress, all while having another unknown mistress within the office. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Sheng Mingzhu retrieved a bottle of mineral water, a pair of gloves, and a towel from her personal space. She first washed her hands thoroughly with the mineral water, dried them with the towel, and then meticulously donned the gloves, ensuring that every part was tightly secured, leaving no chance for contamination. Once these preparations were complete, she resumed her previous activities. Given the recent events, Sheng Mingzhu decided against storing the office's furniture in her space, as it was possible that the items she would collect had previously been used by Su Cheng. Thus, she felt it prudent to be thorough. Sheng Mingzhu turned the entire office upside down, but found nothing. Frustration bubbled within her, and she began to mentally berate Su Cheng. What on earth occupied his mind? In such a vast office, only those sordid and unsightly items were present, while the rest of the valuable possessions seemed to be conspicuously absent. Yet, her instincts warned her that this was implausible. Su Cheng, that cunning old fox, would undoubtedly have hidden treasures stashed away. Irritated, she stomped her foot, and the moment she did, the floor beneath her began to tremble. Startled, she instinctively sought a stable footing. Her gaze darted to Su Cheng's executive chair, and, as she suspected, it was the only spot in the office that remained still amidst the chaos. After roughly 2 minutes, the office transformed dramatically, the floor now gleaming with a golden sheen. In what had previously been an empty space, dozens of large safes now stood prominently. It dawned on Sheng Mingzhu that Su Cheng was far from modest. He was even more extravagant than she had imagined, with gold bricks carpeting the entire floor. The sheer size of the safes left her swallowing hard, realizing that her initial request for 50 billion was woefully insufficient. Observing the opulence around her, she estimated the thickness of the gold-laden floor to be between 10 to 20 centimeters, and with the expansive size of the office, the amount of gold hidden within was staggering. At that moment, Sheng Mingzhu felt as if her heart were submerged in vinegar. A legitimate heiress like herself had never lived such a lavish life, while Su Cheng reveled in it. Anger surged within her, prompting her to claim the gold bricks. As for the safes, she hesitated, wanting to uncover what treasures Su Cheng had concealed so deeply. Approaching the safes, she instinctively entered Su Cheng's birthday as the first password, reasoning that a selfish man like him would likely use his own information for security. If he did otherwise, she was certain it would merely be an act for appearances, lacking genuine intent. Furthermore, being in Su Cheng's office, a private space, made it unlikely he would hide anything from her. Her intuition proved correct. Entering Su Cheng's birthday unlocked several safes. The first contained an exquisitely crafted antique, which, though she lacked expertise, radiated a sense of profound historical richness. The second held a variety of jade treasures, while the third was filled with equally valuable items. Without exception, each safe housed precious belongings. Although Sheng Mingzhu was uncertain of their worth in a post-apocalyptic scenario, they were visually appealing and would serve well as decor. The final safe, however, was packed with firearms. Upon seeing them, her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never imagined Su Cheng to be so formidable as to possess such items. While the quantity was not vast, the sight was nonetheless impressive. At that moment, she felt her earlier request for 50 billion was utterly inadequate. Clearly, Su Cheng had numerous resources at his disposal. Her previous narrow-mindedness struck her as foolish. With no time for regret, Sheng Mingzhu hastily stored the items in her space, leaving the office feeling empty. However, this emptiness did not imply that she had taken the desk or bookshelf. She had no intention of sullying her space with such mundane objects. Just as she turned to leave, a sudden commotion arose outside, the sound of footsteps indicating a considerable number of people approaching. Instantly, she slipped into her space. Thanks to the upgrade of her space, she could still observe the outside world even while concealed within. Shortly after she entered, the previously vacant office filled with a swarm of men in black, who began to search Su Cheng's office. However, since Sheng Mingzhu had already secured the items in her space, she remained undetected. The office of Su Cheng was devoid of any valuable items, making it even less likely for them to uncover anything of worth. President Qin, the items in Su Cheng's office have already been taken, a voice relayed over the phone, though it was somewhat distorted due to Sheng Mingzhu still being in her concealed space. The tone from the other end was far from pleasant. A subordinate had just reported that it appeared the items had been swiftly removed by the men in black. Observing the demeanor of these individuals, A name suddenly flickered in Sheng Mingzhu's mind: the Night Organization. This organization was notorious throughout the apocalyptic world, primarily due to its formidable backing and generous remuneration, which was comparable to that of the pre-apocalypse era. They had established a sophisticated operational mechanism and even their own city-state. Such an organization was highly coveted during the apocalypse, and Sheng Mingzhu was no exception. She longed to join the Night Organization and lead a semblance of a normal life. After all, in this desolate world, merely having food and warmth was a significant blessing, let alone returning to the lifestyle of the past. However, the hopeful journey to the Night Organization had ultimately led to her demise within its confines. Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu, who accompanied her, had swiftly betrayed her after learning that Su Baozhu had allied herself with a powerful figure within the organization. Although she had indeed reached the Night Organization, she found herself imprisoned in an endless basement. Thus, in this lifetime, for whatever reason, Sheng Mingzhu vowed never to return to the Night Organization. Perhaps life there was indeed appealing, but she was not lacking in resources now. Moreover, the mere memory of being confined by Su Baozhu in the Night's dungeon was enough to make the place her utmost detestation. While Su Baozhu's actions might have been personal, Sheng Mingzhu could not muster any fondness for the Night Organization. The men in black did not linger long. Once they confirmed the office was empty, they departed in search of the little thief who had recently escaped. Unbeknownst to them, the little thief was still hiding in the space, joyfully playing with Ping Ping and in concern for their safety. Sheng Mingzhu always took them along whenever she ventured out. Upon seeing her, Ping Ping and then rushed towards her, excitedly circling around her. The warmth of their affection melted Sheng Mingzhu's heart. In this apocalyptic world, trust was a rare commodity, and genuine interactions were nearly non-existent. Although her current life was far superior to her previous one, where she no longer worried about her next meal and merely needed to survive, the human condition often craves deeper fulfillment once basic needs are met. Thus, even while enjoying dramas, savoring hot pot, or reading novels, the sense of loneliness occasionally crept in. However, with Ping Ping and In, she could unconditionally trust and find joy in their companionship, providing her with emotional solace. "Today I shall treat you," Sheng Mingzhu exclaimed, planting a hearty kiss on their heads, which elicited cheerful responses from them, though it was unclear if they understood. At that moment, Sheng Mingzhu sensed the absence of any intruders outside, yet her instincts urged her to carry a weapon as she ventured forth. Recognizing that her adversaries were not ordinary, she could not afford to underestimate them. Armed only with a chainsaw or a bow and arrow could lead to her capture in an instant. Before leaving, she practiced the shooting techniques she had nearly forgotten from her previous lessons, only then feeling confident to proceed. She remained vigilant, attuned to her surroundings, ready to raise her weapon at the slightest sign of danger, her finger poised on the trigger as if prepared to shoot at any moment. Since drinking from that extraordinary lake, Sheng Mingzhu had noticed a significant enhancement in her sensory perception. Previously, she had merely heard about the keen sense of smell possessed by animals, but now she experienced it firsthand. While uncertain if her sense of smell rivaled that of dogs, she felt it was considerably heightened. For survival in the apocalypse, possessing a sharp sense of smell was an invaluable asset, as it could ensure her safety to some extent. Yet, there were times when this heightened sense became a burden, as previously tolerable odors now became unbearable, a concern for her future in a world increasingly cluttered with refuse. The longer the apocalypse persisted, the more waste accumulated. In a time when order was maintained, even environmental management was lacking, and now, with no oversight, the stench was unimaginable. After the onset of the apocalypse, many had perished from starvation, their bodies left unattended, gradually losing warmth and decomposing. Contemplating the future, Sheng Mingzhu felt a sense of despair. Although her home and space provided a sanctuary, she could not remain there indefinitely. She needed to venture outside, lest she become stagnant. However, with the current state of the world, she hesitated to step out. In the absence of any presence on the top floor, Sheng Mingzhu decided to gather items from the numerous floors below. After all, she had come this far and might as well leave with some belongings. After collecting these items, her stomach grumbled, signaling her hunger. It was already late, nearing lunchtime, so she sought a discreet spot. Once assured of her solitude, she pretended to rummage through her backpack, retrieving a self-heating hot pot and a bottle of mineral water, intending to satisfy her hunger simply. While the meal was relatively generous, it felt somewhat bland for someone like Sheng Mingzhu, who was accustomed to indulgence even amidst the apocalypse. Quickly finishing her meal, she prepared to depart. Just then, a woman's voice echoed from outside. "Do you smell that self-heating hot pot? It smells divine." The woman inhaled deeply, and a man responded with excitement. "It truly is self-heating hot pot." The remaining 3 individuals remained silent, eagerly swallowing in anticipation. The delicious aroma wafting from within was irresistible. Upon uttering these words, the woman hastily advanced. She was determined to locate the individual who had indulged in the self-heating hot pot, certain that this person possessed an abundance of food. After all, it was improbable that one could still be enjoying a self-heating hot pot at this time, without a substantial supply of provisions. The sounds emanating from outside did not concern Sheng Mingzhu, for she recognized that these individuals posed no threat to her. Thus, she resolved to step outside, first stowing away the remnants of her recently consumed hot pot into her spatial storage. As she emerged, the 5 individuals outside were instantly captivated by her presence, their gazes scanning her from head to toe, as if to confirm whether she was indeed the one who had just eaten the hot pot. Passing by them, the unmistakable scent of the hot pot lingered around Sheng Mingzhu, drawing their attention. "Brother, it's her. The smell of hot pot is emanating from her." The woman's voice rang out, devoid of any intention to conceal her thoughts from Sheng Mingzhu. Upon hearing this, Sheng Mingzhu lifted her head, granting these individuals a modicum of attention. To her surprise, she recognized the 2 speakers as Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu, siblings she had encountered before. Although the voices seemed familiar, she had dismissed the notion, attributing it to a mere coincidence. Yet, here they were. Due to her use of a disguise, she was able to recognize them, while they remained oblivious to her identity. "Do you have any other food? Hand it over," Lin Chuchu demanded, her tone dripping with disdain. Witnessing Lin Chuchu's arrogance, Sheng Mingzhu, who had initially wished to depart for the Sheng family residence, felt no urgency to leave. After all, there was still ample time, and she was inclined to indulge them in their antics. "Which I of yours witnessed me consuming a self-heating hot pot. Even if I had one, why should I sell it to you?" After delivering her retort, Sheng Mingzhu felt it insufficient and added, "Truly, it seems that the ugly often incite trouble." Lin Chuchu, for the first time in her life, was furious at being called unattractive. She raised her hand, intending to slap Sheng Mingzhu. However, Sheng Mingzhu's agility allowed her to evade the blow, leaving Lin Chuchu to miss entirely. Standing aside, Sheng Mingzhu regarded Lin Chuchu with a bemused expression, reminiscent of someone she despised. "Sheng Mingzhu, if it weren't for the fact that this woman bears no resemblance to that detestable Sheng Mingzhu, I would almost believe she was her," Lin Chuchu thought, her irritation intensifying. Meanwhile, Lin Zhou could not tolerate witnessing his sister's embarrassment. He confronted Sheng Mingzhu, saying, "Miss, your remarks about my sister are quite inappropriate. We bear no enmity." Believing he was justified, Lin Zhou continued, but Sheng Mingzhu interrupted him. "Hold on, you are mistaken. We do have a grievance." Taken aback by her assertion, Lin Zhou scrutinized Sheng Mingzhu, attempting to dredge up any memory of her, but found none. The woman he was observing stood at 170 centimeters tall, with a slender frame. Yet her appearance was so utterly ordinary that one could easily forget her the moment she vanished into a crowd. Just as Lin Zhou pondered the nature of their supposed conflict, Sheng Mingzhu shattered his musings with her next words. "You and your sister are exceedingly unattractive, so much so that it offends my eyes." As she spoke, her face contorted in distaste, her gaze never once meeting Lin Chuchu or Lin Zhou, as if they were mere refuse in her sight. This behavior ignited fury within the siblings. Lin Chuchu's previous suspicions grew stronger. Had it not been for the difference in appearance, she would have been convinced this woman was Sheng Mingzhu. Yet, regardless of their differing visages, her resentment for Sheng Mingzhu remained unchanged. Lin Zhou, too, was reminded of the shame they had endured during their last encounter at the upscale restaurant. With a memory of humiliation lingered, This woman resembled Sheng Mingzhu too closely, the very source of their disgrace. Since that incident, their finances had dwindled, as if they had never existed. Had they not recalled the hardships of earning that money, they might have believed their past affluence to be a mere dream. The depletion of their resources had forced Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu into a frugal existence, devoid of financial means. Yet, accustomed to lavish living, they had previously relied on Sheng Mingzhu's generosity to maintain their lifestyle. After her abrupt departure from school, they were left to fend for themselves, their former comforts replaced by mere survival. Before encountering Sheng Mingzhu, they might have accepted their new reality, but after experiencing a life of ease through her, they found it intolerable to return to their previous struggle. They had refrained from seeking work or tutoring jobs, choosing instead to await her return, hoping that a few flattering words might procure some form of assistance from the heiress. "You vile creature," Lin Chuchu seethed, her eyes ablaze with rage as she glared at Sheng Mingzhu, perceiving her not as a stranger, but as a long-standing adversary. In a fit of anger, she lunged at Sheng Mingzhu, intent on marring her now curvaceous figure. In truth, Sheng Mingzhu's form post-disguise paled in comparison to her natural physique. It still evoked envy in Lin Chuchu, who found her own slender frame lacking. In her eyes, despite the ordinary features of this woman, her figure was enviable, and Lin Chuchu resolved that she could not allow this loathsome woman to possess a body she coveted. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Chuchu could not shake the feeling that the woman before her bore an uncanny resemblance in demeanor to Sheng Mingzhu, a presence capable of inciting jealousy merely by standing there. Lin Chuchu's malevolent thoughts surged. Malevolence value 1, 000,000. Lin Zhou, malevolence value 100, 000. The sinister chime echoing in her mind brought a sly smile to Sheng Mingzhu's lips. The sight of this woman smiling only intensified Lin Chuchu's envy. Although the woman was not particularly striking in appearance, there was an inexplicable allure to her smile. Yet, Lin Chuchu swiftly dismissed this notion. Her sole desire was to obliterate the figure she envied and the face that irked her. As Lin Chuchu approached with determination, Sheng Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't the angle a bit off? It appeared as though Lin Chuchu was aiming for her chest. With this thought lingering, Sheng Mingzhu did not hesitate to reciprocate, targeting Lin Chuchu's most prized asset. To the casual observer, it might seem that Lin Chuchu's greatest concern was her relatively pleasing visage. But Sheng Mingzhu was well aware that her true pride lay in her pert posterior. During the dire resource scarcity of the apocalypse, the sole bottle of body lotion she possessed was exclusively dedicated to that very area. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Sheng Mingzhu lunged for it. Despite Lin Chuchu's anger, could she possibly match the speed of Sheng Mingzhu, who was both physically fit and had imbibed water known to enhance one's constitution? As Sheng Mingzhu deftly evaded Lin Chuchu's wicked grasp, she seized Lin Chuchu's backside, pinching it firmly before delivering a sharp smack. The impact was surprisingly satisfying, revealing the reason behind Lin Chuchu's fixation on her own rear. Consequently emboldened, Sheng Mingzhu struck again with unrelenting force, the resounding clap echoing through the floor of the building. The onlooking men were left in stunned silence. They had witnessed women engage in hair-pulling and slapping, but never had they encountered such an unconventional target as the backside. Lin Chuchu, too, was incredulous when she felt the sting of the slap. Was this woman actually smacking her most cherished asset? Her eyes widened in disbelief as a tempest of rage surged within her. Moreover, the situation was compounded by the presence of the men, none of whom piqued her interest, for she aspired to marry into wealth and become a lady of high status. Yet, this did not mean she was willing to endure such humiliation. At this moment, she was no longer concerned with fighting. Her only thought was how she had lost face, being struck by this woman in front of so many men. Unbeknownst to Lin Chuchu, Sheng Mingzhu remained blissfully ignorant of her turmoil, her mind echoing with notifications. Lin Chuchu, malevolence value 1, 000,000. Lin Chuchu, malevolence value 100, 000. Lin Chuchu, malevolence value 900, 000. Upon hearing these repeated alerts, Sheng Mingzhu felt a pang of regret. Had she known that a mere few slaps could yield such a bounty of malevolence points, she would have struck more decisively. Perhaps if she had been more generous, her gains could have doubled. In that moment, Sheng Mingzhu's perspective of Lin Chuchu shifted. The latter was no longer just an object of envy, but a potential source of further malevolence. The fear creeping into Lin Chuchu's heart was palpable as she sensed Sheng Mingzhu's gaze upon her. Had she known the consequences of provoking this woman over a trivial hot pot, she would have thought twice. Yet, Lin Chuchu did not view this as her own failing. Had it not been for the peculiar woman indulging in such lavish food, she would have remained unprovoked and spared herself the ensuing embarrassment. During this tumultuous period, Lin Chuchu and Lin Zhou found themselves in a precarious situation. Due to their financial constraints, they were confined to their dormitory, unable to venture out for leisure. On a day marked by torrential rain, the siblings lay in their dormitory, conserving energy to minimize expenses. However, the dilapidated state of the building's drainage system, combined with their low floor, soon led to their dormitory being inundated. They were subsequently relocated to another dormitory, only to discover that what little food they had was now at risk. In the days preceding the storm, they had managed to maintain their usual frugality. However, as time wore on and their new dorm mates found themselves without provisions, their eyes turned to the siblings, who appeared to have some resources. Though they were not in the same dormitory, the siblings endured similar predicaments. Their pre-apocalyptic habits of thriftiness persisted, leading them to ration their food. What they did not anticipate was the audacity of their dorm mates to pilfer their supplies. Their meager belongings, barely touched, were stolen, and when they sought justice, they found none willing to assist. The prior occupants of the dormitory formed a tight-knit group, preferring to ostracize the newcomers rather than support them. Thus, the siblings faced a grim ultimatum. Either Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu would vacate, or they would be forced to share their meager rations. The girls' dormitory was somewhat more lenient, indulging in harmless pranks, but the boys' dormitory operated on a more brutal code. Any dissent from Lin Zhou would result in violence. After enduring this oppressive atmosphere for several days, both Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu reached their breaking point. Thus, they contacted each other through their phones and stealthily departed in the dead of night with their belongings. When they left, Lin Chuchu and her companions did not dare to wake the others, fearing they would be prevented from leaving. Consequently, Lin Zhou and Lin Chuchu refrained from taking more items, only managing to carry away the food belonging to their dorm mates. Lin Zhou, being quite resourceful, managed to bring out a substantial amount of provisions, while Lin Chuchu took a smaller share. Nevertheless, it was still quite satisfactory. As for the other three silent boys they later encountered, they were fellow students who had also evacuated from their flooded dormitory. Unwilling to share accommodations with others, they had moved out shortly after the torrential rain began. Thus, within this newly formed group, Lin Chuchu stood as the sole female, surrounded by four males, including her brother Lin Zhou, alongside three unfamiliar boys. Lin Chuchu harbored no discontent. On the contrary, she felt quite pleased. In her perspective, being the only girl in the group afforded her certain advantages, as the sole female often received preferential treatment. Initially, it was indeed the case. Everyone tended to take care of Lin Chuchu, often providing her with slightly larger portions of food. However, as time progressed and their supplies dwindled, coupled with Lin Chuchu's minimal contribution to their efforts, discontent began to brew among the group. This discontent had yet to reach a breaking point, but the dynamics had certainly shifted. Previously, she would receive more food than her male counterparts, but now, her portions were noticeably smaller. Lin Chuchu was well aware of this change, which is why, when the opportunity arose to search for supplies, she volunteered to assist, primarily to prove her worth. Seeing the person across from her remain motionless, Sheng Mingzhu sighed in disappointment and prepared to depart. Witnessing the woman who had bullied her about to leave stirred a myriad of emotions within Lin Chuchu. Yet, recalling Sheng Mingzhu's earlier actions, the words she had intended to voice were swallowed back. The three boys also chose not to provoke Sheng Mingzhu. After all, her consumption of a self-heating hot pot was of no concern to them. Besides, even if she had eaten, it was all but finished. What would they gain by approaching her? Would they snatch her broth? Thus, the three stood aside, opting to venture into the building in search of supplies, hoping to secure provisions for both lunch and dinner. Lin Zhou and Lin Chu, upon witnessing the three boys depart, promptly followed suit. They were aware of their previously established rule. Any items found during their outings could be kept 80% by the discoverer, with the remainder to be shared equally. Hence, Lin Zhou and Lin Chu were wary that these boys might hoard their findings, as any hidden supplies would reduce their own rations. However, what they did not anticipate was that the building had been thoroughly ransacked, as if a thief had plundered it. Even the office supplies had vanished without a trace. Naturally, no one suspected Sheng Mingzhu of the theft. They merely deemed her fortunate to have discovered a self-heating hot pot in such a barren place. Investigating the theft was not on their agenda, as it was not their concern, and they deemed it unwise to provoke anyone capable of such actions during a downpour. Instead, they focused on searching for food to satisfy their hunger. The three boys, fortunate enough, stumbled upon some forgotten corners within the looted premises, where they uncovered remnants of food. In contrast, Lin Chu and Lin Zhou were not as fortunate. Lin Chu had been weeping in front of Lin Zhou, and he could not ignore his sister's distress, responding with mere platitudes. As a result, their pace slowed considerably. Additionally, due to the earlier incident where Sheng Mingzhu had slapped Lin Chu, she felt a lingering discomfort, preventing her from running too swiftly. As they approached, Lin Chu and Lin Zhou witnessed the three boys stuffing their bags with supplies, only to find that all the food had nearly been depleted. The scant provisions that remained had been divided among the boys. Observing this scene, Lin Chu and Lin Zhou's eyes burned with jealousy. The boys had found several unopened containers of instant noodles. Had this been before the storm, they would have dismissed such items, believing themselves destined for a life of affluence, far beyond the humble fare of instant noodles. However, circumstances had changed dramatically. During this time, they had scarcely eaten anything. Lin Chu's laziness and Lin Zhou's lack of initiative meant that they had gone without sufficient sustenance. Hence, upon seeing the instant noodles, their eyes glistened with longing. They contemplated snatching the food. However, they were aware that while the three boys were generally good-natured, they were not to be trifled with. Given the hour and their empty stomachs, the boys retreated to a secluded spot, intending to enjoy their meal. The three boys deliberately chose a location far from Lin Chu and Lin Zhou, extracting their noodles from their bags as if to assert their claim over the provisions. Lacking hot water, they resorted to eating the instant noodles dry. Considering their dwindling supplies at home, two of the boys broke their noodles in half, planning to save half for later. They even preserved the seasoning packets with care. However, how they chose to manage their leftover noodles was of no concern to Lin Zhou and Lin Chu. The three boys disregarded the siblings' envious gazes, treating them as mere air. Interestingly, the proposal to allocate 20% of found supplies had originated from Lin Zhou, who initially suggested a 50% share. However, the three young men deemed the 50% quite excessive and thus declined the offer. Initially, they had agreed because Lin Zhou had generously provided them with food when they first arrived, alleviating their hunger after they had exhausted their own supplies. They felt grateful for Lin Zhou and Lin Chu's kindness during that desperate time. Yet as time passed, they began to discern that the siblings were not as benevolent as they had once believed. Initially, they had perceived Lin Zhou and Lin Chu as warm-hearted individuals, willing to share their provisions in a crisis. However, they now recognized that the siblings were simply lazy, and their prior generosity likely stemmed from a desire to curry favor with the group. None of them were foolish. They simply chose to endure the discomfort rather than speak out against the siblings. "Brother Zhongyuan, could you spare us some food? My brother and I haven't eaten in quite a while," Lin Chu implored, gazing longingly at a man nearby who was relishing his meal. Zhongyuan was the most amiable and approachable of the trio, making him the target of Lin Chu's plea. Zhongyuan, taken aback by the request, fumbled with the flatbread in his hand, scratching his head in confusion. Lin Chu, you have hands and feet. Why not find something for yourself? We are not your parents. Why not ask your brother over there?" he replied, his tone sharp, as he gestured towards the muscular Wuchun, the strongest member of their team, who commanded respect from the others. Stung by Wu Qin's words, Lin Chu decided against further conversation. Given Wu Qin's notorious temper, she and her brother had learned to tread carefully around him, often opting to approach the gentler Zhong Yuan instead. Wu Qin felt a sense of relief as he released the pent-up frustration he had harbored. While he acknowledged that Lin Zhou and Lin Chu had once helped them, he now believed they had repaid that debt. The earlier concessions had merely been out of politeness, but witnessing Lin Chu's audacity compelled him to cease pretending. Rejected, Lin Chu returned to Lin Zhou's side. Noticing that she had come back empty-handed, Lin Zhou frowned and reproached her. Why didn't Tu bring anything back? He assumed that, as a sister, and given her charm, she would be able to procure food for him, as he had always encouraged her to do so in the past. Feeling humiliated by the refusal and now confronted by her brother, Lin Chu, who usually had a temperamental disposition, snapped at Lin Zhou, "What do you think? They told you to ask." Lin Zhou's frown deepened at her retort. Had he really deserved such a response? Frustrated, he shot back, "Lin Chu, do you have no manners? Is this how you speak to your brother?" Feeling cornered by both Wu Qin and her brother's criticisms, Lin Chu could no longer contain her anger. "Manners? We share the same parents, and you question my upbringing?" She shot back, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Zhou. If this had occurred in the past, the siblings would have maintained a strong bond, often displaying affection towards one another. Yet, the accumulation of recent events had led to a boiling point, and their conflicts erupted. Initially, their quarrel consisted only of harsh words. But as Lin Zhou realized he could not out-argue Lin Chu, he succumbed to anger and resorted to physical confrontation. At first, Lin Chu could defend herself somewhat against Lin Zhou's attacks, but as the struggle continued, her strength proved insufficient against her brotheress. Soon, she found herself overpowered, with Lin Zhou unleashing his fury upon her. Shouts of distress echoed through the building, alarming the three young men nearby, who watched in shock. Wu Qin exchanged glances with the others, and they understood his silent cue. Seizing the moment, they quietly gathered their belongings and slipped away while Lin Zhou and Lin Chu were still embroiled in their altercation. They had arrived on Shizian's kayak, a seemingly impractical hobby that had suddenly proven invaluable in the wake of the flooding. As they absconded with their means of transportation, Lin Zhou and Lin Chu found themselves stranded, unable to return. It was not that Wu Qin was inherently malicious. Rather, after enduring the siblings' behavior for some time, he had reached his limit. Having witnessed their violent conflict, he resolved to distance himself from both. After all, a person capable of striking their own sister could hardly be considered virtuous. Yet, this did not imply that they viewed Lin Chu positively. In fact, they believed she was complicit with Lin Zhou. Although they were currently at odds, it was uncertain whether they would reconcile in the future. Thus, they decided to leave both behind, rationalizing that they were simply ridding themselves of a burden. While the three young men felt a twinge of guilt for their actions, they relished the relief of having shed two troublesome companions. Meanwhile, Sheng Mingzhu, having arrived at the Sheng family ancestral home, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. Upon witnessing the house submerged in water, she experienced a tumultuous mix of emotions. Having never seen the ancestral home in such a state during her previous life, she felt a strange sense of comfort, albeit tinged with sorrow. However, in this lifetime, witnessing the submerged house stirred a maelstrom of feelings within her. The ancestral home, a legacy of the Sheng family, had been passed down through generations, with its decor steeped in history and rich with her cherished memories. Yet, as the apocalypse loomed, Sheng Mingzhu realized she had no means to save the house, for its low elevation made it susceptible to flooding. Though she had contemplated various solutions, none had proven feasible. Yet, without exception, humanity finds itself powerless against the forces of nature. In a moment of lamentation, Sheng Mingzhu suddenly recalled a disposable item she had seen in the system's marketplace some time ago. This item had the extraordinary capability to uproot anything entirely. However, its exorbitant price and single-use nature had initially led her to dismiss it. Yet, upon witnessing the dilapidated state of the ancestral home, a thought struck her. If this item could indeed uproot objects, might it not be applicable to a house as well? Initially, she had only considered its potential for trees, never contemplating its use on a structure. Regardless of its effectiveness, she felt compelled to try. After all, even a partial recovery was preferable to losing the house to a natural calamity. Thus, Sheng Mingzhu accessed the system's marketplace and swiftly located the item. Upon seeing the staggering price beneath it, she felt a pang of regret even before making the purchase. The multitude of zeros associated with this disposable tool was overwhelming. She had previously bypassed the price without a second glance, but now it was unavoidable. Counting the zeros felt like torture. Tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. For a million. The sheer magnitude of the cost nearly caused her to faint. How could a disposable item be so exorbitantly priced? Nonetheless, gazing at the rain-soaked ancestral home of the Sheng family, she steeled her resolve and clicked the purchase button. In that instant, she noticed an additional item in her system backpack, accompanied by the ominous sound of a deduction. Her hard-earned, malevolent energy points, which had once totaled 650,000, were now reduced to 250,000. This newfound balance filled her with disdain. Such a steep price. She couldn't fathom which merchant would dare charge so much. If she ever discovered their identity, they would certainly regret it. Meanwhile, the mischievous little demon, enjoying an interstellar vacation, felt an inexplicable chill but dismissed it, eager for the exciting climax of their holiday. After completing her purchase, concerned about the pangs of regret, Sheng Mingzhu swiftly employed the item. Speed was essential. After all, if she acted quickly enough, it would be as if she had not spent anything at all. At that moment, the villa district was deserted, as its residents were affluent individuals who had long vacated their homes amid the flooding. Therefore, even the most miraculous occurrences would go unnoticed for some time. Once she had successfully retrieved the house into her space, Sheng Mingzhu departed, her initial goal of investigating Su Cheng's potential treasures within the ancestral home now moot. The Sheng family estate was not far from her residence, allowing her to return to her community in short order. Upon her arrival, she attracted considerable attention. Lu Chunhua had been waiting on the 13th floor, calling out in vain for anyone to open the door. Desiring to retrieve some food, but unable to unlock the door, she resigned herself to waiting for Sheng Mingzhu to return. Although she had considered attempting to force the lock with her son, Chun Biao's injury dissuaded her, and she assumed Sheng Mingzhu was already within her grasp. When Lu Chunhua finally spotted Sheng Mingzhu, her eyes lit up with excitement. Who knew how long she had been waiting for this little wretch? Now that she had returned, Lu Chunhua was determined to reprimand her for her reckless outings, suspecting she might be consorting with unsavory men. Indeed, at that moment, Lu Chunhua had begun to regard Sheng Mingzhu as her future daughter-in-law, viewing her casual excursions as scandalous. As Sheng Mingzhu prepared to return to her true appearance, shedding her disguise, her striking beauty and enviable figure became apparent to all. Even in silence, she captivated the onlookers. Seeing the attention focused on Sheng Mingzhu only intensified Lu Chunhua's discontent. What manner of attire was this little wretch wearing? So tight that it accentuated her bosom and posterior. It seemed an invitation for the eyes of others. Dressed in sporty attire for practicality, Sheng Mingzhu was oblivious to the implications of her form-fitting clothing in Lu Chunhua's eyes. Lu Chunhua confronted her, asserting that should she marry into the Chen family, such attire would not be tolerated. Taken aback by Lu Chunhua's sudden onslaught of admonition, Sheng Mingzhu felt her mind whirl. When had she agreed to marry her son? The bystanders, intrigued by Sheng Mingzhu's recent endeavors, overheard Lu Chunhua's remarks and were incredulous. Given her son's appearance, they found it hard to believe that someone like Sheng Mingzhu would ever be interested in him. Before Sheng Mingzhu could respond, a voice piped up. The resident of the 13th floor would consider your son? This voice belonged to the elderly gentleman from before, who, having misjudged Sheng Mingzhu previously, felt compelled to come to her defense. Lu Chunhua bristled at his remarks. Her son was her treasured jewel, and in her eyes, he was unparalleled, deserving only the most exquisite companions. How dare you speak such nonsense? My son is handsome and accomplished, and I would argue that this little wretch is unworthy of him. Lu Chunhua retorted, hands on her hips, launching into a tirade against the elderly man. Although he was male, He had absorbed enough familial dramas to recognize the absurdity of the situation. Thus, engaging in a verbal skirmish with Lu Chunhua, he remained unfazed. He enumerated Chun Biao's shortcomings, articulating his remarks with unvarnished candor. Let us begin with your son's appearance. It is rather unappealing, is it not? He is quite overweight, likely suffering from hypertension, among other ailments. Furthermore, his health seems compromised. He gasped for breath after merely a few steps. What, pray tell, can he accomplish? Yet, I digress. This is a matter for your family to address. After all, maintaining one's health should be a priority, should it not? Moreover, may I inquire about your son's age? If memory serves me right, he should be in his 30s by now. At such an age, remaining at home, living off his parents, and contributing nothing to society. How could someone as accomplished as Shaoxing find him appealing? Even I, an old man, would not take a liking to such a character. The elder wished to express more, but Lu Chenhua's ire was kindled, for her son was her treasure. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not tolerate such disparagement. Moreover, what was wrong with her son being a bit portly? It signified prosperity, did it not? He weighed merely over 200 pounds. What of her son not working? It was merely because he worried about her being alone at home. That was why he chose to stay, out of filial devotion, unlike those who scurried about for work. Unable to spare time to visit their parents, her son exemplified true filial piety. Lu Chunhua expressed her thoughts vehemently, presenting her arguments with conviction and a booming voice, almost overpowering the old man. Meanwhile, Sheng Mingzhu finally grasped the situation. She had been genuinely startled by Lu Chunhua's words to the extent that she had lost sight of her intent to marry her son. To even consider your son worthy would indeed indicate a lapse in judgment, she thought, bemused by the absurdity of it all. Having weathered a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, Sheng Mingzhu had learned to regard many matters as trivial, with only life and death holding true significance. Nevertheless, Lu Chenhua's earlier remarks had genuinely astonished her, prompting an unrestrained retort. Initially, Lu Chenhua was taken aback. After all, since she had employed the mind-altering goo, she had considered Sheng Mingzhu one of her own. Thus, when confronted with her reproach, she struggled to comprehend the situation. What did you say? Lu Chunhua inquired. Sheng Mingzhu repeated her words with clarity. I said both you and your son are quite peculiar. Truly, you must be out of your mind. Upon hearing this repetition, Lu Chunhua finally grasped the implications. You did not consume the braised pork I delivered yesterday? The tremor of disbelief and fear lingered in her voice. Upon recalling the unsightly insect within the dish, Sheng Mingzhu retorted sharply, what do you think? Who would dare eat braised pork with such a large bug in it? Ridiculous. I surely do not lack for a morsel from you. Realizing that Sheng Mingzhu had indeed avoided the dish, Lu Chenhua's countenance paled, panic etched across her features. In silence, she turned and ascended the stairs with remarkable speed. Soon after, the onlookers, who had initially gathered to witness the spectacle, found themselves bewildered. Why had Lu Chunhua departed before the argument truly escalated? With no one seeking to provoke her further, Sheng Mingzhu resolved to leave as well. She thanked the elderly gentleman who had spoken on her behalf and prepared to take her leave. Wait a moment, Miss Sheng. Where did you go to gather supplies today? Were there plenty to be had? Lu Chang approached. A disingenuous smile plastered across his face. Despite his outward cheer, Sheng Mingzhu instinctively felt a dislike for him and casually replied, I merely went wherever was nearest. Lu Chang's smile faltered slightly, annoyance creeping into his heart. Since the torrential rains had begun, he had been elevated in status among the residents of the building. Those who once deemed themselves above him now greeted him with deference, fearing he might not invite them on future excursions for supplies. How dare Sheng Mingzhu treat him with such disdain? Yet, despite his simmering grievances, he maintained a smile and continued, Miss Sheng, I kindly ask you to share your findings with us. After all, even if you discover ample supplies, you can only carry so much alone. It would be far more beneficial to assist others. I have known you for quite some time, Miss Sheng. You are known for your kindness and generosity, and I am certain you would not stand by while others suffer. Would you not agree? Sheng Mingzhu felt a wave of nausea at Lu Chang's words. He had the audacity to insinuate that she bore responsibility for the welfare of others. as though refusing to comply would brand her as heartless and indifferent. However, she had encountered such manipulative tactics before, albeit not directed at her in the past. Given her previous state of affairs, Lu Chang would never have dared approach her with such demands. Now that she had become the object of envy, he sought to impose his expectations upon her. Apologies, but I, Sheng Mingzhu, possess a heart of stone. I am indifferent to the plight of individuals like you, even if you were to perish before my eyes, she declared, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Chang, her tone devoid of warmth. Upon hearing such a blatant provocation, Lu Chang's previously jovial expression vanished, replaced by a cold demeanor. Sheng Mingzhu's audacity stemmed from her awareness of her own inaction. Now, Lu Chang had set his sights on her. Realizing this, she believed it more prudent to sever ties entirely, rather than continue feigning cooperation in his charade. Moreover, inciting Lu Chang serve a purpose. It would earn her malevolent merit points. Given her understanding of him, it was curious if he would not harbor a deep-seated resentment towards her for this. Sure enough, moments later, Sheng Mingzhu heard the familiar chime in her mind. Malicious intent points increased by 1,000,000. The figure brought her satisfaction. Observers who had initially intended to leave found themselves inexplicably halted in their tracks. There remains a wealth of food over at Tech City, but my capacity is limited. I cannot carry much alone. You must arrive promptly, lest some unscrupulous individuals seize it all, Sheng Mingzhu said playfully, her tone lighthearted. Upon hearing her earlier remarks, Lu Chang's gaze ignited with fervor. His family possessed a kayak, and if he could swiftly transport those supplies by night, it would sustain his family for quite some time. However, upon hearing Sheng Mingzhu's subsequent comments, his expression darkened. What did this wretched woman mean? Was she implying that he would pilfer the supplies? The expressions of those who heard Sheng Mingzhu's words varied greatly. Over time, their dissatisfaction with Lu Chang had intensified. Lu Chang, in collaboration with those who possessed kayaks, had insisted on a staggering 70% share of the supplies brought back, leaving the rest for those without kayaks. While it was true that Lu Chang and his associates owned kayaks, they contributed little to the labor, leaving the arduous task of transporting goods to those who lacked such vessels. Lu Chang's group merely safeguarded their kayaks, monitoring whether others might pilfer supplies. Thus, the demands of Lu Chang were met with considerable reluctance by the others. Moreover, there was an additional source of anger. Lu Chang's cohort exploited their authority to harass women under the pretense of checking for theft, many of whom were married. Understandably, the husbands could hardly tolerate such indignities upon their wives. Yet, even when provoked, most of these men refrained from retaliation, fearing that any confrontation would jeopardize their share of supplies. Consequently, many endured in silence, but their resentment lingered. Upon hearing Sheng Mingzhu's remarks, a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the discontented. If, as she claimed, there were indeed abundant supplies in the Tech City, what chance would they have to procure any if the kayak owners were also aware of this information? Initially, the community had been oblivious to the significance of the supplies, leading to a relatively plentiful collection. However, as time passed, the nearby resources had been largely exhausted. Often, they would set out at dawn to gather supplies, only to return empty-handed by nightfall. When shall we depart for the Tech City to search for supplies? One individual boldly inquired. Caught off guard, Lu Chang paused, contemplating the timing of a potential expedition to the Tech City. However, he envisioned not just any ordinary folk accompanying him, but rather those capable of exerting themselves. Despite the allure of abundant resources, he understood that such supplies were finite and would eventually be depleted. It would be more prudent for those with kayaks to undertake the labor themselves, thus avoiding the necessity of sharing with the less industrious. Let me think it over and find a convenient time for our journey. Besides, we have yet to fully gather resources from our vicinity, Lu Chang mused, feigning thorough consideration. In truth, he regarded these individuals as increasingly dispensable, their only utility lying in their capacity to labor once supplies were secured. Yet, he recognized the need to maintain a facade of camaraderie, for the moment had not yet come to sever ties. Upon hearing Lu Chang's response, a veil of understanding descended among the crowd. After months of interaction, They had grown familiar with his character. Some remained hopeful, waiting for someone to champion their cause, while others, suffering from prolonged hunger and watching their families survive on meager rations, felt compelled to take action. There's scarcely any food left around us. We ought to venture to the tech city sooner rather than later. What if the supplies there vanish? One individual asserted, their desperation evident. Lu Chang, confronted with such statements, felt his composure falter, his usual smile replaced by a grim expression. If I truly harbored such intentions, I would not have retrieved the kayaks while everyone else was starving. After all, if I went alone, I would secure far more supplies. Lu Chang insisted, his tone resolute. Whether or not his audience believed him was uncertain, but they feigned trust nonetheless. Calm yourselves. Lu Chang's integrity is well established among us. We have no need to fracture our unity over mere words, interjected a kayak owner, urging the others to acquiesce. Sheng Mingzhu's earlier comments had been deliberate. Faced with Lu Chang's treatment, she felt compelled to retaliate. Upon returning home, she swiftly entered her space, where the ancestral residence of the Sheng family, acquired through her unique abilities, stood proudly on a patch of land within the confines of her realm. From exterior perspective, the residence appeared remarkably well-preserved, piquing her curiosity about the effectiveness of her powers. Eager to explore, she entered the old house. Upon her entrance, an unpleasant odor assailed her senses, a mix of dampness from prolonged exposure to moisture, intertwined with a fragrance reminiscent of either Zhu Ling or Su Baiju's preferences, creating an altogether unpalatable scent. Wang Wang Wang, the creature, Ping Ping In, whom Sheng Mingzhu had kept in her space, immediately recognized her presence. Following her scent, it bounded into the house and playfully bit her leg. Now robust from the nourishment provided, Ping Ping In's playful bite, though firm, was not without its discomfort. This behavior, though not frequently witnessed, was not entirely unfamiliar to Sheng Mingzhu. The last time she had seen Ping Ping exhibit such enthusiasm was during their discovery of the lake's miraculous properties. Consequently, she did not hesitate to follow as it led her to the third-floor study, previously utilized by her grandfather, which had since become the possession of Su Cheng after his passing. Where once she entered freely, the study had since been locked, as though to keep her, an outsider, at bay. Due to the fact that Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu occasionally had the opportunity to enter and deliver items to Su Cheng, Sheng Mingzhu was deprived of such privileges. Officially, it was stated that they did not wish for Sheng Mingzhu to partake in these tasks, fearing it would burden her. However, the underlying truth was that she was the sole outsider in this household, and the lock was a means to keep her at bay. At that time, Sheng Mingzhu was indifferent to this exclusion, for her grandfather had bestowed upon her all his treasured possessions, and she held little regard for the trifles left by her unscrupulous father. Consequently, she had not set foot in the study since then. It was not that she lacked the desire to enter. Her curiosity about the study remained unabated. She yearned to uncover what lay within that prompted Su Cheng and the others to guard it so vigilantly. Thus, her recent acquisition of the ancestral home was, in part, driven by a desire to unravel the secrets of the study. Before her stood the lock, which she disregarded, opting instead to retrieve her oil saw and cut through the door. Had Su Cheng and the others still been present, she would not have dared to act in such a manner. Yet, with no one in attendance and the old residence now belonging to her, she felt liberated from their constraints. Were this her grandfather's room, she would have never resorted to such measures. However, since the study had long been tainted by Su Cheng, she felt justified in her decidedly blunt approach. With the oil saw, the door yielded quickly, and before long, Sheng Mingzhu beheld the study's true form. The space, once elegant under her grandfather's care, no longer bore any resemblance to its former self. Previously, the study exuded an air of refinement, and even a brief pause within its confines would instill a sense of tranquility. Now, however, it emanated an atmosphere of decadence, cluttered with ostentatious decorations of gold and jade, while the shelves held but a scant few books, overshadowed by the array of lavish trinkets. Upon encountering the jade artifacts, Sheng Mingzhu felt a flicker of curiosity. Despite the abundance of jade, why had the space failed to absorb its essence? Were these items mere fakes? This notion flitted through her mind, only to be immediately dismissed. If one jade piece were counterfeit, it was implausible that all were. Thus, she resolved to take these items with her when she exited the old residence, intending to verify their authenticity in the warehouse. Setting aside her inquiries into the jade's legitimacy, she began to scrutinize the other contents of the room. Besides the extravagant items, she found little else that caught her attention. Thus, with no other options, she relied on her previous experience in Su Cheng's office to conduct a thorough search. Eventually, she unearthed a hidden mechanism, likely simpler due to the familial setting, as opposed to the complexities in his office. In short order, she discovered several safes concealed by Su Cheng. Without overthinking, she inputted a series of numbers based on her understanding of Su Cheng. Error after error ensued, yet she persisted, believing that despite Su Cheng's apparent fondness for Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu, his true affections lay with her. He would never divulge his secrets to others. The password would surely be more intricate than those in his office, likely tied to his birthday. After an indeterminate number of attempts, she finally succeeded in unlocking Su Cheng's safe. Her success was attributable to her prior investigations into his background, which had provided her with a wealth of knowledge regarding his life experiences. Each potential number had been tested. Inside the safe, the contents largely matched her expectations. Having played the role of a thief for so long, she possessed a fair understanding of what such safes typically contained. Those of notable ability often stored firearms, while others might hoard gold or antiques. It was also conceivable that confidential company documents could be nestled within, but in this post-apocalyptic world, once valuable papers had become mere refuse, devoid of any utility. Thus, she placed the documents into a drawer without consideration for what had previously resided there. After collecting a few firearms and antiques, she ceased her search for what could possibly hold more value. Indeed, there were items of greater worth, but they were of no use to her now. Having tidied the study, she proceeded to search the rooms of Zhu Ling and Su Baozhu. In stark contrast to Su Cheng's meticulous concealment, their rooms yielded discoveries with relative ease, requiring only a keen eye for hidden corners. However, the treasures she unearthed failed to ignite any sense of excitement. Their collections consisted mainly of property deeds and similar documents, which held no value for her in the current context. As she exited their rooms, a wave of nausea washed over her, likely a result of her deep-seated disdain for the individuals whose private spaces she had invaded. With time hanging heavy, she continued to explore the old residence, turning their hidden caches upside down without Su Cheng and the others being the wiser. She stashed away the jade and antiques in her warehouse, and scarcely had she deposited the jade when the space underwent a dramatic transformation, resulting in her and her two dogs being ejected from the repository. As she was thrust out, a single thought occupied her mind. Why had she ever doubted the authenticity of Su Cheng's acquisitions? Surely, a cunning fox such as he would not fall prey to deception so easily. Yet it must be acknowledged that Su Cheng, Zhu Ling, and Su Baozhu had amassed quite a collection of jade. While she had not perceived its magnitude during her gathering, the realization struck her only upon consolidating the items. To speak of their value pre-apocalypse, one could easily assert they were worth several billion. Now, Sheng Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, merely marveling at her unscrupulous father's prowess in amassing such wealth. Just as she was about to sit down for dinner, a voice from outside the door broke the stillness. "Sheng Mingzhu, you wretched woman, what have you done to my son?" The cacophony outside resonated with a fervor that rendered the speaker's visage unnecessary to comprehend the depth of their fury. As Sheng Mingzhu leisurely opened the door, she cast her gaze towards the source of the commotion. It was Lu Chunhua once again, yet this time devoid of her cherished son, a detail that immediately illuminated the situation for Sheng Mingzhu. Typically, Lu Chunhua was never seen without her beloved child, fearing even a moment's separation from his sight. The absence of her son likely indicated the interference of the heart-devouring goo, and she surmised he was incapacitated at present. Upon seeing Sheng Mingzhu emerge, Lu Chunhua's ire erupted forth. "You shameless wretch! How dare you harm my son? I shall ensure you meet a most miserable fate," she exclaimed, shaking the first layer of iron mesh outside Sheng Mingzhu's residence. Observing the robust ironwork quiver under Lu Chunhua's vigor, Sheng Mingzhu felt a mixture of astonishment and admiration. She had not anticipated such strength in Lu Chunhua, who could rattle even the sturdiest of barriers. Indeed, the power of human resolve is boundless, especially when provoked by maternal instinct. Yet, despite her admiration, Sheng Mingzhu was disinclined to tolerate Lu Chunhua's antics with her property. Drawing forth her bow, she brandished it menacingly. Warning, should you continue to rattle my ironwork, I shall be compelled to determine whether your head or my arrow is the more resilient. At this, Lu Chunhua's countenance shifted, and her actions faltered in instinctive response. Noticing Lu Chunhua's sudden silence, Sheng Mingzhu was seized by the impulse to tease her further. "What has happened to your son? Is he well?" she inquired with a facade of concern. For a fleeting moment, Lu Chunhua pondered whether Sheng Mingzhu was genuinely unaware of the situation or merely loathed her braised pork enough to inflict such misfortune upon her child. This thought stirred a profound discomfort within Lu Chunhua. When she had previously delivered the braised pork to Sheng Mingzhu, she had been certain of the latter's acceptance. Hence, she had urged her son to consume the heart-devouring goo beforehand. Little did she know of the goo side effects, nor could she have anticipated Sheng Mingzhu's refusal to partake in her culinary offering. "Pray tell, why did you not eat the braised pork I sent you?" Lu Chunhua's eyes blazed with animosity as she spoke, until the moment she learned that Sheng Mingzhu had indeed not tasted the dish. Lu Chunhua had merely assumed her son's condition was due to some trivial ailment. To her astonishment, it became evident that Sheng Mingzhu's lack of cooperation was the true cause of her son's plight. Lu Chunhua had spent the previous day pondering the contents of the goo book, yet the answers remained elusive. However, upon connecting the dots regarding Sheng Mingzhu's refusal to ingest the heart-devouring goo, clarity dawned upon her. Synopsis: amidst torrential rains, extreme heat, typhoons, bitter cold, acid rain, plagues, earthquakes, dense fog, and eternal night, Sheng Mingzhu, after being cast out by her unworthy father and stepmother, struggles for a decade in a post-apocalyptic world, only to be betrayed by scoundrels and meet a tragic end. Upon awakening, she finds herself reborn, returned to the time before the apocalypse. Does her half-sister covet her ancestral bracelet? Dream on. Sheng Mingzhu seizes the opportunity to unlock her spatial abilities. Does her deceitful father desire her shares? Very well. 50 billion it shall be. What is this malevolent thought system? It grants her the golden finger through wicked intentions.